Good morning, Chatty House.
Hey, how are ya?
How is everybody this morning?
Russ Dog got the belt today. Whatever, Russ Dog. Congratulations.
Good work. What's up, Wheezy?
Wheezy.
What's up, Jay Hardaway?
Jay Hardaway. Zabo.
Zabo, David,
David.
Warren,
Joe Brazil's here.
Joe Brazil,
the Casey Tucker Band,
Kyron,
John Poles.
Chris
Kyron Silva.
Ashoa.
What up, dog? Shout out Kyron. John
morning.
Poles.
Good morning. Greetings to Oxnard, Chris
Oh.
Ochoa.
David. Good morning. Good morning.
What's up, Westsec?
We miss anyone? Brian Cavett. Hello.
Oxnard is a good Anderson .Paak album.
It's a good what?
Anderson .Paak.
Hmm.
Performing artist.
Okay.
He's
R&B, hip hop artist.
He's
guy.
good. He's good.
Big Anderson .Paak fan.
Wait, he did the
Anderson
DJ
.Paak?
set not too long ago.
Oh,
over
buddy.
here. Were you there?
You bet.
Oh, you went
Oh,
to that?
yeah.
I heard he played a ton of
Hi,
his own
Spencer.
music too.
Yes, and he just like performed it.
So
Hello, JD.
I wish I stayed for that.
It was
I really
sick,
do.
bro.
Miss Mac.
Because I have experiences with artists performing as DJs and them like not doing anything like what they do. But
yeah,
it looked really cool.
he just played his music and just
Yeah.
vibed out
And just
and
danced and,
singed
like,
along.
yeah,
Si-
no,
sing,
that's sick.
singed along.
10
Jesus.
seconds.
Sung
Sang
along.
along. Sung along. My dog. Yeah, it sure as heck is. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is riding with us, and we're hanging out with you until noon on this Wednesday, March 19th. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Everybody on the radio, hello and good morning. Appreciate you. If you're listening on the radio, you got to get out of the car. Good news. You can listen on the free Odyssey app where we are streaming live all over the world. You can listen. So there's no excuse to miss a second of the show. And if maybe you can't listen live, download the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show. Subscribe to that wherever you get your podcast. It's a podcast version of this show. And of course, everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch and in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Last night, perfectly, it was the first night technically of March Madness, right? You had to play in games. I refuse to, I hate that those get called tournament games, the play-in ones.
Okay.
It doesn't, it's not the first round to me. It doesn't count. You're playing to get into the tournament. They call it the first four. Like, no. You're playing to get it. You're in a play-in situation.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if you make the play-in tournament in the NBA, you didn't make the playoffs. You made the play-in.
Okay, so with the NCAA, because of the way that you have to get in, where like mid-majors or, like small schools have to go through this process to get into the tournament, it doesn't matter how good your record is. It doesn't, you can be 25-3 or whatever, but they kind of hold it against you because you haven't played anybody big. I kind of feel like it's a little different. I agree with you. It is still like a play-in type scenario.
Yeah, and that you can be in the play-in. You just didn't make the tournament, and that's okay.
Yeah.
But anyways, I digress. Last night perfectly captured March Madness because you had the Alabama State St. Francis game that ended on a full court baseline to the opposite key pass that somehow got deflected to an Alabama State player who laid it up with like 0.2 seconds remaining. And it was just chaos. The game was insane. They were knocking down threes and they were getting stops and then they're hitting big shots. It was amazing. It was like these two schools couldn't name a single player on either team. The Alabama State nor St. Francis were going to win. Alabama State's not going to win their 16-1 matchup.
Okay.
That's just I can almost guarantee it. But it's like, man, that was a really fun basketball game. Now for the big one, UNC San Diego State. Can't wait for these two teams to match up. That game was over in 4 minutes.
Oh,
Just immediately UNC up 20.
that's crazy because
And they go on to win 95-68.
San Diego State's had a good run last couple of years.
Yeah, they went to a national title game a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And they just got boat raced. And this
Mm.
is why it's really hard for me to like, and I'm filling out brackets. I'm doing the whole thing. We were talking about our guy Joe filled out his first bracket ever. Did you finish today?
I'm
Pause.
still working on it. And
Okay.
yeah, okay. Let's just move on. But yeah,
Let's move on.
I'm
Jesus.
still working. I'm halfway done with it.
Okay.
So like I was working on it and I'm like, okay, cool. Oh, I'm only halfway
It's
done.
a lot of games.
Yeah.
It's a lot of games to pick.
Yeah.
I think he's overthinking it.
I might be.
No, totally. Because here's the thing. I'm going to keep it a stack. I don't know. I got people who text me because they're like, hey, you work in sports. Who's going to win?
Yeah.
What are you doing? There are people who watch college basketball for a living who have no idea.
Exactly.
Like, I'm going to go to various rankings and I'm just going to pick teams based on that.
I'll go with, I mean, I got
And then
Iowa
you randomly
State,
love
you
that.
know?
That's great.
That's what we're going with.
And randomly pick an upset here and there.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. But I can't I have a really hard time getting fully into the March Madness thing because I feel like I'm just I don't know. I'll be locked in on Thursday when
Yeah.
it starts.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to be watching more now for sure.
Yeah.
Like I'm going to see how wrong I am.
But then it's like, man, I was really looking forward to UNC San Diego State, and I watched 20 minutes of it.
Yeah. Just,
Like,
yeah.
just
tough
not
one.
great basketball.
I just watched the end of that Alabama State St. Francis game. That's crazy.
Ridiculous. Sick pass, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Unbelievable play. Anyways, not the most important thing that happened in the basketball world last night, at least not here in Sacramento. We got an update on Domantas Sabonis' ankle. They called it a moderate ankle sprain, and he will be reevaluated in 10 days.
Yeah.
So that means they're going to not do anything. I mean, he'll go through treatment and stuff, but they're not going to see where he's at in terms of his return to play timeline until 10 days from now.
Well,
And at that point, they'll take a look and
yeah.
figure out where he's at.
So moderate, I'm going to guess, as opposed to using the scale, the grade 1, grade 2, grade 3,
Sure.
I'm just going to guess that a mild is a grade 1, a moderate is a grade 2, and a severe would be a grade 3.
That makes sense.
So this can be anywhere from a week to 2 weeks.
Mhm.
They're saying 10 days. 10 days is a bad thing because that puts you at the end of your homestand.
Mhm.
And it also puts Domas in a really, really awkward situation when it comes to whether he makes the All-NBA team or not. And,
Mhm.
He still has to make the team one way or another, but he is very, very close.
He's right up against it.
He is right up against it. So we did the sort of the calculations here. He's at 58 games, right?
Yeah, but go ahead.
But 2 of them don't count.
Right, because he did not play
15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So those 2 games don't count at all. So right now he's at 56 games, which means in order to hit the threshold of 65, he's got to play in 9 of the final 15 games. The Kings, again, they have this homestand that they're on right now. They've got 6 games left on the homestand. The 10-day mark is literally the Blazers game.
The Thursday of the end of the homestand.
Yeah, so if he could play in that game, that would give him an opportunity to potentially play 66 games plus the 2 that he didn't qualify for. But as far as, qualifying for 66 games.
I got to tell you, when it comes to that, it's like, it's a pat on the back and sorry, pal. Like, you're not making it this year.
Yeah.
I'm not rushing him back to play the Blazers when he might, because we all know we've seen players with ankle problems where you try and rush back and, hey, that one wrong step that was innocuous 2 weeks ago is now all of a sudden an injury that's going to sideline him for 2 or 3 more weeks.
Oh, yeah.
So-
I mean, we saw De'Aaron Fox a couple of years ago. He had a grade 3.
Mm-hmm.
He rushed back, and I think he missed 20 games.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like the fastest recovery ever from a grade 3. I think it was 7 weeks. He wasn't right for almost 2 years because of that.
Yeah.
I mean, he could not get the swelling out of his ankle. He had all kinds of issues, like he developed plantar fasciitis for a couple of days, started
Mhm.
having foot issues, like rushing back from a major ankle sprain. Now, a grade 2 isn't nearly as bad as a grade 3. A grade 3 is basically the ligament snaps
Right.
and
That's right.
it has to reattach itself, which it
Sorry for
does on its
everybody with
own.
weak stomachs.
Yeah, a grade 2 is basically you've stretched the ligament to the point where you might have some fraying, but it's still like it's not a complete
Mhm.
like you didn't demolish it.
Yeah.
Yeah, not
So
great.
hopefully, I mean, I'm punting on the all NBA stuff. If I'm the Kings, because any kind of run you're gonna make is gonna involve Domantas Sabonis probably pretty heavily.
Hmm.
And so if he's not back by the Trailblazers game, okay, yeah, let's throw him in there. Let's make sure he plays. Nah, I'm out. I'd rather him come back against, I don't know, Washington on April 2nd. So he misses the rest of March. And he's good to go. He's got his conditioning down, ankle feels good. He's ready to return to play. Here we go.
No,
And that way you have him for this home stretch where you get Washington, Charlotte, Cleveland, Detroit, Denver, and then potentially huge games against the Clippers and the Suns to close the year at Golden One Center. That matters so much more to me than the 65 game threshold.
no, I agree with you, but I also, at the end of the day, he also has a bonus attached to that, I believe, at 1.3 million bucks.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's 1.3 million when you're making 40, but still, you're an NBA player. You're not gonna, give up $800,000 or $900,000 after taxes just
Sure.
because,
Sure.
or maybe 7
Well,
or 800.
but it's not just because. If you're reevaluating the guy in 10 days,
Mm-hmm.
that typically means okay, gonna take a look in 10 days, and then we'll try, and if the swelling's down, if the pain is down, whatever it is, then we'll set a return to play that involves, getting back into practice, getting a little contact in. Okay, now he's ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sitting there going, oh man, his bonus, we have to get it. I'm sorry. Like, you missed it this year. You got hurt a couple times. That's what happens.
No, I agree.
It just
The team does have to come over. It has to be more of an importance than an individual award or an individual bonus when you're making a ton of money already.
Yeah, man. It's I don't envision a version of this season for the Kings that ends in a playoff berth where Domas is dealing with this finicky ankle.
Mm.
It's just not even a question for me.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. We're gonna have to see what it looks like if he actually, attempts to come back or not quicker, But he's a player that hates to miss games, and he played an entire season with a broken bone and like an avulsion fracture in his thumb. Like, so if he can get out there and play, I expect him to at least try to get out there and play. And
Sure.
look, the way that he's a ground-based player, the way that he plays, the physicality and stuff, I think it's okay for him to be on a bit of a bum wheel as opposed to like De'Aaron Fox being on a bad ankle because then he can't push off the right way and it's going to hamper speed and quickness.
Yeah.
We'll see though.
I don't know. Overall, I think good news for the most part. Like, he's missing a couple weeks, which is suboptimal, but that's so much better than we'll see if he can return for the play-in. That would have been devastating.
Yeah.
So, anyways. You brought something up that I would like to bring to the air, if that's okay. Because I've seen it. Well, we've seen it a couple of times in the chatty house. And then you just kind of see it, scrolling the internet during games. You get a really interesting perspective on what people think about the Kings. And we've seen it in the chatty house. Why doesn't Jay Crowder play? I was talking to our guy, Kevin John, from ABC 10.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, man, Markelle Fultz is the missing piece. You've got to get Markelle Fultz out there.
Yeah.
No, they don't. Jay Crowder does not need to play. Markelle Fultz does not need to play.
Mm-mm.
This is not what's going to fix the Kings, everyone.
Well, this isn't Little League where everybody gets to play 3 innings.
Right.
Right? Like, first of all, this is the deepest roster the Kings have had in years when it comes to like NBA talent.
Mm-hmm.
There's usually hiding on the back end of the Kings roster a whole bunch of guys who cannot help you at all. Where this season, like when you're looking at your 10, 11, 12 guys, when you have Doug McDermott hiding there, when you've got Jay Crowder, you've got, again, Markelle Fultz, like you have actual NBA talent hiding there, which is new, like really. And so for me, when I look at what's happening here, like Markelle Fultz flat out he lost his minutes to Devin Carter.
Yes.
Like Devin Carter has outplayed Markelle Fultz.
But like by a lot.
Yeah. Like we talk about Markelle Fultz being a good defender and this long wingspan and stuff. And then you watch Devin Carter go out and pick up 4 steals in a game and was just tenacious, right? We've seen some bad shots from both of those players, but one of them is a veteran and one of them isn't. And you expect bad shots from a rookie who's trying to figure out who he is in the league.
Right, one of them was your top 10 pick. The other one isn't.
Well, yeah, and it doesn't matter that he's a number 1 overall pick, but a former number 1 overall pick in Markelle Fultz. It doesn't matter anymore. That's not who he is anymore. We just watched a game where the Memphis Grizzlies rolled into Sacramento. Marvin Bagley, the number 2 overall pick in the 2018 NBA draft, is, I believe, the only player on their roster who did not play. It doesn't matter who you were coming into the league, like 6-7 years in. You got to figure out who you are now and make your way. The Jay Crowder thing is interesting. He's had back problems for most of the season. And, he's almost 35 years old. Like he'll be 35 in July. He's kind of playing out the string here, but I believe the Kings like him as a locker room influence.
Yeah, like player coach.
Yeah. And you can see him. He's one of the first guys off the bench. He's giving everybody advice and
constantly
talking to them. Yeah. And, for me, Doug Christie, he really spent, when he went to the Knicks as a player, he got Herb Williams took him under his wing and sat there on the bench and coached him during games. Like, are you seeing what I'm seeing here? Doug wasn't getting to play at all, but he was being coached on the bench by a veteran. And I think that's why you have guys like Jay Crowder. So he can sit there and get in Isaac Jones' ear. We also heard that, like, when he got cut when he didn't make the team, he didn't get an invite to training camp. He had been around the team for a week or two, and him and Isaac Jones had exchanged numbers, and they were in communication the whole first half of the season while Jay wasn't on the team.
Yeah.
And that's who he is. He's being a good veteran leader, and the fact that he's not playing, it's not that big of a deal. You got Jake LaRavia, you got Keegan Murray. Yeah.
They're not a Jay Crowder away. They're not even a Markelle Fultz away. We know what Markelle Fultz is in the NBA. I would honestly rather see Devin Carter get those minutes.
At this point, yes.
Like, Devin Carter is a player who might play for you next year. Markelle Fultz, very likely not. So, anyways, I just wanted to address that because I feel like it's come up a couple of times and wanted to touch on it. All right. Some wild NBA stuff from last night. We've got, did you know the Major League Baseball regular season started? Yeah, I wouldn't blame you if you didn't. Another screw up from MLB. We'll talk about that. And the Kings, of course, have a big game tonight against the Cleveland Cavaliers, who lost last night. And we'll talk about that next. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
All right, my bracket's in. I went with Auburn.
Hey, same.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I might have gone with Auburn as well.
Okay.
Oh, shoot.
Okay, I know what I'm talking
just the
about.
Auburn boys?
We're all going to tie and win it all.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Oh, God, that'd be hilarious.
That would be awesome.
And we have to go to Lazy Dog together.
I would love that.
Share the $100 gift certificate.
I would honestly, that would be great. Get some apps,
that
get
would
some
be
drinks.
Amazing.
I'd have a blast.
We
can just do that anyway if you want.
Yeah, I'd prefer that regardless.
Isn't Lazy Dog like an ice cream spot?
What?
No.
Oh.
That's Leatherby's.
No.
Well, it's okay. But no, Lazy Dog's just like a restaurant.
It's like a restaurant bar.
That you can bring your animals to.
It's like Lazy Dog is like...
It's kind of like Yard House.
Yeah, it's like if Yard House was raised in the Midwest.
Yeah. There you go.
I'm going to have to look it up.
It's pretty good. I got the waiter one time. I just had turned 21 and I wanted to get a drink there.
Of course.
And I got great salesman. I signed up for a whole like beer club thing
Oh,
there.
that man, you got.
And it was at the time when I signed up, it was actually a good deal. Like
Right.
he's like, you get a 6-pack, you
Mhm.
get a tasting,
Yeah,
I got a whole flight. And then I tried to cancel it. And I realized I had been paying for beer club for like a year. And I only drank one time from there. So
Yeah.
right before I canceled it, I go, I'm gonna go get my 6-pack at least. So I went in there and got one more before
Smart.
I canceled it. And then I said, I need you to cancel this for me because
Yeah.
they weren't doing it. So
Dang.
got
Beer-
learned my lesson.
Beer clubs or things of that nature.
Never a good idea.
No, I like beer a lot. Like I
Same.
love a beer, but I'm at a point in my life where I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna have like a beer or two sometimes.
Yeah,
Unless it's a baseball game or whatever. And I'll have several.
absolutely. Oh yeah, we do space dust at the
But-
baseball game.
Buddy, come on.
Dude,
Let's go.
we're locked in today.
My buddy's bachelor party, we did San Diego, we did Petco Park.
Yeah.
And Elysian is one of the breweries they have there. Great beer selection at Petco.
Okay, cool.
And we'd already been, having a day, and then just double fisting tall cans of
Space dust. Absolutely.
was a knockout punch for your
Absolutely. Hey, you figure you're already spending that much money on the beer there, like you got to get the best bang for your buck, so.
boy. Facts.
I do remember there's at least one winery, and it just keeps going up in price. Like during the pandemic, we didn't ever go to the winery, so we show up afterwards and had 5 cases of wine like waiting for us. It had been so long.
Right.
They needed a hand truck to wheel out. Like they're like, oh, it's the hams.
It's you.
You're the one we've been storing all this wine for.
Clear out the office that's been taken up by your wife.
Absolutely crazy. Fill up a whole trunk. Like what?
We did Herringer, which is out in Clarksburg. Great spot. Salute to Herringer. Have a great time out there always. Wine's pretty good as well. And so we signed up for that and wound up. It sounds like a good idea when you're out drinking with your friends, because you're like, I'm going to drink so much wine. And then you wind up with 6 bottles of wine, and my wife doesn't also drink wine. So it's just me.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I got to get out to Amador County and get to some of the wineries up there.
Oh, they're great.
Yeah, that's what I hear. I've been to Napa. Livermore is right over the hill for me where I live out in the East Bay.
Mm-hmm.
So Livermore, really underrated wine country. If you're looking for something to do, I need to get out to Amador County because I've heard nothing but great things. Oh, I've been to Clarksburg as well. Obviously, shout out to Old Sugar Mill. But I've not been to Amador County.
I think you would like it. A lot of reds.
But
I know you, but also a lot of like a little bit sweeter reds.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I've always had a good experience up there. Yeah,
Nice.
it's good stuff.
We went to Santa Cruz. We went wine tasting in Santa Cruz one time. Me and the family, and we went to one. It's called Madsen Winery. Madson.
Okay.
Spelled the same as my last name. So had to go, right? Very drinkable, like light reds, and that's what a lot of the grapes up in that area in the Santa Cruz Mountains are going to be a lot lighter than what you find in like Napa. And so it was okay. We go next door to this other winery, and every single one of their reds was just like a dark burgundy that just punched you in the mouth. It was great. That's my kind of wine. I want to be a little uncomfortable while drinking my wine.
Yeah, you like the Zins.
You give me an old vine Zin.
Yeah.
Mm.
There you go.
I got to get up to Amador County. Maybe we'll do that soon. Last night in the NBA, no Kings, but they did lose ground on the Clippers and the Warriors. The Clippers, they might be about that life, man. They beat the Cavs 132-119. And I have no idea what their ceiling is. They're probably a first-round exit. I I would want no smoke with them if I was a 1 or 2 seed or 3 seed.
It's funny because that's the one competitive game the Kings played over that stretch. They lost in overtime. They probably should have won that game. But it's one of those things where I think we've all learned never trust the Clippers late in the season. Like the Clippers have a knack for looking great and having a ton of talent, and then they get to a certain point and they just fall apart.
So I would typically agree with you because that's what we saw last year, right? Like last year they were, let me find that because there was a point in the year where it's like, oh my God, the Clippers, they were 34-15. And from there went 17-16 the rest of the way. And that's exactly what you're talking about. They were 34-15. They were super mid to close the year, and then they lose in the first round in 6. But this year feels different because there hasn't been, for me anyway, they've not really been healthy all year. They just got Kawhi Leonard back. How many games has Kawhi played?
Not enough to qualify.
No, not even close. Kawhi Leonard has played 26 games. But he was out. He came back. It's not like he's came back and then missed a bunch of time and then came back and missed a bunch of time. Like he's just kind of back and he's easing his way in. And this year they were sitting at 32-29 and now they've won 7 out of 8. It feels more like they're playing their best basketball at the right time.
That's
and their parts are coming together at the right time.
Yeah.
More than, wow, look how good they are. Wait until this falls off the rails because everybody's going to get hurt. Like they dealt with that already. It's why they're an 8 seed and not battling for like a 2. Is they've just not been healthy. But man, James Harden's having a really effective year. I love what they've done with Derek Jones and Amir Coffey. They found a nice role for Chris Dunn. Ivica Zubac is just a freaking monster now. They just have a really, really high quality group of players. And then you see them play the Cavs and kind of, I don't want to say dominate, but really controlled most of that game. Really impressive stuff from the Clips, man. I think they might be for real.
Okay. I need to see it in the playoffs. Again, I do like Zubac. I think Zubac is very talented. He's getting better and better. Yeah. And that's absolutely spectacular to see a guy who's figuring it out in the league. And just a massive human being. Like that's a big dude.
He's listed at 7 foot 240. He plays bigger than that somehow.
Oh, I think he's much bigger than that. Like I don't believe he's 240. I like their addition of Bogdan at the deadline, and I think he can really pay dividends down the road. The Derek Jones Jr. pickup, he for a guy who averages 10.5 points per game, every single time he plays at Kings, it feels like he's a 15 point per game guy.
He is like who's a. Well, I have a name that comes to mind, but I'm not going to say it because of the market I'm in. Derek Jones Jr. is one of those guys when you look at you watch him play, the eye test doesn't match the numbers.
Yeah.
Every time you talk about playing the Kings, but even like he's averaging 10.5 points and 3.5 boards this year. And he shoots 36.3% from 3. I swear to God, I've never seen him miss a 3.
Yeah, every single time he plays the Kings, it's just money.
It's just, and he's going to score 15 points. He's going to have a couple steals.
They leave him open in the corner.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's just a baller, man. Shout out to him for carving out a role.
Yeah, that and they gave Terrence Mann a bunch of money, and then all of a sudden it looked like that money was going down a well. I mean, he was averaging 6 points per game for them, and just not really. I mean, he's very good defensively, but it was a lot of money for just 6 points a game. And it's what you're always worried about when you look at like, hey, how much are you going to have to pay Keon Ellis? And you love Keon Ellis when he's making $2.2 million per year. You might even love him at $9 or $10 million, but if all of a sudden like the contract that the man is about to start, he's at 15.5 next year, 15.5 and 16. And you're talking about a 28-year-old who is looking more and more like his career trajectory is Robert Covington, where he starts to fall off pretty quick. That's not great. But they were able to move off of that contract and go get Bogdan, and again, a matching salary roughly for Bogdan, but fewer years and just a really heady player. So
That's another reason I really like the Clippers this year, is because when you look at their lineup, it's a lot of James Harden for sure. But Kawhi Leonard, he's played 26 games. He scored 33 points last night on 12 of 19 from the field and 5 of 6 from 3. Just very Kawhi-ish. 7 boards, 4 assists, 4 steals, only a couple turnovers. A really solid player still. Not peak what he was. Ivica Zubac's obviously doing his thing. We talked about that. Norman Powell was damn near an all-star this year. His role has been diminished some by Kawhi's return. But then you get Chris Dunn. But then you get Bogdanovic. Can handle the ball and do stuff. And just make the right plays. Nicholas Batum, he's playing 15 minutes-ish a night. Just going to have the ball in his hands, make the right play. Even Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
Ben Simmons is not a guy who's going to go score the basketball, but like, man, if Ben Simmons in a playoff game has to run point for you, like, you know what? You feel okay about it.
Or if you run into a buzzsaw of a player, whether it's Shea or whether, it just depends on who you're going to have to match up against. I would love to have like the luxury of having a 6'10" rangy defender that can defend 3 positions. He might not be, it might be a player that sits out way too much, which he is. He has, whatever issues off the court and all that stuff. But when it really comes to just defending, he's still a great defender. And I would love to have that luxury hiding on your bench.
Yeah, 1000%, man. And that's why I'm just buying them a little bit more than I have in years past. Because like if Bogdan all of a sudden has to start a game for you in the playoffs, or James Harden's really struggling and Kawhi Leonard's got a knee thing, it's like, hey, you have to turn over the keys to Bogey for 10 minutes. All right. Like, that's fine. And they have a lot of guys who I really trust in a playoff series.
Yeah, I totally. And the thing is that when you look at Harden, right, when Harden steps off the court, you need a player that isn't James Harden, but plays like Harden. And that's Bogdanovic. Like he can manage a lot of things, but he just play style wise, he doesn't mind being like a heavy-handed dribbler who, facilitates and does all that stuff. So yeah, it's a good match.
Yeah, for sure. The Kings also lost ground on the 6th seed last night. Are we just writing the 6th seed off?
Yeah, 6 seed's over.
Okay, 6 seed's over. But Golden State 2 nights ago lost to / kind of got smoked by the Denver Nuggets with no Nikola Jokic, no Jamal Murray, and no Christian Brown. All the Warriors played, except for Brandon Podziemski. Then they turn around last night on the second night of a back-to-back, no Steph Curry, and they beat the mostly full-strength Bucks. Still no Bobby Portis.
That's weird.
I have no idea. It doesn't make any sense.
Man, I forgot Bobby Portis is out.
Yeah, just out.
25-game suspension, right?
The Bucks, yeah. Oof. So, the Bucks are just kind of the Bucks. Like, it's Giannis and Dame, and maybe you get some guys hitting threes. Maybe Taurean Prince has a big game or something, but they're going to go as far as Giannis and Dame take them.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, right?
I don't know how far that is. But I was watching the Warriors last night, and it was a really good example of what you and I talk about a lot with where the Kings' shortcomings are as a roster. Because the Kings right now have one pitch. And it is, hey, you're looking for Zach LaVine or Malik Monk or DeMar DeRozan or some combination of those 3 to get hot. And then every once in a while, somebody off the bench will knock down some shots, and you're hoping that it's enough to outscore the opponent. The Warriors last night just kind of turned that game into a rock fight because they didn't have Steph. And they don't, like, with no Steph on the court, like, they don't, like, it's why the Kings' game plan is to get the ball out of his hands. And there was a stretch in the fourth quarter that just was really, really glaring to me. They went 3.5 minutes Golden State did without scoring in what was like a 5-point game. They go 3.5 minutes without scoring. They held the Bucks to 5 points in that 3.5 minutes.
Well, that's
like
good.
That ability to just go, hey, we don't have enough offense right now. We don't have enough floor spacers. Buddy Hield is in the closing lineup. Buddy Hield, GP2, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Moses Moody, I believe, was their closing 5 last night.
Wow.
But they did that because they just go, hey, all right, hey, we can't score super effectively tonight, so we're just going to make sure that you don't score. And they did that with just a combination of role players, just throwing guys out there. You get a couple of savvy veterans. Draymond Green was awesome defensively on Giannis individually, but that ability to just go, all right, hey, we can't score tonight. We're making it this style of game then. I don't feel like the Kings can do that right now with their current roster makeup. And that's kind of, and again, we talk about this a lot, but it was just a on-court example of like, oh, this is where I feel this is the next step for Sacramento, is finding different ways to win games that go beyond hope one of these guys gets hot for a stretch.
Yeah, the Kings are almost entirely based off of what they can do offensively.
That's it.
Like if they're not good offensively, they don't have a shot at all.
Mhm.
And like we've seen it like play out again and again and again all the throughout the season. I mean, for a long time, it's like, hey, they're just getting outscored at the 3-point line by a ton.
Yeah.
They closed the gap on that for a long period. It's opened back up here over the last like 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, that 3-game stretch where they were minus 108 at the 3-point line was tough.
We figured it was like 36 points per game difference. Yeah, just like absolutely horrific, right?
Yeah.
Well, they've figured out some of that stuff. Do they still give up too many threes? Of course, they still give up too many threes. But that's kind of modern NBA basketball anyways.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that they can ever be built like what we're seeing with the Warriors. And for that matter, this is not to disparage Mike Brown or Doug Christie, but I think Steve Kerr has done just an absolutely tremendous job.
It's been really good this year.
Like I told you early in the season, it was all smoke and mirrors.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then he goes out and gets like a massive, major franchise-changing piece in Jimmy Butler.
Mm-hmm.
And they just instantly click and are way better.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just not the way it works most of the time.
Not supposed to.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how much, I don't know what the Lakers record is after the Luka Doncic trade. But I don't think it's nowhere near what we're seeing from the Warriors, and again, you can say, well, LeBron's hurt and stuff like that, but like what that's done for their team to open it back up and to all of a sudden run away with the 6th seed out of nowhere, like really, really impressive coaching job by Steve Kerr all season. Yeah. And again, like smoke and mirrors, I called their team smoke and mirrors early in the season. That just means you're doing a hell of a coaching job though.
Yeah. If you're an NBA coach on a regular basis, rolling out a 12-man lineup and being able to manage that.
Yeah, 12-man rotation, just boom, 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 boom. Like,
yeah,
that's really, really crazy. And what he did is he bought them wins early in the season.
Yep.
Sort of like waited until they had an opportunity to make a big move. When they made the big move, now they're not so far in the hole that they can't climb out.
Yeah.
They're right around 500 when they made the move. And now they're well over 500 and they're just kind of cruising.
Well, it's the opposite. It's the opposite of what the Kings ran into.
Yeah.
Where you drop some games early in the year where it's like, kind of needed to get that one.
Yeah.
Whereas Golden State stole some wins early in the year. So they started 12-3. And when they finished, before the break, they'd gone 12-3 and then they went 13-22.
Yeah. Not great.
But again, they had that buffer that got them to 500, like literally right at 500 at 25-25. So when they went on a roll, like, oh, hey, look, now they're climbing the standings. Now they're in the 60. Instead of, oh, shoot, we're 3 games below 500, 4 games below 500, but to just fight and scrap and claw to get back to that. That's when we harp on losses early in the year.
Yeah.
This is kind of why.
Well, and the Kings started, the 5-game losing streak leading to Mike Brown getting fired, put them 5 games under 500.
5 games. Jeez.
And then when Doug lost the first game against the Lakers, they were 6 games under 500. They were able to claw all the way back out of that. So the fact that they're still a game over 500, that means that Doug is 5 games over 500 as a head coach. It's pretty impressive. Well, no, 7 games over 500. It's pretty good.
This is a larger discussion than we have time for currently.
21-15.
I'm just in, bro. I've seen it. I've seen enough. Unless this crashes and burns real bad here, and they have 15 games left. If they go 5-10 over the next 15, and they're 39-43, and it's like, ooh, and they lose in the first play-in game, it's like, ooh, okay, then maybe we can reevaluate. But I don't think that's going to happen because I have enough sample size that I think Doug Christie is probably pretty good at his job. And I think that Doug Christie would probably be better at his job, once he has an entire offseason to get his own coaching staff and to kind of rethink what the Kings are doing offensively and defensively.
Mm-hmm.
And two, if you get a new GM in who can identify some of the real roster weaknesses and address those properly, I think if you dropped Doug Christie onto the Clippers roster today, I don't want to, this is not to disparage Ty Lue. This is a Doug Christie thing, not a Ty Lue thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Clippers are probably still really freaking good.
Oh, I think so too. And look at his bench. Like, he's got Jeff Van Gundy on his bench. Yeah. Like that. I mean, that is an NBA coaching staff right there. The Kings are down right now. They're down 3 assistants because Leandro Barbosa has been away from the team for a personal reason.
Man,
they're down 3 assistant coaches because you got Doug, then Luke Laux left.
Mm-hmm.
So when Doug got promoted, they didn't backfill his spot. So, and then Barbosa isn't with the team.
Jesus.
So you're looking at like, he's way down coaching staff wise.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not what it used to be, like the good old days where it was like Jerry Reynolds and 1 assistant and then a trainer that helped out a little bit, like fetched balls and stuff. Yeah. Wild.
Crazy how much it's all changed. I have a Giannis question for you when we come back. And of course, we have to look ahead to the Kings game tonight against the Cavs. Big game tonight for the Kings. But Damian said something yesterday, too, that I thought was really interesting during the handoff. And I want to dive into that when we look ahead to Kings Cavs tonight at Golden One Center. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is behind the glass. We're back in a second here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports.
Podziemski did play yesterday.
He did yesterday.
Yeah.
And a couple of big threes late.
Yeah, 17 points, 7 rebounds. Only 1 assist, but Jimmy Butler had all the assists.
I think Pods can play.
I think
just don't know what.
I think he's all right.
He's one of those guys that just does the right. He is in the vein of player, to me, the same vein of player as Jake LaRavia, but LaRavia has some athleticism and size that Pods doesn't.
Yeah.
But same vein of like, if he knocks down some threes, great. But for the most part, you're just hoping he's in the right spot.
Yeah.
Trying to make winning plays. Yeah, Kuminga was so bad last night.
I did not realize that Pat Spencer, I saw your tweet last night, that could Pat Spencer look any more like...
Pat Spencer could do 0 things to look more like a guy named Pat Spencer.
Did you know his brother is Cam Spencer, who plays in
Grizzlies?
Memphis? Yeah, I did not know that.
Yeah, UConn legend.
When you
do you know who's a big Cam Spencer guy?
Oh,
Jake Gaden. Loves him some Cam Spencer.
Well, because he's a UConn guy.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Jake, if you're listening or watching, text me, because I'm gonna text me or email so I can get you on this stream so we can talk about his whole UConn thing.
Okay.
I got not beef with Jake about this. I've got some questions. It's a good question by Mrs. Mac.
Not on the fly. Like this summer, like again, if Doug gets the head coaching job, Doug will be able to fill out his coaching staff from top to bottom. And I don't know who will be back, who won't. Like again, I really like most of their coaches right now. They have some really, really good dudes. That I just think, like not all of them will stay, because a lot of them are like they have ties to Mike Brown and not to Doug. But like Ricardo Foyce is hilarious. Like he is super fun to talk to. Jim Moran is absolutely spectacular. He comes in the locker room every day and like, where are our players? Why are they not in here talking to you guys? This is trash. We need to get these guys in the locker room. And so I totally dig him. Leandro Barbosa has always been a good dude. Jay Triano is super fun. Jimmy Alapek is awesome. And he has 2 little boys that come out and shoot. One of them is probably like 6 or 7 and hits one shot after another from all over the court.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, like little tiny dude.
Oh, yeah. That's so dope.
Barbosa is close with Doug, Secure, and Bagley. They traveled a lot with Domas together. So
that's got to be so fun.
Barbosa's also, he was a Mike Brown guy. They worked together with the Warriors, and he came over. But that doesn't mean he won't be back. Like when he returns to the team, the idea is for him to take on a front of the bench coaching job. When that happens, but
sick.
We'll see.
I'm joking, but I have some devastating news.
Oh.
The Astros' new uniforms are sick.
Oh.
These are dope.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Those are really cool.
Stros.
I like that it's a mix of like kind of the 90s era Astros uniform with the 70s.
Yeah.
Like J.R. Richard era uniform.
Okay.
That's tight. That's really cool. Salute to the Astros. That's, you know what?
Oh, mute the mic for a sec. Hello. Sorry.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hope everyone's having a good time filling out their brackets.
Mm-hmm.
Every year, I go, hey, I'm going to have a strategy this year. I'm going to figure, no. Sometimes I go, hey, just whatever team's better at shooting threes, I'm going to pick that team. And every once in a while, I'll be like, whoever's better at defense. And if you're better at both of those things, then, hey, you're going to make a run for me. But then sometimes I'm like, I'm going to do the Ken Palm rankings. And then I'm going to do ESPN Basketball Power Index. None of it matters. None of it ever matters.
Nope.
Eat Arby's. I don't know. Kings Cavs tonight. Is it better for the Kings that the Cavs lost last night? They've now lost 2 in a row. Do you subscribe to the idea that, oh, hey, maybe they're scuffling a little bit? Or they're going to be pissed and they're going to try and bounce back against the Kings on the second night of a back-to-back?
Well, I mean, like, look, if it was one loss and it was a bad loss, then I would say I don't like losing a bad loss, having that sort of moment. The way the Cavs have rolled through their season, I mean, they're 56-12. I mean, again, the Kings are 1 game over 500. The Cavs are 44 games over 500.
That's absurd.
This team is so good, but when you've had a season like this and you lose a game and then you lose another game, sometimes it can snowball and become like a 3, 4, 5 game losing streak just to get you recentered. The other thing is they're in coast mode. At least they should be.
Mm-hmm.
And they're a young team who hasn't been here before, right? So there's a possibility that they're going to let go of the rope just a little bit here and then get ready in the last couple of games of the season to kind of get ramped back up. But, 2 games ago, the Cavs had won 16 in a row. Like, so again, it's one of those things. When you win 16 in a row, sometimes you sputter a little bit after that first loss. And, they lost to the Magic. They lost to the Clippers, but they're on a 5-game, West Coast swing.
Mm-hmm.
Once they get past the Kings, they've got the Suns, the Jazz, and the Blazers. Like, this team is going to win 65 games without even trying, because it's Spurs, Pistons, Clippers. They still have another game against the Kings and the Spurs. They've got another game against the Bulls. Like, this is a team that has the potential to win high 60s.
Which is absurd. 56 wins by itself for the Cavs
Oh yeah.
would be the third highest total in Kings history. Just if the Cavs didn't win another game, and that's not to disparage anyone. 56 by itself is like, man,
Oh yeah.
a hell of a year.
Mhm.
And they're at 56 with 15 games left or whatever it is.
14
14
games left.
Man.
Well, that, and we joke they could still win 70. I mean, this team just won 16 in a row. There's nothing that says they can't win 14 in a row.
They have multiple
finish the season.
15-game win streaks this year.
It's wild.
It's insane.
Don't they have 2 15s and a 12?
And a 12.
Yeah.
Outrageous.
They are so incredibly good. And you think that they're a tough matchup for the Kings. For whatever reason, they haven't really beat up on the Kings the last couple of years.
Yeah,
So,
no. And maybe this year is different because they're playing, but I watched if you watched Clippers and Cavs last night and you watch Ivica Zubac just kind of be too big, which is weird because it's Evan Mobley and Jared Allen as their 4-5, just an insane defensive front court.
Yeah.
Just outrageous. And it just didn't matter. He's
just too big.
Yeah. And so you watch that and you go, okay, well, no Domas, but Valanciunas can kind of be a close enough facsimile to that, where okay, maybe you can just kind of bully them, and maybe that works. Maybe that's just why maybe the Kings are the tough matchup for the Cavs.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I'm really interested to see this year because the Cavs are just such a different team than they've been at any point in the last 2 years. And go ahead, sorry.
It's crazy. The Kings ran them. Oh, no. The Kings were run over by the Cavs last year in the second game, 136-110.
They beat them here, though, at Golden One, right?
Yeah, the first game was a 132-120 win by the Kings.
Yeah.
And again, it was early in the season, so
Mhm.
the Cavs really weren't who they were going to be. And the Kings had 4 guys score 20 points or more. So we'll have to wait and see what the Kings look like tonight.
Yeah.
And especially playing without Domas again.
The Cavs are a really interesting case study in like basketball discourse, because I think part of the reason when everybody tries to solve the NBA's quote unquote problems, right? I think part of it is ring culture, where nothing matters except for who wins the championship. And even then, if you didn't win the championship the way everybody thinks you should have won the championship, then does it really count? The Celtics were the best team in basketball all year last year.
They won by 12 games?
By so many games.
Yeah, that's what they were up on the Bucks by.
And then they cruised through the postseason, and it was not, wow, look how dominant the Celtics are. It was like, but everybody was hurt.
Yeah.
Instead of just celebrating. And I think the Cavs are running into the same thing. The Cavs are having this awesome year where, like you just laid out, there's a very real chance that they win in the mid to high 60s, which does not happen super often.
Nope.
It is really hard to win 64 plus games, 60 plus, really. And the discourse with the Cavs is, yeah, nice year, but I mean, so what? They're not going to beat Boston.
Well, that's what everyone thinks right now. They could beat Boston.
I definitely think they could.
Yeah.
But that's just, the Cavs are doing this thing that's really hard to do. They're having this amazing year. And every basketball podcast I listen to, everything I read on the internet is like, this is cute and all, but so what? It's not going to matter. All right, then what are we doing here? Then what's the point? What's the point of the 82-game regular season if nothing you do is going to matter? Golden State went 73-9 in the 2015-16 season, and they're frauds because they didn't win a Game 7 in the last game of the year.
They lost the championship.
They lost the championship, so 73-9 doesn't count. Like, man, like that's fine. Like that's what the culture of the sport is. But it's like, that's the problem. Is the Cavs are rolling in here at 56-12. They have played 68 games and won 56 of them.
That's so wild.
And we're going, like, can they do it in the playoffs?
Well, here's crazy. They lead the league in 3-point percentage at 38.7.
Good Lord.
They lead the league in 2-point percentage at 58.1. Here's an anomaly, though, Kyle.
Okay.
They're number 2 in overall field goal percentage, despite leading the league in both 3-point percentage and 2-point percentage, because I'm guessing that they've shot so many threes that it's impacted their overall field goal percentage to drop it down below. But yeah, I mean, this team scores 122.5 points per game. Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense to me. This math is hurting my brain. So hang on, stop. Forget the basketball analysis for a second. I want to talk math. How are you the best 3-point shooting team? There's nobody who shoots threes better than you.
Yep.
There's nobody that makes 2-pointers at a higher rate than you do.
Mm-hmm.
That means the two types of shots you can take, 2-pointers and 3-pointers.
Yep.
Nobody shoots either of those things better than you do.
Okay.
But there's a team in the association with a better field goal percentage than you?
Well, I'm going to guess that the team is a high 2-point field goal percentage team who takes way more 2-point field goal percentage, 2-point shots than threes. So the 2-point, again, they're shooting 58.1 from 2, and they're shooting 38.7 from 3. So that 38.7 drags down your overall. The more threes you shoot, the more your overall percentage goes down.
It's the Nuggets at 50.6%. They make 38.2% of their threes, but it's 32 attempts a game versus 41 for the Cavs.
Okay, so wait, what are they shooting?
The Nuggets are 50.6% from the field.
So it's not even close.
57.4% from 2, but they shoot 58 twos a game compared to 49 for the Cavs.
That's the difference right there.
I see.
Yeah, because the Cavs are shooting just 49.2. I mean, just 49.2. 49.2%, but they're like a full percentage point plus behind the Nuggets. That's wild. An overall field goal percentage.
Man.
Yeah, this is just a really efficient offense. They're do
awesome defensively.
Yeah, they're long, they're athletic. They've got wild scoring capabilities at the guard position. They went out and made a really interesting move at the deadline that's paid off big time when they got DeAndre Hunter, who, for whatever DeAndre Hunter is, he hasn't been able to stay healthy throughout his career. But now here he is shooting 48.6% from 3 for you.
He is so good in that role for the Cavs. He's averaging 14.3 points per game, which is his lowest total since 21-22. That's what he's averaging with the Cavs. You mentioned the 3-point percentage on 4.8 attempts a game, so decent volume.
Mm-hmm.
And he has an effective field goal percentage of 62.8. He's just 4 boards and assist.
Yeah.
Like they dropped this really good player who was probably miscast in Atlanta and went, hey, your numbers are going to go down, but you're going to be a way more effective player in this role for us.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And they got rid of like George Niang to do it. Like that's a heck of a way to upgrade, man.
They didn't want to pay, Atlanta didn't want to pay his salary moving forward. Yeah.
And the Cavs said, bet. Our bench just got a lot better.
I'd go over there and see if they want to get rid of Isaac Okoro. That's where I'm at. Under contract for 11 and 11.8 next 2 years.
If they want to, that's dude, and we can talk about that next. He's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil. We have a plan for the Kings this offseason, and we'll continue diving into their matchup with the Cavs tonight. He's James. Did I say everybody's name? All right, Joe, hit the button.
Ouch. Oh, this is never a good thing when Drew down.
What did Drew Down do?
Anytime Drew Down says James is spot on, that means I must have been way off base with something.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Let's see. Stars, the stars shine for you here. It's weird reading comments by Kings fans about imbalanced roster like it's easy to build in Sacramento. It's not as difficult as they make. Like having a balanced roster isn't as difficult as it is to have a talented roster. Like finding talent to come to Sacramento is not simple, right? But balancing a roster, come on now. You should be able to balance a roster. You should be able to
I
look
agree.
like the one season they walked into training camp with 5 centers that were all under contract, that were all going to make the team. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Then you go into another season like this year where you had one guy who was basically 6'8" that could play the 3 and the 4. It's just
Yeah, it's a problem.
Bronson, that's a good question. Does Mike Brown have a shot at landing a head coaching gig this offseason? I think so. Like,
If JB Bickerstaff can keep getting jobs, Mike Brown can keep getting jobs.
well, that and Mike Brown might just go be an assistant for the next 10 years, 15 years and make $2.5 million, $2 million a year or whatever.
Yep. And
just be like, oh, I'm good. I mean,
Mhm.
he just got paid out. Well, he's going to get paid out like 8.5 next year and 8.5 the year after that. I would also keep an eye out for the San Antonio Spurs.
Yeah, big time.
Like, Mike is a big time pop guy, and they have had some like really, really like close moments together over the last 25, 30 years. Like, they are very close. And if Pop is not able to come back and coach, I would not be surprised to see Mike Brown end up there. With De'Aaron Fox, with Harrison Barnes. Although, what's Harrison Barnes' contract? Is he out of? I think his contract is up. Be interesting to see how much Harrison Barnes made over $200 million. Oh yeah, he has a. He makes $19 million next year. Yeah, he'll be at 220 after next season. Whew.
Who's that?
Harrison. 220 million in Harrison Barnes' hands. I bet you he has more money than that.
Oh, you know my guy's been investing. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're hanging out with you till noon, then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. Appreciate everybody listening on ESPN 1320 AM. Maybe you're on the free Odyssey app. Maybe you're on YouTube and Twitch at youtube.com/ESPN 1320, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. If you are right now, please hit the little thumbs up button on YouTube. We would appreciate the heck out of that. And if you don't subscribe to the channel, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and do that right now. You don't have to pay anything. You just subscribe, and then when we go live, it'll put it at the top of your YouTube page. Just makes it easier for you.
I sent you an alert.
Help us help you.
That's right.
And hit the little notification bell. You get told when we go live. It's great. It's the best. You brought up asking the Cavs about Isaac Okoro. And to me, that's what this offseason needs to be about for the Kings. Memphis just gave away Jake LaRavia. For the I mean, for in
basketball terms.
Basketball terms. Yeah, thanks. Just give him away. I would be calling every team. This is what Howie Roseman with the Eagles does. Howie Roseman, from what I've understood, he just calls teams about their good players. Like, he might call the 49ers and be like, hey, will you take a second round pick for Fred Warner? And they go, well, no. And he goes, okay.
Thanks.
But sometimes you just run into one where you go, hey, is such and such available? And they go, yeah. And you go, oh, how about this? And they go, okay. And it's just like, so if it's Isaac Okoro, or if it's, and it wouldn't shock me if Cleveland is like, no, we're keeping this band together because we were going to win 60 plus games and we don't want to, that's fine. But if Isaac Okoro's available for like a couple of second round picks or something,
Yeah.
sure. Like, why not? I would just call every team, find their glue guys, find their switchable defenders, find their energy guys who maybe only played 12 or 15 minutes a night, and just go start loading up in that area, building around Zach LaVine, building around Domantas Sabonis, and we'll get to the offseason combo later. But you just mentioned Isaac Okoro. It's like, yeah, dude, if they want to ostensibly give him away, go make the call.
Oh yeah,
and they probably don't, but doesn't hurt to make the call. Doesn't hurt to ask.
They might though, because
they're in town.
They're going to be up against a salary cap situation moving forward. You know, you've got the huge contract for Donovan, but you're going to have to pay Mobley.
Didn't Darius Garland just get paid too?
Yeah. And again, the money that you took on when you traded for DeAndre Hunter, he makes 23.3 and 24.9. That might mean that you need to clear out a little bit of money. Like Darius Garland goes up to 39.4 million next year.
Yeah.
Donovan Mitchell's making 49. You got Jared Allen on this stupid low budget contract.
Yeah.
I mean, makes 20 million next year, and then it jumps to 28, 30, 32. But the big one is Evan Mobley's contract jumps from 11 million this year to 38.7 next year. And then 41.7, and then 44.5. So like next season, they're at 210 million right now. So yeah, chances are they would take pennies on the dollar for Isaac Okoro, who's making 11 million, because that 11 million, you shave that 11 million, all of a sudden they're at 199. That's going to put you close to the luxury, to the second apron. But you might be able to like trim and get under that second apron pretty quickly if you make moves like that.
This is going to be our new fun game to play whenever a team when with the team the Kings are playing. We're just going to go through their roster and see what players they might just give away.
Hey, I would.
Oh, they also had to trade Karis LeVert. That's right. Karis LeVert went in the DeAndre Hunter trade too.
They would give up Max Strus. Almost like, I'm not sure that you want him, but
yeah, Max Strus, Isaac Okoro.
Those are contracts that teams that have that kind of top heavy salary, they just can't afford anymore. So yeah, Max Strus, 29 years old, shoot the 3 ball.
You see Okoro's up to 37.2% from 3 this year?
Yeah, for his career, he's like 36.5 or something. Like he's solid, like 3-and-D guy. He still has incredible
good
athleticism.
Athlete, yeah.
He's 6'5", so he's an undersized small forward, but he's a big.
He plays bigger than that.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Oh, Okoro shot 39.1 last year. Holy smoke.
Yeah. Which is why they gave him money.
Yeah.
Because he was a free agent forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you could acquire him with like a mid-level exception, which is how the Kings got Jonas Valanciunas.
Interesting.
You also, actually, the Kings have a trade exception. They have a $16 million trade exception from the Kevin Huerter trade. You go get a player using that. You're going to have to be cautious because the Kings are in the same situation everybody else is, where you're above the luxury tax. I mean, you're below the luxury tax, but you're above the salary cap. But you can maneuver pretty well.
Is this, just while we're on the topic, getting ahead of ourselves, but whatever. Do we think DeMar DeRozan's back with the Kings next year?
I'm going to guess he's not.
I'm operating under the assumption he's going to be moved.
Yeah, like if I were to, like, it really does depend on who's running the team, right?
Yeah, good point.
Like, so I do think, though, if you're looking at like ultimate team building, you've got to make some difficult decisions here.
Sure.
And one of them is, can you go out and find a player who's under contract for multiple years that's younger, that's considerably younger, that maybe doesn't fit where he is anymore? And can you move DeMar DeRozan? Because DeRozan he's under contract at like 24.6 for next season, but then he has a team option for the next year at like 25.6,
right,
with a $10 million buyout. So there will be a team out there that says, yeah, I'll give up a 2-year, $55 million player for a 2-year, what amounts to a $35 million player and take a step back. I think you can move him. Plus, we talked about this. If the Kings give up their draft pick, which as of today, they would give up their draft pick, it goes to Atlanta, right? It's top 12 protected. But when they give that up and you hit July 1st, the Kings have a 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. So 7 of their own draft picks. One of those is a pick swap in 31. But then you have an additional first-round pick in 2027 and an additional first-round pick in 2031. So the Kings will have 9 first-round picks to play with. And they did restock some of their second-round picks. Plus, when you give up your 2025 first-round pick to Atlanta, that instantly takes the hold off your 26 and 27 second-round picks.
Ah, right. Yeah.
Because those are the consolation, right?
If it doesn't convey this year.
If it doesn't convey this year and it doesn't convey next year, it dissolves into 2 second-round picks. If it does convey, all of a sudden you have your 26 and 27 second-round picks. So the Kings would be stocked up there as well. And so financially, the Kings aren't in the best spot ever when you look at all their salary cap and stuff. But they do have a ton of draft capital moving forward. And so, yeah, I don't think this has to be a full teardown and rebuild. I know we've seen that. It's been on a rundown for a couple of days. Like, there are a lot of fans clamoring for just a complete teardown. There's a way to do this without doing that, without just blowing the whole thing up.
Yeah. Yeah. And it feels very 49ers-ish, right? The 49ers are doing a little bit what we're talking about the Kings doing. A little bit different because the sports just work differently. But San Francisco right now is trimming some of the fat off their roster, just some of the financial fat off their roster, and keeping their core pieces together. And they're trying to figure out what their next core is going to be as they move forward and stay competitive through that process. That's what we're talking about the Kings doing.
Yeah.
Because what's their core right now? If you had to say, hey, what's their core for the next 5 years?
Well, you would hope that it's Domas, hoping that he doesn't say, a good one. Get me out of here.
No, that's right. As of today,
it's
Domas.
You're hoping that Keegan Murray signs an extension this summer.
Sure.
After that, I don't know.
Malik?
Maybe. I mean, you have Malik under contract for another 2 years plus a player option for the third year. I think he'll be here all 3 of those years, to be honest with you, unless they trade him. But like on paper, I think he's still part of the core. And then you have to figure out Zach LaVine. Like there might be a way to work with Zach LaVine. Like Zach LaVine he just turned 30, right?
Yep.
He's under contract next year, $46 million. And then the following year, he's under contract at $49 million, but it's a player option. There's a possibility that you could say, hey, how about we do something like tear up your $49 million and we do like a 3-year $120.
Yeah, it's cheaper, but more security.
Yeah. So we'll give you $40 million when you're 32, 33, 34. Maybe that's a bad idea. But
are we counting Zach LaVine then as part of the core?
I think you have to because of the way they looked at him when they traded for him.
Right. So, okay. I would agree with you. That's not good enough. That's what I don't think the fact that I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. The fact that we don't know for sure, like, okay, this is the core they're building around. That's an issue. So that's what you have to figure out over this next offseason. Or really over the next kind of, I guess, 15 games, you have to figure it out. But then in the offseason, who are you moving forward with? Who are you building around? What are you building around? If you have no plan to build around Domantas Sabonis, then like, all right, maybe you got to move him. If that's not in your long-term plan, like, all right, it sucks. It's going to be really hard to build to stay competitive while trading a player of that caliber, but might be what you have to do.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, you're at a very, very weird spot when it comes
Extremely weird.
Yeah, a very strange spot when it comes to like what your overall build is going to be. And that's where, again, if you can go out, you have to make the first decision that has to be made is, are Monty and Wes moving forward with the team? That's the biggest thing, because if Monty and Wes are moving forward, then it's clear, that Doug Christie will likely get an extension and all that stuff, right? And then we're going to have a build from where they are today. if you replace Monty and Wes with whoever,
Mhm.
they're going to want a major say in how they would reinvent this team. And so it just really becomes like, are you going to bring someone who loves to build through the draft? Are you going to bring in someone who has ties all over the league and maybe can get some of these deals done that you
Sure.
haven't been able to get done?
Mhm.
Maybe they even can do it without putting every single one of your players on the trade block for all the whole season.
Yeah.
So there are different ways in which this thing could be built, but that's the first decision. It's like, who's going to build this
Mhm.
thing? And until you know that, it's really difficult to see the path forward. Again, 9 first-round picks and a bunch of second-round picks over the next 7 seasons. That's a lot of draft capital.
Yep.
If you just say, hey, we're just going to build this thing, we're going to plug some holes and we're going to keep moving along, but
Mhm.
we're going to keep most of our draft capital intact. And then in 2027, have 2 first-round picks
Mhm.
and just keep building that way. That's a distinct possibility as well.
Yeah.
I think the one draft where Vlade had 3 first-round picks. They ended up having 3 first-round picks, and then in addition, they had like the second pick in the second round. So the 2017 draft, they were able to completely bring in all of these prospects in 1 year. But again,
Mhm.
that was it wasn't even Vlade. That was Scott Perry. Scott Perry ran the draft that year for the Kings. He was there for like 3 months, but he ran that whole draft process. Of course, De'Aaron was Vlade's pick. He loved De'Aaron,
Mhm.
but the rest of that draft was, it was someone else that helped develop that team. So I would like to see what they do this offseason. And again, it starts day 1 of the offseason. Who is going to run this team? And if
Mhm.
it's going to be these guys that have been running, we're, again, just went through a very traumatic season.
Sure.
But if it's Monty and Wes that are sticking around, then it's totally different than if they're changing the front office and
Mhm.
starting over again.
Sure.
Because then the pathway forward is going to be that person's pathway.
Man. A lot of that, and I guess that's where, like, when we were talking with Damien during the handoff yesterday, and we talked about how it's just evaluating game to game for the Kings, not getting too high or too low based on one performance, because they've been pretty inconsistent in this. Like, I totally agree with that when it comes to this season in a vacuum, but when it comes to next season and what this all looks like moving forward, like that inconsistency is a problem. And I think trying to find, like, when you just kind of zoom out and look big picture with this, again, we'll evaluate game to game, but when you kind of zoom out and look big picture with this, so much of the rest of the season is, okay, is this guy part of this moving forward? Is this guy a valuable asset moving forward?
And it's
I think
weird
that's
because
where
it's every single person. Is it a
everyone,
player? Is it a coach? Is it a front office? Who is it? You're reevaluating everything, and we don't even know who's evaluating that.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah. Man.
Interesting stuff.
Going to be fascinating. We'll, of course, have it covered here for you on ESPN 1320. How do the Kings get a win tonight? MLB does more dumb stuff, and this Giannis question I was thinking about last night. We'll get to all that here in the final half hour. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's riding with us. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Man, 40 times are so dumb.
40 times?
Yeah.
What was your best 40 time?
Bad. I don't know. I was very slow.
I think we had this question before. You were a catcher. It's expected.
Yeah.
Can
It was
we
not
please,
a fast guy.
Can I do a 40 in the parking lot soon? I would love to time that.
Yeah, man.
We could do. We
Joe
might
can
be able
run
to
a
do
40
a
and I'll
40.
drink a 40.
We might
Oh,
be able to
dude,
do a 40
for 40
inside.
You think?
That would be hilarious.
Yeah, I think
Kevin
so.
does it every day.
That's a great point.
So-
Kevin does do a 40. Can you beat Kevin?
Hang on, I'm gonna go check. I don't. Is that? You think that's?
I think you can get 40 yards.
I feel like there's a wall in there somewhere.
No, you might have to make a little bit of a
I might have to
twist.
run a little diagonally.
I think I would tear something if I if I tried to do a 40 right.
I honestly think if I ran a 40 up and down in this office, nobody would even blink an eye. I really don't think people would even care.
We would just tell everybody because that's a weird thing. I don't know. We're talking about you guys, the Jake LaRavia thing. The only thing the Kings can do is offer him $5.1 million. They can give him a 2-year deal. I think it has to be a 2-year deal, but the second can be a player option.
We'd have to move some plants, but it can definitely be done.
It can be done. Okay.
Taking all bets.
I'm in. I was fast when I was young. Like I was. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
I like to think I'm quick-ish.
Yeah.
I'm known as one of the faster guys when I played softball. So
even
I don't know.
Back problems in high school, my best was a 4.7. I ran a 4.7, but again, I had just grown. Like like I might have been able to get a little bit faster than that, but yeah. Everyone keeps saying like Jake LaRavia is gone, and Jake LaRavia, like he's been super fun for the Kings, but I just want to point out that, like, with the Kings, Jake LaRavia in 18 games is averaging 5.4 points per game in 18.6 minutes, and he's shooting 36.6. He's providing almost a steal per game, 2.8 rebounds. Those aren't numbers that just go, oh my gosh, he's getting $7 million. The one thing that I would say, okay, there's two things. First of all, Jake LaRavia's experience in Sacramento. He's having a great time because he did not have a great experience in Memphis. The downfall for him though, is that he just came from a state that doesn't have state income tax in Memphis, and so he has California taxes getting pulled out now, and he's a California kid, like he was born in California. So, anyway, I think the Kings have a fighting chance. I don't think that there's going to be a team that comes in at, even if a team comes in like 6 million. What's the difference between 5.1 million and 6 million when you know in Sacramento you have a defined role and you're going to get playing time and the fans love you? That's not enough to say I'm leaving. And if he opts out of the second year of his contract, the Kings would then have Larry Bird rights for him. So realistically, we're looking at 1 year of a contract here in Sacramento. So I don't know.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James is there. Joe Brazil's here. I'm Kyle. Did you know? We'll get to Kings keys to victory tonight here in a second. Did you know that the MLB regular season began already?
No.
Two games have been played already.
It's just, those aren't real games.
The Dodgers and Cubs. Now, this is not taking a shot at the Major League Baseball World Tour thing where they open their season in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
It's super fun. They played some games some exhibitions against Japanese teams, and then the Cubs and Dodgers played 2 games in Tokyo. Those games are at 3 a.m. Pacific time, I believe they started. 3:30 a.m. Pacific time, which is insane. The Dodgers are 2-0. The Cubs are 0-2. Here's the problem, though. They did a bad job of letting everybody know when this all began.
Mm-hmm.
And when the regular season actually began. But then they time this where these two teams now have to come back and play some spring training games. And I know this has happened before. I've just not had a radio show to bitch about it before. So here we go.
Okay.
This is asinine scheduling. What are they doing? This is a really cool opportunity. If you've not watched games in Japan, go peep some highlights from Cubs and Dodgers. Just the atmosphere is incredible.
Mm-hmm.
It is so much fun. And they bury it under March Madness, the end of the NBA season. What else do we have going on right now? NFL free agency is going on. They have spring training games happening, then exhibition games in Tokyo. And then, oh, hey, by the way, West Coast fans, at 3:30 a.m., the Dodgers and Cubs are going to play a couple of times. Those games are going to count. Then they're going to come home, and then the games aren't going to count for a little bit. But then they're going to count again in like a week and a half. Like, man, what?
That's my concern. Like, if you're going to do this, why do they have to be regular season games?
That's it.
Nobody in Japan really cares. You're getting to see the players. You're getting to see them
it's a showcase.
compete against each other.
Yes.
Yeah, like why not just, let them have expanded rosters and let everybody play. Not everybody has to play, but
make it a spring training atmosphere.
Yeah, do what European soccer comes to America every summer.
Mm-hmm.
And you can go to like UC Santa Barbara last year had like Dortmund against Man U.
Right.
Like incredible. And
Yep.
for the first like 15, 20 minutes, you get to see some of their stars, not all of them.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you get to see a bunch of their mid players. And then all of a sudden you get to, at the end, you're seeing a bunch of their academy kids,
Mhm.
right? But still, you're getting to see Manchester United. You're getting to see Dortmund. You get to buy the jersey. You get to buy the scarf, like all that stuff.
Yep.
And the game doesn't count for anything,
Mhm.
but you get to see a lot of good, cool stuff where fans are excited.
Mhm.
I don't understand why they're not just doing that.
I don't quite know either. I guess you want to make it regular season. You want people to pay attention, and that's fine. Then you can't do it in the middle of spring training. You have to make that like, okay, spring training's ending early this year.
Mm-hmm.
The games are ending early. You can keep doing workouts and stuff and inter-squad scrimmages or whatever, but the games are ending early because Cubs-Dodgers is happening, and that's the official start of the regular season. And then maybe they come back, and now maybe they get a couple days off because of jet lag or whatever. They get some time off while the real regular season starts for everyone else. If you want to do it that way, do it. That's fine. If they need to be regular season games in Japan, fine. Burying them the way they do is just crushing and torpedoing an opportunity for a really, really cool event.
Mm-hmm.
To showcase like Major League Baseball opening day for the A's this is not the case, but follow me. The A's is this week. It's March 21, and Cubs and Dodgers got the week kicked off with 2 games on Monday and Tuesday, or Tuesday and Wednesday. A's open their season on Friday. That's the rest of the league then starts Friday. Do it that way, but doing it where, and again, this is how they've done it for years, and they need to knock it off. Opening your regular season, then having the teams who did the regular season. Can you imagine in the NBA having a team go overseas and they play a couple of games that count, and then they come back and play their preseason games?
No, not preseason.
That's outrageous.
Yeah.
That's so dumb. NFL. Oh, hey, Niners and Packers. You're going to open in, where'd the Packers open last year? Brazil. You're going to open in Brazil. You're going to play each other, and then you're going to come back and you got your preseason games. Like, I'm sorry, what? That's silly. It's so silly. And it undercuts what should be. And MLB promotes it and stuff, and I get it, but they undercut it by now we're turning on baseball. And it's like, oh, baseball counts now? Nope, spring training. They're still in Surprise, Arizona.
Yeah, it's
it doesn't
bizarre.
make any sense, man.
Yeah, it's totally bizarre.
Every MLB trips over itself at every freaking turn. And it sucks because there is a really good opportunity here to make it, like, blow this out. Hey, here's his MLB regular season begins. Opening day is now.
Yeah.
It's like, but it's not.
Yeah, I also think you could do like home run derby. Just make it an all-star game.
Yeah, do that. Cut. Make the all-star game in Tokyo.
Oh.
That's
that.
actually a great idea.
If you wanted,
There you go.
sure.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I just,
You'd have to have like an all-star week.
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Take a break.
What
in
is
the
it
middle
now?
Of the
Like
summer. Who cares?
3 days? All-star.
Yeah,
I think so
it's
because
not
they have
long.
like the rising stars and everything too.
Yeah,
so.
it's not a long break.
Well, that would be interesting. Plus, I think players would love it. Like,
yeah, would
everyone gets a trip to China or Japan, like to go play.
And would anybody, I'm a huge baseball fan. We're all huge baseball fans here. If there was just no baseball for a week in July, like
there's
cool.
no
Get a little-
EPL games for 2 weeks right now. They're
Hmm.
on international play. There's no European soccer going on.
The NHL just did a whole 4-team challenge or 4 nations face-off or whatever it was called.
Oh yeah.
It took a bunch of time off from the regular season for it.
Yep.
It has been done before. MLB needs to do better. That's all. A's regular season opener, home opener, March 31. Next Monday. No, 2 Mondays from now. Right? 2
Something like
Mondays
that.
from now? 31st? Yeah, 19th. Yeah. 2 Mondays from now. Can't wait. A's, Cubs, Sutter Health Park. Going to be a good time. Tonight, though, the Kings play the Cavs, Golden One Center.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get to our keys to victory for the Sacramento Kings tonight against the Cleveland Cavs. I feel so good about my keys tonight.
Yeah, I don't know if I love my keys, but my keys are the keys it should be.
Let's here. I'm gonna flip some of mine to match yours.
Okay.
You go first.
My first key, don't turn the ball over.
Yep.
Like, when this team doesn't turn the ball over, they're actually really good.
Mhm.
That just means your offense is working, and it's not going to be easy because Domas is out, but
Mhm.
make the easy pass. Again, I think last game we saw, I think it was both Zach LaVine and, Zach LaVine, Malik Monk, and DeMar DeRozan all had like egregious turnovers in like
Mhm.
weird spots.
Mhm.
Like, cut that out.
Yeah.
Like, don't go into a triple team. How about that? How about you don't do that?
Yeah.
Like, don't just run into a triple team with a guy who is the odds-on favorite to win Defensive Player of the Year right now. Just saying. I don't know. Like,
Sure.
and maybe if you do that, maybe one of your fellow teammates will yell at you on the bench. Maybe that will happen. And I'm here for all of that. So don't do that tonight.
Yeah.
Make the easy pass.
Yeah.
Keep it simple, stupid.
If you're gonna dribble into a triple team, have a plan for it.
Yeah.
Do it with something in mind.
Well, the something in mind should be if there's one of me and 3 of them, that means there's 2 of my teammates that are wide open.
Yeah, we're playing 4-on-2.
We are. So where are the other teammates, and
Yeah.
how can I find them, and how can I get a better shot?
The other thing, and we always joke about turnovers as a key because like that could be every game. But with this in particular, you mentioned the Kings, and when they don't turn the ball over, they're just better offensively.
Mhm.
I think there's a distinction here because any offense is going to be better when you don't turn the ball over.
Yeah.
But the Kings their margin for error is very small. And when you start getting up 17, 18, 19 turnovers, we just talked about this earlier. They don't have like another pitch they can throw where they're going, hey, we're turning the ball over right now, but we're going to turn the faucet off on defense. And maybe we turn it over 3 possessions in a row, but you know what? They're going to score 2 points in those possessions.
Oh, yeah.
There's a real chance that turns into a 10-0 run if the Kings turn it over on 3 straight possessions. So I think against this Cavs team in particular, where they are just so effective offensively, turnovers are imperative tonight.
So even if we go back to Monday's game, right?
Yeah.
We go back to Monday's game where the Kings, what are they ended up with a couple, let me think. Let's see, turnovers on the night. They forced 17. They ended up with 12 turnovers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And again, some of those turnovers came in like very bad spots.
Sure.
But they had 11 steals for the game. And Memphis allowed them. Memphis was sloppy with the ball, but the Kings were super aggressive. 9 of those steals came in the first half. So the rest of the game, we think, in that game, the Kings were super aggressive defensively. They're like, they figured it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get to the second half, and Desmond Bane just busted them up.
He was
like,
really good in the third quarter.
Yeah, they did not figure out how to stop one player. So we've seen this team go into like the defensive scheme where they're only concentrating on one player, right? And to be honest with you, they probably should have done it in that game. Like Desmond Bane was spectacular, but for me, it's that the second half, the Kings gave up 30 points to Desmond Bane. He shot 10 of 16, 5 of 5 from 3, got to the free throw line for 5, but they didn't force the same amount of turnovers. Memphis figured it out in the second half. They had 17 total turnovers, 5 in the second half. The Kings stopped being aggressive defensively in the second half. They can't have that. They have to be aggressive, especially with Domas out. They have to be super hyper aggressive like the entire game.
Yeah, they need to be a good defensive team, not, oh, hey, there's a flash of defense here and there. Yeah, I'm right there. Number 1 for me. I don't think did I give you a ding last time?
No, you didn't. It's okay.
Bad. All right, number 1 for me. You need the bench guys to do it again.
Oh, yeah.
You've had a really good production from your bench with Keon Ellis and Jake LaRavia. Trey Lyles has had his moments. You've gotten good Devin Carter minutes recently, particularly the other night against Memphis. You need that again. The Cavs are super deep. And if you go out and you try and go, yeah, our starting 5 with no Domas is going to go out there and carry us, I don't think that's going to work out. You need your bench guys to be good, not only offensively, but to be defensive pests. The way they have been, creating extra possessions, just doing all those little things, and then also tacking on some scoring.
Yeah. If you can get the bench rolling again, that would be huge. And it's got to be all of them. You know, I think that's the biggest thing from the win the other night. It was a team win. So
number 2, we're on the same wavelength there.
Yeah, you got to defend the 3. This is a number 1 3-point percentage team in the league at 38.7. They also shoot 41.3 threes per game, and they hit 16 made threes. So they're scoring 48 points from 3 tonight. And the Kings, it's been something that's plagued them all season long, but specifically over the last handful of games where they've really struggled. The one thing is the Kings scored, hit 23s last game. So they gave up 13, but they hit 20. So it like they won that battle, but it's so few and far between where they're winning that battle.
Yeah. And that's my key is right there with you. You just got to win the math on threes. They're going to put them up, and they're going to they have good shooters. Yeah. Chances are they're going to make them. You're not going to beat them with mid-range 2s. It's just because it is a math problem. So tonight, the focus for me offensively, if I'm the Kings, is we always joke about like sprays. That has to be it tonight.
Oh yeah.
Not every possession. Most of your possessions have to end in a look from 3. Just if you're going to keep up, because if the Cavs are putting up 48 threes and making 18 or 19 of them, and you're putting up 28 threes,
yeah, you're cooked.
The math does not work.
No. I mean, man, this season, the Kings are 30th in 3-point percentage allowed. You know what their 3-point percentage allowed is?
I don't.
Okay, so we got 38.7 is the number 1 shooting team in the league, right? In the Cavs.
Oh, no.
The Kings are allowing 38.3% from 3 on the season.
So every team is like the number 2 shooting 3-point team in the league.
Yes. Yeah. Like they're very close to the number 1 3-point. Yeah. So not good. Although we did have that issue early in the season where they're giving up 15 makes and they're only hitting 10, right? So they had like a 15-point deficit from
like
start.
Every night.
They're down to a 2-3 make deficit. So 6
points. That's good.
Yeah, you can at least survive that, which, you know, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But yeah, they got to figure it out.
The Cavs are too good. I don't think you can survive it tonight.
No, the Cavs, and they come in waves. Like every dude who comes in the game hits threes,
it's
except for Jared Allen. Yeah,
he just hangs out.
Oh, he's like, I'm not shooting that.
Did we talk about the Jared Allen defensive 3-second thing on the radio?
Yeah. Oh, no.
Did we talk about that at a break?
Oh, I'm not sure. Yesterday we talked about it a little bit.
Anyways, if you've not seen it, root for Jared Allen to get a defensive 3 seconds tonight, because he does a primal yell and a celebration with a fist pump that you can hear throughout the stadium.
That's amazing.
It's incredible. It's such a good bit. I like it so much. Number 3, we're on the same wavelength again. Go ahead.
Yeah, be the team with fresh legs.
Yeah, mine is pace.
Yeah.
Same deal. And the Cavs play with a lot of pace, but they are deadly in the half court.
Mm-hmm.
When you start letting their defense get set, you start letting their offense get set. I think you just got to muck it up.
Yeah, I agree. Like for me, this is a tired team. They had a big game last night. They've lost 2 in a row. You've got an opportunity here. Be the team that looks fresh. Again, it doesn't matter if Domas is playing or not. You just got to go play.
Yep. Yeah. I'm right there. And along those lines, that's where, like we've talked about Trey Lyles and inconsistency this year.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get some burn at the 5. And you get a good version of Trey Lyles.
Yeah, he's got to be big.
Yeah. Can't wait. The Cavs are fun. It'd be a really good one. That we if the Kings are going to make some kind of run at the 8 seed, it's going to involve winning games like this.
Yeah.
Where the Cavs are a really tough matchup, but you know what? They're on the second night of a back-to-back.
Well, and you need to, if you can beat them up quick, you're on the first night of a back-to-back. You got a game tomorrow against the Bulls.
Man.
You got to figure this thing out right now.
Yeah, no doubt. All right. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the 1s and 2s. We got the handoff. One of D. or KC. I think it's a KC day. Is coming in. I'm saving my Giannis question for the handoff.
Oh, sweet.
I have a Giannis thing that I would like to debate with everybody right here on ESPN 1320, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, Sacramento Sports Center. See, like Alabama State, the ESPN saying that's their first NCAA tournament win. No, it's not. It's not. They won the play-in to get into the tournament. Maybe I'm just a pain. Man. Draymond was so good against me, man. That was wild.
Defensively, yeah.
Yeah, especially after getting punked by Aaron Gordon. I thought for sure Giannis was going for like 50.
Rust Dog, I'll answer. I just don't like Steve Kerr is coached really well this season. Again, I think he's been spectacular. But you got Houston at number 2 in the Western Conference. So I'm gonna put, again, their head coach way up high. You've got Cleveland with a new head coach in Kenny Atkinson. And I know he took over a good team, but now they're great. That's different. I'm going to put him well above Steve Kerr. So I'd put at least Emi Udoka and Kenny Atkinson well above.
Hey, I don't mean to change the subject, but I saw somebody in the chatty house mention this earlier, and it just scrolled across my timeline. Did you see the USL is doing relegation?
No.
Yeah.
So you can now get relegated from the USL?
It's USL Division 1. That's their
where
top
the Kings are.
division.
I mean the
Republic.
Republic. Yeah, Sac Republic.
Then there's the USL Championship. That'll be Division 2. And then there's USL League 1, which is Division 3.
Oh.
And so there's going to be promotion and relegation within that.
That's brilliant because that's
this is great.
Yeah, this is how you become better at soccer.
Yep.
As a country.
Yep.
Like you've got to have multiple layers. It can't just be either you're in the USL or you're in the top tier, in the MLS, or you're nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just do it at the top. Well, when the segment starts. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think, like, you guys are mentioning other coaches. I don't think there's another coach. You could Mark Dagnall, you could certainly put up there, right? For coach of the year. But I think he's already won it. me see.
Didn't he win it last year?
He was a 23-24 NBA Coach of the Year. But he's had a team that's been building towards this. Again, they won 57 games last year when he won, again, Coach of the Year. And then this year, they're going to win 60, probably 63. 60, they might get 65. Whew. And they have an 824 win percentage.
Unserious people.
That's right.
That's the most cutting thing you can call someone on the internet. Unserious.
Lamine Yamal is really good. Chris Ochoa. He's fun.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Talking about funniest things you can call someone on the internet, and I said unserious. And our guy, what did I just see? Said casual is also a nice shot on the internet. Yeah, if you're an unserious casual,
Yikes.
Don't be that. Don't be an unserious casual.
No.
Title of today's podcast. Don't be an unserious casual. What everybody should do right now is download the Underdog app and play along. Whether you want to fade my lineup or rock with my lineup. I'm obviously locked into the Kings game tonight. So I highly encourage you download the Underdog app. You don't even need to, I'm going to do the call to action where I ask you to sign up, but you don't even have to sign up. You can just download it and take a peek.
Okay.
Just take a look around, see what they got, especially ahead of March college basketball. Want to get locked in before the tournament. That's all. Here's where I'm at tonight with the Kings. I'm going Zach LaVine lower than 20.5 points in my lineup.
Oh.
I'm testing the Zach LaVine disappears in big games thing.
Oh.
It's a tough opponent with a good defense. I'm relying on a Zach LaVine disappearing act.
Wow.
He's going for 40 now. I want to let everybody know that.
Yeah.
But I'm going lower than 20.5 points. The danger here is he does do the disappearing thing and then puts up 12 in the fourth quarter and gets to 23 or something like that. But anyways, DeMar DeRozan, I'm going higher than 4.5 assists. He's been up and down distributing the ball lately. But I think against this Cavs defense, you just mentioned Trey Lyles kind of getting on his case for dribbling into a triple team.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're going to see a little bit different of DeMar DeRozan tonight. A little bit different version of him. In that same vein, I'm going Malik Monk higher than 6.5 assists.
Oh.
I love having that in my lineup.
Okay.
It's I know Domas being out might change out a little bit, but I think Malik is gonna still get his assist. I think he gets higher than 6.5. And then Evan Mobley, I'm going higher than 17.5 points. I don't know that the Kings have a great answer for him offensively. And I just need him to get 18. I think he can do that.
Okay.
That's my lineup tonight.
Oh, I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
I would almost take the opposite world lineup.
Just do the
think
reverse?
Zach LaVine can score over 20.5.
Great.
But just so you know, this season against the Cleveland Cavaliers, he while he was with the Bulls, he scored 8 points in one game and 26 in the other.
Perfect.
So there's no rhyme or reason.
Averaging 17 a night.
Yep. I think that Malik Monk is going to have a difficult time going over 5 assists per game, 5 assists in this game because he has no Domas, and so that's a problem. I think Evan Mobley is probably your spot on there. He's probably 17.5 is a little low, but I do think Keegan Murray can hang with him. And Keegan is is physical enough, and Mobley just isn't that physical. Now, if Mobley takes him in the post, you're going to have some problems.
Sure.
But I'm still okay there. And then what was your other one?
Monk higher than 6.5 assists?
I think he's going to go lower. But that's just my opinion. And what was the other?
DeRozan, 4.5 assists.
Oh, DeRozan, and you think he'll go over?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think that's a good one.
Go higher.
I think that's a good one because DeRozan.
So you're going all opposite except DeRozan.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. If you would like to rock with James' lineup or my lineup, download the Underdog app and sign up now using the promo code KyleM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus credits when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KyleM. That's all one KyleM, all one word, nice and easy. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus credits instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Void where prohibited. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 HOPE line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Is Giannis Antetokounmpo the most MVP caliber player who is nowhere near the MVP conversation ever?
Oh, that's a really, really good question.
This is anecdotal and it's subjective a little bit because comes down to we don't talk about this guy enough or we don't talk about that guy enough or whatever. But Kenny Caraway is going to join us here for the handoff in a second. Brought up Giannis when we were talking MVPs. He's like, man, people are talking Shea and Jokic. Can't sleep on Giannis. And then I'm watching him last night against Golden State, and he didn't have his best game, but you go and look at what he's doing this year. 30.2 points, 12 boards, 6 assists. He's shooting 60% from the field. He's playing DPOY caliber defense, and he's just nowhere near the MVP conversation.
Yeah.
Not even close.
I don't think he can be, though, because the two players that are in the race are like, they're 1 and 2 and 1 and 3 in the Western Conference, whatever they are at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Like winning has to mean something, and his team is only 8 games over 500. That's just not great.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't think there's a Cavs player that you can put in the conversation, so you can't do full on best team from best player from best team. But I think that is kind of out the window, especially when Jason Tatum's never even considered at all in the race, even though his team was so much better than everybody else last year.
Tatum's a good one.
Tatum's having an MVP season this year.
And just everyone's like, yeah, whatever.
He's probably like 27, I'm going to say 7-5, and he guards on the perimeter. I'm not saying he's all NBA or all defense, but he's not far from it if he isn't. He guards.
He does everything.
Yeah. He's even
he
better
will guard 1 through 5.
27 points, 8.7 rebounds, 5.9 assists. So almost 9 and 6.
Jason Tatum runs into the issue that his team is too good. He's not the lone guy enough.
Yeah.
Whereas I think people look at and people look at Shea and go, he's the guy there.
Right.
They look at Jokic, he's the guy there.
Yeah. And he's not the best player in the world, but I can't imagine how SGA isn't the MVP this year.
He is. He definitely is.
That discussion should be done. There should be no discussion.
I don't.
There's going to be there.
They got 12 losses. He's averaging.
Yeah, they're 56.
Does he lead the league in scoring?
56 and 12.
He leads the league at 33 points per game. But we're talking about a center who's averaging 12 points and 11 assists per game. He's literally averaging like a 28 point per game triple double.
He's probably the best player in the world. But
Shea this year, and this is just the basic. We're just going to go basic stats. I'm not going to do the advanced deep dive because I agree with you. Shea's going to win it,
and he should, based on everything we've seen ever watching the NBA. He should win the MVP.
Yeah, and he's just the story of the season.
Yeah, he's a story. He's on the best team.
Yeah.
He's got the numbers.
33 points leading the league, 5 boards, 6 assists, almost 2 steals a night, 1.8, 52.6 from the field, 37.1 from 3. Jokic, though, 29.1 points, 12.8 boards, 10.3 assists, 1.8 steals, same number, 57.5% from the field, 41.3% from 3.
Woo.
But to your point, this is not people go, "Oh, this is better than his other MVP." It doesn't matter, dude. Like every MVP race is its own organism. It's the reason that Russ won the year. First he averaged the triple-double, right? But we've seen guys have triple-doubles since and not win it, Russ, namely. But he was the story of that year because KD left and the Thunder stayed in the playoffs because Russ was single-handedly dragging them along. And so he gets the MVP that year. I think that's what's happening with Shea.
He should get everything we've ever learned about the NBA.
Yep.
He's the MVP.
I agree.
That doesn't mean he's the best player in the world.
No doubt.
That doesn't mean he's better than Jokic or Giannis or these other guys, but he checks all the boxes. He's got the numbers. His team wins. They win more than anybody, and he's the MVP. And Jokic is amazing. Probably the best player in the world. Y'all can't talk to me about defense no more. Because all three of those guys we named much better defenders than Jokic. He's got all the offensive numbers.
Well, if you're talking MVPs, when has defense ever factored into that?
Never. But I'm just saying, like, those three guys have comparable stats. Like, we can get into the minutia of the numbers and be like, Jokic is so much better here and there. But they're all on the same level, and they're two-way players. Jokic is not.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, the advanced statistics disagree. I mean, again, defensive box plus minus.
What?
Jokic has led the NBA in the last 3 seasons. Like defensive win shares, like 4.5, 3.8, 5.1. This year he's at 3.3.
Can I just keep it a stack with defense real quick?
Yeah.
I think it's hard to quantify defense.
It is.
It's very, very difficult. When I watch the Nuggets play basketball, I have never once been like, wow, what a defensive possession by Nikola Jokic. Not a once.
Yeah.
He's not,
but they're so much better when he's on the court than when he's not.
Because
like
he's the best offensive player in the league, probably.
Yeah, I think,
Well,
he's amazing. I don't want to make it like, oh, you don't play defense.
No, you think Nikola Jokic stinks.
Well,
that's fine.
All right. You read right through it. You read right through it. But nah, like it's, that's not his strong suit.
Yeah.
It's not, and those other guys do play defense at a high level.
Yeah.
I think it's
I
crazy.
don't think that's ever factored into an MVP vote.
No, you're right.
For Jokic right now leads career-wise in PER. He's the all-time leader in career PER. Win shares per 48, offensive box plus minus, and box plus minus. I'm just saying.
What'd you say? Offensive box jumps? I don't know what.
I love that bit where anytime anyone uses an analytic, Kenny just goes, "What?
I don't know what you're saying."
Offensive box jumps from 48. I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe it's offensive box jumps.
We had a really interesting discussion with a big group of reporters, and Amick was the only one with a vote, and he's like, you want to penalize Jokic for not winning an MVP. They didn't want to give him a third MVP because he hadn't won a title yet. Then he won the title the year he didn't get the MVP, and then won the MVP the next year again. Like, Shea hasn't won anything yet.
It would be egregious if SGA didn't win the MVP.
He's winning the MVP.
Like, it would be a crime. I'll just say, like, he's done everything to win the MVP this year. He deserves it.
You and D'Lo and KC,
yes, sir,
have done everything to deserve the MVPs of this station. You guys are coming up next, noon to 4, and then at 4 o'clock we've got, let's see, what do we got? Oh,
first 4 action, baby.
Mount St. Mary's v. American University.
I got Mount St. Mary's.
Yeah. Big Mount St. Mary's guy.
Well, just
I can't. I never. When these two teams match up, I don't even pick.
Throw the
I'm just
out.
Toss them, dude. We have no idea what's going to happen. And then Texas and Xavier right after that, right here on ESPN 1320. It is first 4 action, and then we get on Thursday. We get real NCAA tournament action right here on ESPN 1320. Cannot wait. But before that, D'Lo and KC coming up next. That's James Ham for Joe Brazil. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jiffy Lube sponsors this program. We're the insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Drink water. Be nice, people. Thanks, Joe. Chatty House. Appreciate you guys.
Bye, Chatty Gang.
I'll see you guys tomorrow, Chatty House. Have a good day.
Hey.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, yo, shout out to that boy, Young Zell. Yeah. New EP dropped this morning, available over on DSPs.
Come on, man.
Check out our man Young Zell out here doing what he do.
My boy Young Zell just be grinding, man.
Sacramento Skies is out for you right now. Go cop it. How many tracks we got from Zell on this one? 5 tracks on this one, man. Go check out our boy Zell. Support our brother right there.
Yes, indeed. Shout out Young Zell. Shout out TC. He gave me a music review this morning and said, "You're crazy if you're not playing this."
Do I dare ask?
Well, it was reasonable. It was Friday. I'm familiar. You know, he's nice, but I'm like, yo, all right. I don't know if I'm crazy if I'm not playing it. He said, bangers front to back.
Play on.
Okay.
Yeah, play on. Yeah, we're talking about bangers.
You gotta stop.
We're talking music.
I know, but
it was, I think, the front to back part.
Yeah, that was a little wild.
That was a little edgy for 12.
You didn't need to do that.
Yeah, that felt that like there could be kids listening, man. What are we doing?
It's lunchtime.
We welcome you in here to the Wednesday. Kyle literally just said it. The Wednesday, March 19th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
You know, who knows what will be tonight, man, because the Cleveland Cavaliers are coming to town looking to get right. Cavs have lost 2 in a row for only the 3rd time this year. They've lost 3 in a row just 1 time this year. And they lost last night to the Los Angeles Clippers. And they're stepping in here to take on Sacramento tonight.
Yeah, man. I was doing some stuff around the house and with the kids and stuff like that. And I saw the score going into the 4th quarter. I think it was like a 3-point game, 4 or 5-point game, something like that, and had to do some stuff. And I was like, oh man, let me tap in and see if I can watch the end of the 4th quarter. I know I've missed a lot, but let me tap into the end of the 4th quarter. I turn the TV on, and they got some kind of arena view or whatever, and I see the score. It's 132-119, and for whatever reason, I thought it was Cavs. I was like, oh, Cavs turned up on them in that 4th quarter. Okay, and then they start playing the game. I look at the little overlay. It's the Clippers up 132-119. I said, oh boy.
I watched that game yesterday. I almost started believing in James Harden and that team.
Well, all right. Well, look, hey.
Hold on, real quick.
Hey,
you almost started believing in James Harden, or you almost started believing in the Clippers?
The Clippers, but if you believe in the Clippers, I got to believe in James Harden, I guess.
Hey, well, all right. Let's look.
Kawhi Leonard was looking good yesterday too.
Kawhi looked great.
Legit.
He looking like he's on his way back.
Zubac all of a sudden is all NBA.
God, Zubac, it was his birthday, so he's told us that.
Yeah, but that's like the 5th time that he's had a game like that.
He's really good.
He's having a.
I was dead wrong about this Clippers team. I thought.
So that's gonna come up. Like everybody was.
Yeah.
And don't play like you weren't. Everybody was wrong about this team.
They
made the right decision in letting Paul go to Philadelphia and not do his podcast, but then end the season and be able to start his podcast again if he wanted to.
Yeah. Well, even then, like, it might have been the right decision to move on from him. But I was like, yeah, I understand not re-signing him to a max deal, but y'all still ain't going to be no good. You know what I mean? Like, there was the right decision to move on from him, but the reality is you guys ain't going to be no good. And they're a good team, well coached. They have guys that fit what they're trying to do and what they want to do, and that are actually like good ball players. It's more than just, oh, they got this random guy that fits the rotation. Norman Powell's a hooper.
Yeah.
Zubac is a hooper. And Jesse's, I didn't believe this was possible. James Harden has looked good. James Harden has looked real good.
Yep.
James Harden, a legit all-star, and because of the way everything is going to play out with these who's eligible, he's going to be on all NBA team and deserves it.
Very likely. Yeah.
I'm surprised. I thought he was cooked, like cooked.
Yeah, 22.5 points per game, 8.7 assists for James Harden here on this season.
And he held it down. He held it down.
I think that's exactly what he scored last night, if I'm not mistaken.
When it was, Kawhi was trying to work his way back and stuff, and they could have fell off the face of the earth. James held it down. Like I said, I've defended him, but I'm not like this crazy James Harden fan. But I gotta give credit where it's due. He's had maybe I'm just surprised, but he's had a hell of a season.
And the Clippers have had a hell of a season. And the Cavs have had a hell of a season. Cavs are coming into town tonight as part of this just monstrous homestand that the Sacramento Kings have that got a little bit more difficult yesterday when the news we were all expecting, perhaps it wasn't as bad as some of us expected, but Domantas Sabonis out at least 10 days, as the Sacramento Kings reported. That wipes out the homestand. He is out for the remainder of this homestand. I think it was Orlando. I can't remember if Orlando was the first or second game on the upcoming road trip.
I think they're the first.
Okay, I for some reason Orlando's sticking out like he's probably out that game too. But these games are in short order. There is no 2 days off. There's no 3 days off. There's no time off here for Sacramento. Like missing 10 days is missing a ton of games. And Domantas Sabonis will miss this homestand, and he might miss the start.
Orlando's the first game of that road trip.
Thank you.
On a Saturday afternoon. Well, here Saturday afternoon. Yeah, it's actually probably a little better than maybe I thought. When I saw it, I'm thinking, in his reaction, I'm thinking 2 to 4 weeks. Is what I'm thinking. 10 days is encouraging. But even then, like 10 days will be, maybe when he can play. But how he's probably never going to be 100% the rest of this regular season. You know what I mean? Trying to work his way back, trying to deal with whatever pain and discomfort he may have, even though he's still able to play. So, yeah. And this was a tough stretch. Like we had laid it out before when he had got hurt with the hamstring about how you were going up against teams where you can kind of get away with maybe small ball or maybe it worked. But we talked about, I guess, the Knicks game, maybe the Clippers game. It's like, all right, the centers are here now. Like you got to deal with the centers.
This is where the big boys play, huh? Yeah.
Key word, play.
No, it's adjective. Look at the adjective. Play.
Right. Good knowledge.
We ain't here to play. All right, Kevin.
But
I love when WWE cuts that part out. He goes, "This is where the big boys play, huh?" Yeah. Well, not like on the show, but when they do a highlight package or like a history thing, it'll say, "This is where the big boys play, huh? We ain't here to play." It's like, all right, that's not what he said. That's not what he said.
I didn't know that. I never noticed that.
Yeah, you noticed it on some of the NWO stuff.
But man, you got centers you got to deal with. We're dealing with Jared Allen tonight, dealing with Big Booch the next night, Brook Lopez and Giannis the following night, maybe KP and Al Horford the next night, Chet and Hartenstein after that. Like you're dealing with the big boys now. So you got Valanciunas, so that helps, but depth is where it may be a bit of an issue. You'd love to have, like I just mentioned, two guys, Allen and Mobley and Brook Lopez and like you'd love to have Sabonis and Valanciunas, and now you just got Valanciunas.
Okay, Mobley played 31 minutes last night. I'm gonna be watching Cavs. So I spoke to my Cavs insider this morning.
Oh, Cavs insider! Shout out! Oh man, I used to listen to the morning show when they were going up against the Warriors because
I know he still does. Like he got Cavs radio on lock on his Odyssey app, I'm sure. But he said keep an eye on Evan Mobley tonight.
He had been out. That was his first game back in a couple days.
And with it being a back-to-back, maybe he winds up sitting down here. But of course, this is a team now that has lost 2 in a row. That's not something that has happened very often with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Again, I think I said it was the 3rd time. They've only lost 3 in a row one time this year. So this Cavs team is having a special season, but they also know we're getting to the point where it's like you're no longer being judged on a potential 60-win team. You're now, get to 60, whether you finish with the best, you're going to finish with the number 1 seed, whether you finish with the best record in the league, probably indifferent, though you are in very much a race with Oklahoma City for that. You're expected to, at the bare minimum, be in the conference finals. Yes. The bare minimum, you're expected to be in the conference finals.
Anything less is a failure of the season for these guys.
Yeah, and there's a lot to talk about what happened in the NBA, because you talk about the Eastern Conference and all this, and we saw the Bucks lose. The Nuggets were criticized. I should say the Warriors were criticized for losing the game to the Nuggets with Jokic out, and I think Jamal Murray was out in that one as well. They turn around, and with Steph out, they go on and beat the Milwaukee Bucks. Now the Milwaukee Bucks are on the other side of the criticism, talking about how you lose a game like that.
Right.
So the Warriors without Steph Curry. And so there's a lot to talk about with what happened in the NBA, but our attention, of course, is on Sacramento and Cleveland tonight. Domantas Sabonis out at least 10 days. The Sacramento Kings told us yesterday. So we will talk about all the different angles of that. You talked about the depth issues that could be at hand now. Could the Sacramento Kings have to play 2 different styles of basketball, a starting lineup style with Jonas Valanciunas out there, and perhaps a different type of style with, say, Trey Lyles out there at the 5? There's a variety of different things we can touch on here. James Ham will be with us in the final hour of the show. We talked about Cleveland here to start the show. We talked about the Clippers to start the show. Are either one of them the biggest surprise in this NBA season? We'll talk about that as well this first hour. We are thrilled that you are here with us. The phone lines are open for you. The Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. We're just getting started at Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, Jay Dill. I was just tapped in. Like I said, I like to have my ear to the street, both sides. You know what I mean? So I was trying to see what let me see while I'm here. What was that station? They were having a good time when in 2016. That's when I was really tapped in. Not so much after that. I don't think it was 92.3 The Fan. I think it was the ESPN Cleveland joint. But yeah, I listened today morning. I would only kind of listen to the morning show. Blocked by James.
Mm-hmm.
Stop it. Yeah, man. 13th round coming up around 213 or so. Yeah, I mean, we talking today. What you want to talk about, Russ? What you want to talk about? You got something on your mind? What's going on? Let me know.
Oh, DB Cooper. That's a good one. I feel like we did that before. Did we have the DB Cooper conversation on this show before? I thought so.
Yeah, we talked DB. It was brief when we were talking Alcatraz, I think, but yeah.
Who's DB Cooper?
He's the one, he hijacked a plane and like back in the, was it like 70s or something? And jumped out of it. And no one ever saw. They don't know if he lived.
Where he took off with like millions of dollars or something like that, right? He had money with him, I think.
Yeah, he took off with money. I can't remember like the amount. I don't even think it was millions of dollars, but
I do remember that.
Yeah,
I had never heard of that before that.
Have we solved the Zodiac killings yet? What about that one?
I think that's sort of solved already. It's just the guy died before they could catch him, I think.
Yeah, I've watched enough of those shows to feel like the discussion on the next mystery we're going to try to solve here on D'Lo and KC.
I feel like conspiracies are a thing now.
That's our thing. Yeah, I like it. I like it. It's going to be a wild summer.
Would you consider me a conspiracy theorist?
No, because I feel like you have to be like you have to like believe in like everything. I think not everything, but like that's like your thing, you know?
Yeah. So
do you believe the limo driver shot JFK?
I didn't even know there was a limo driver.
Okay.
Wait, what do you? I don't. What are you?
That's one of the conspiracy theories.
I don't think I've heard of that one.
No, it's a crazy one.
I've heard of the mafia getting him. I think.
No, there's so many.
Yeah,
and that's the problem.
And the FBI are the two.
Right. That's the problem with. Yeah, I don't think Lee Harvey Oswald shot JFK. Like, I don't think it was just one guy who woke up and was like, "Yeah, I'm going to kill the president of the United States." Right. I don't think it was that. But like when you say, so does that make me a conspiracy theorist? Well, yeah, I guess in that case it does. Now, I don't believe the limo driver shot him, as one of the conspiracy theories is. I don't believe that. I don't even know if the mafia did it. Like, do I think the government is? Sure. Do I think it was a plan, a coup? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But that's kind of where it ends. I don't believe there was a single shooter. I think there were multiple shooters. But that's kind of like it. I don't think Woody Harrelson's dad shot him, which I think is another.
What? That's one?
Was he the FBI? So I think, no, Woody Harrelson's dad, I think, was there. Someone might have to help me out on this one. Woody Harrelson's dad was there in Dallas when that happened. And I think he's a criminal. And somehow he got tied to, well, maybe Woody Harrelson's dad
just
shot
threw
him.
him.
Yeah. I don't know.
We got another theory in the group message.
Oh boy. Okay.
Well, now this is the guy right here.
JFK was accidentally killed by a Secret Service agent after Lee Harvey Oswald started shooting.
So, all right. I don't know. This ain't really my bag. I don't really know all the theories about this, but I have seen the video, and I don't think that happened. I think he was he was murdered intentionally.
Yeah, back into the left. I can't get on board with our friend's theory on that one. He's missing me with that one.
Next time I see him, he's gonna have to explain that one because the video, which is this is one of the worst videos ever.
Yeah, I remember the first time I saw that video, I was like, "Oh my god!"
I had a forensics class in high school. They made us watch that over and over. And like, not like crazy, but just kind of like dissected. Like, oh, how did this happen? Blah blah blah.
Yeah, they tripping for that. You said in high school?
Yeah, it was forensics class.
Oh, forensics. Okay. Which is gonna be NCIS?
No, I had to take that class because I didn't go to my local high school. I transferred over to the other high school.
Oh, got expelled.
Oh.
No, I didn't get expelled.
No,
I was a good kid.
No, what he's saying is his high school was too stupid, so he had to go to the smart people high school. Wow, Jesse.
Needed a fresh start.
Oh, it's one of those. Okay, all right.
No, you're right. What you were saying was right.
Oh, okay.
No, change is good. Change is good sometimes.
Jesse there for a week. I can go for some change.
This is probably not the best high school for me right now.
Oh. Get out of here. So did you meet Crystal at the new high school?
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
And she was actually supposed to transfer to mine because her friends were going to that one.
And then she met you and was like, I'm not going anywhere.
Pretty much, yeah. Followed me to Sac State, all that.
Let's go, baby.
Come on now.
We actually went to the same middle school too, but we didn't know each other.
Love at first sight. I know. Yeah. Here's look. Somebody now. All right, I don't want to spend too much time.
What song is that?
That's I wish.
Happily. Yeah. And I wish I know. Okay, got it. Yeah. Go ahead, continue.
Somebody in the chat, like I said, we ain't got to spend too much time, but I can't find it. They said, I've been to the grassy knoll.
I've been there too.
He was 100% shot from the grassy knoll. Once again, I'm very green on this. I from seeing the video, the grassy knoll is on the ground, right? Like
it's elevated.
Yeah, it looks like elevated. It looks like
it's not flat.
It looks like the shot came from a building. That's
I don't think so at all.
Pull up the tape.
No, the tape. We're not pulling that tape.
Well, like I said, I could be wrong, but from what, like, it seemed like you said it's elevated, but that seems a little too straight on of an angle compared to how it looked like he got shot. Because it looked like because I saw something yesterday, ironically, where he gets shot and then it goes down into the leg of the person who was sitting. That's
the first shot.
Okay, that's not the one
that's not there. The one that's crazy. That's a single shot.
So is that where everybody says there were two shooters?
Yes,
because the
one
first shot and then the second shot.
It's there's too much. It's the magic bullet theory. They say like the wound that you were just talking about in the leg is the same wound that like hit. I think it went through like JFK's like neck or something like that. They say it hit like 4 different things, and I think the whole that whole idea had to be created because of one of the bullets hit the concrete.
Oh wow!
So if one hit the concrete, one was shot off. That like I think it's right when JFK goes behind that freeway thing. Because he's like waving, and then there's a sound, and he stops, and he goes to wave again, and then a shot, he gets hit, another shot, and then the shot.
So the thought is the first one missed and hit the concrete.
Yeah, because it hit like it. I guess it ricocheted. It hit like a bystander, and that kind of has thrown a lot of this. That's really what created if a bullet hit here and hit this person, how did one single bullet create all of this mayhem? And that's when they created what I don't even know if it was always called the magic bullet theory or if that's what just the Oliver Stone movie called it or if that's what the book called it.
I remember going to the theater to see that one.
You saw JFK in the theater?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I mean, it was all right. I was probably like 11. So I didn't really understand what I was watching. Like I understood it, but it just like I'd like to see it now, to be honest with you.
I've watched it. Well, probably within the last few years. I enjoy the movie. I do take it for what it is. Like it's a movie. The that scene with Donald Sutherland outside the Washington Monument is one of
That's
my
where
favorites.
they're sitting on a bench or something.
Yeah, I love that scene.
Yeah.
Like it's not real whatsoever, but
Yeah.
I do love it. Like he's a composite character, but the way that they tell that story, I thought this is like if you wanted to believe something, like this is brilliant.
Yeah,
This is fascinating.
Tune in for Conspiracy Week this summer. Not to be confused with Rivals Week.
The Ancient Aliens Week.
That would be
if
we took a different conspiracy theory.
That's what I'm saying. A different conspiracy
it every day.
Yeah, every day, a different one.
You know, we could, like, in all seriousness, we could do that, like sports conspiracy theories.
Game 6.
Oof.
Oh, you don't have to do that.
Man.
We'll do that.
Well,
on
I mean,
Friday.
are we gonna pretend like that doesn't exist? What is
We'll get Shaq on the show that day.
Tuck rule a conspiracy theory, or is that just
that was just a bad
rule?
rule. That was the right
Just
call.
a-
Bad rule.
It's not a conspiracy though.
No,
Yeah, no.
it was
What's
they had to
another
call it.
sports conspiracy?
Jordan.
Oh, Jordan. Yep. Suspended.
Seemed to be all in the NBA.
No.
We don't need to throw Wilt in there, right? I think we've had our fun, but like Wilt,
I
do
think-
we agree?
I
Will
think
did
I
it.
think Will
He did it.
scored 100 points.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I fought against
Yeah.
it long enough.
I got renderings of the pyramids over here, but can't get a this is what it looked like when Wilt scored 100 picture, huh? All right. Got loincloths and ramps made out of dirt building the pyramids, but that's fine.
Yeah.
We'll work on
Will
a list of
Well, Chatty House, you let us know. You come to Stephen Jacobs,
Well, that's-
CP3 Lakers trade.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one. The who said something about that recently? I think it was Adam. I think Adam Silver was asked
Adam
because
needs to step his game up.
I think it was about Luka Doncic and the Lakers trade. And I think someone asked him, like, was there any point where you thought about vetoing this trade? And Adam was like, I know you guys think that's not real. David was the owner of the Pelicans at the time. He had the authority as the Pelicans owner to veto the trade. That's how he did it. He didn't do it as the commissioner of David Stern, as a commissioner of the NBA, which is fantastic. However, no one saw the conflict of interest in here of having a league-run franchise. Nobody stepped up and say, hey, Mr. Stern, this is a bad idea. Or did someone stand up and say, Mr. Stern, this is a bad idea? And David Stern said, sit your bitch ass down.
Well,
Stern probably
didn't he kind of have like weren't the Hornets like?
I forgot this was on the board.
Shut your bitch ass up.
This is David Stern right there.
Weren't the Hornets like in some type of situation where like he almost had to though?
Yes, they were in like
it was
they were in
Benson,
like a
right?
transition period.
Yeah. Was it Benson getting the team or losing the team? I can't remember.
Who has it now?
I think Benson's will.
So
he must have
them.
been getting
So
it.
yeah, so them. It was going from the old owners to the new owners,
Right.
And the belief was the new owners need to be able to decide how they want to deal with the Chris Paul situation. And
Well,
sounds fair to me.
Well, yes and no, because the new owners still didn't decide what they wanted to do. I don't think, because wasn't Chris Paul traded like a week later?
Was he?
Yeah, it was right then and I shouldn't say right then and there, but it was like 2 weeks later. I think I don't.
Well,
maybe the new owners were in place at that point.
so maybe I added words to this, but maybe David didn't like the trade.
Yeah, I think
Which wasn't the Lakers trade better?
The
Lakers trade was good.
It was
like
good.
it wasn't.
I think you were getting Lamar Odom. You were getting Lamar Odom and like another. I don't think it was Powell, but it was a good trade.
The Clippers got the Clippers sent Eric Gordon, Chris Kaman, Alfred Camino, and Minnesota's unprotected 2012 first round pick to the Hornets for Chris
Can
Paul.
you help
And Eric
my
Gordon
timeline?
was good.
This was Kobe and Powell.
Kobe and
It wasn't
Powell.
Kobe and Shaq, right?
It definitely wasn't Kobe and Shaq. It
was
was
Kobe
Kobe
and Powell.
And I remember Max Kellerman was on the radio at the time. And like a month before that, he was like, he was just, like talking crazy. He was like, "Yeah, watch when the Lakers get Dwight Howard and Chris Paul, and then we're gonna be right back here, like talking about championship." And people are like, "You crazy? What are you talking about?"
Well, Max would know.
then they got Chris Paul, and I remember listening to the radio that day, and he was like, "I'm Chris Paul and Dwight. I told you, Dwight Howard too. It's about to happen." And then within a matter of hours, it was like squat. That was mayhem down there for
I
that
bet.
moment. And but I think Powell was involved.
No, yeah, he was. It was a 3-team deal.
Yeah.
Lamar and Powell were involved, but I
Yeah.
think they were going separate places.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, they were getting rid of Powell.
Yeah, I think Powell was going to New Orleans. I could be wrong. I don't know, but yeah, they were going to move on from Powell.
So was Bynum there? Oh, they were trying to do the Dwight thing too.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, they're working on Dwight, and then what happened was, I believe, if my timeline is correct, they end up quote unquote settling eventually for Dwight and Nash. But the original thought, like I said, I don't know if he had inside information or what, but Kellerman was
Max.
Yeah.
Oh, Max had inside information.
Yeah, but
even back then, Max had very inside information.
Well, I'm sure he did, but the way he was saying it was like, as he was like talking trash. He wasn't saying it like reporting. He was like, "Oh yeah, and watch when we get." I'm telling you right now, Chris Paul and Dwight Howard, we about to beat that. Like he was talking trash almost, but obviously he probably had founded sources to say that it could even be a possibility, and I think it ended up being Howard and Nash, and that didn't work.
Yeah, the Rockets were supposed to get Powell, and then New Orleans was going to get Kevin Martin, Luis Scola, Lamar Odom, and then Goran Dragic, and then a first-round pick.
Jeannie Buss would later reveal the trade collapsed due to miscommunication between Stern and Dell Demps.
Dell Demps, GM at the time of the Hornets.
I think David Stern called him an idiot.
Come on, man. Don't call him.
No, I'm serious. I think David Stern called him an idiot.
David Stern seemed like the kind of guy who would just say what he felt.
David Stern.
You can't be called that man no idiot.
No, he absolutely called that man. Never forget David Stern. Well, he once called, maybe he didn't. He once called Dell Demps a lousy general manager. But Dell Demps is a lousy general manager, and none of those players are currently with the team anymore, and he may lose Anthony Davis. That's a quote. I swore he called him an idiot. Maybe he called him an idiot like privately, and I just heard about it.
Maybe that was when you were in the room with Jordan and Stuart Scott now.
Well, David wasn't there that day.
Well, no, Mike would have been like, "Yeah, David talked to me. This guy's an idiot."
I don't know if that timeline matches up. I feel like this was years before.
Might have still called him an idiot.
He might have. He absolutely might have. Warriors beat the Bucks last night without Steph. Good win for the Warriors, bad loss for the Bucks. That's just kind of how it goes. Clippers destroyed the Cavs. We mentioned that to start the show. Cavs have lost 2 straight, just the 3rd time this season. They've only lost 3 runs. Of course, they've got a second night of a back-to-back here in Sacramento at the Golden One Center. We'll get to the Cavs and the Kings. Ask you about the Clippers. We started talking about them. We talked about, admittedly, everybody will acknowledge we were wrong about the Clippers.
Yes.
They're significantly better than I think any of us expected them to be. They're 39-30, very much in the conversation right now for the 6th spot with Golden State, Minnesota, and the Clippers. And that's kind of where we're at here, if we're going to be honest about the way this is shaking out. The Warriors, the Timberwolves, and the Clippers are likely the 3 teams competing for a guaranteed playoff spot and a 1-win and in play-in spot. The Kings, Mavericks, and Suns are competing for the 9 and 10 spot. And I'm throwing the Kings in there to be responsible to respect this home stretch that they have coming up, where they have really good, basketball teams on their horizon. I think we'll have a very clear picture as to whether the Sacramento Kings are in a really good position to keep that 9 spot or even 10 spot, or if we're in a bit of not panic, but we're in a race in the final 3 weeks of the season.
When you said that just now, I don't want to answer your question, but I
don't think I asked.
Yeah, just gonna respond to what you said. It reminded me of, remember on Airtime when he goes, when the Bulls come home from this road trip, we'll have a very clear understanding of if 70 wins is realistic.
Oh, there you go. Very good. Good reference.
They lost like to Denver and
when it was clear 70 wins wasn't a thing anymore. We just got back to playing basketball. Cue music and highlight reel.
Some jazz. They start playing some jazz while he's hitting reverse layups. But yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that 6th seed is still the race that it is. I thought the Warriors kind of had that on lock. And what's happened is they haven't been able to get away from the Clippers and the Timberwolves. All three of them are playing good basketball.
Mm-hmm.
All three of them are not necessarily on win streaks, but in stretches where they've won. I think Minnesota's like 8 of 9. The Warriors are 14 of 15 or something like that. And now the Clippers have won 4 in a row and probably like 6 of their last 7 or something like that.
7 of their last 10.
Yeah. So they hadn't been able to get away from those guys talking about the Warriors.
Yep.
I think about this, and I was thinking about this last night from a Kings point of view. I definitely want the Warriors to get that 6th spot because I don't think they can beat them in a 1-game on the road situation.
You don't think the Kings can beat the Warriors
in a 1-game? Maybe I'm prisoner of the last 2 games they played.
Well, rightfully so. They lost them by a combined 60.
Jeez.
Something.
So I don't want to see that. I don't want to go to the Chase Center in a 1-game situation. Minnesota, I'm probably a little higher on than both of you guys are.
No, I think Jesse likes Minnesota.
No,
I
not
think
really feel Minnesota like that.
Minnesota.
I thought you were in after the 8-game win streak.
Yeah, they're better. I think they could be a playoff team now. I think before it was always, they'll be playing. They won't get to the playoffs, but now they'll be a playoff team.
In respect to what the Clippers are doing, if you ask me those 3 teams, I'd rather go to LA to play the Clippers. And I think the Clippers they're dangerous. Harden's playing great. Kawhi in a 1-game situation. You mentioned Zubac. I'm assuming Norm Powell would be ready to go again. Like they've got players. Bogey, who was 8 for 8 last night, 20 points. There are no pushovers. Like it'd be a tough battle, but out of those 3 teams, I'd rather play the Clippers.
What about Golden State bothers you in a 1-game scenario?
Steph Curry.
Oh, that's perfect. That's fine.
Steph Curry.
I don't know. At this point, it's Draymond Green after what we saw the last time.
Draymond, Quentin Post. You know what I mean? I just feel like I don't like their matchup with the Kings right now. With this now, granted, the Kings played them without Sabonis, and even when I say Sabonis, I'm talking more so the combination of JV and Sabonis.
I was going to ask something, but it would have been so disrespectful.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, come on. Can we do this? Yeah.
Been better. Would they be better off starting Valanciunas in that game?
Well, that is disrespectful. That is very disrespectful.
Domas, we're going to tell everyone you're hurt today and you're not playing.
Well, the killer is Valanciunas got ran off the floor that game.
He did. Yeah, he absolutely did.
And I don't know if Sabonis would have defended any better or anything. I'm thinking more.
He wasn't particularly great in the one in February either.
Valanciunas wasn't.
Yeah.
I'm thinking more so of being able to take advantage of maybe their weakness of, being on the boards and scoring in the paint.
Did they start Trey? Was that the game they started Trey in the second half, or was that
the last game? Yep.
Yeah.
The last time they played each other. So I just think it's a bad matchup right now for the Kings. I don't like the vibes of that matchup right now. So they'd be the last team I want to face. Minnesota.
I think they can get Minnesota.
Yeah, you could convince me they could get Minnesota in a 1 game, but
and he'll do his thing. But I think you can limit Julius Randle and the others.
Julius Randle, who kills the Kings.
We'll figure it out that day.
So what would that ranking be for you guys? Is it Minnesota first? Like you'd rather see them first?
I think I'll go Minnesota first, then the Clippers, and then the Warriors.
I think I'd go the Clippers first. Probably Minnesota second. I did not want to see the Golden State Warriors under any circumstances.
We'll just go home if that's the case.
Even if
we'll
it's
just go
like,
home.
oh, it's a good matchup. It's like I just don't want to deal with that.
Well, look,
the season went to hell after we FaceTimed everybody. Like
I don't know if the Warriors are playing the Kings in the play, and maybe something went wrong for the Warriors at that point.
Maybe, but
I mean,
but
like at
is
this
so
point,
tight right
yeah,
now.
That's true.
If you drop one game and the Clippers and Timberwolves catch one, then it's just back and forth the rest of the season. Like nothing has to have gone wrong.
Hey, if we got to play the Warriors in the last playing game, are we invading the Odyssey San Francisco studios?
If we win?
No, if we just that day, like it's a Friday.
No, it went terrible the last time we did this.
We never been down there.
Well, no, but it went terrible the last time we.
Well, not invaded.
The last time we talked to anybody from San Francisco,
FaceTime's heard around the world.
The entire Kings season went to hell. Like nothing has been right since we FaceTimed Joe Shasky.
We got to make it back right.
I say we invade the studios after they win. I say we continue the trend of being front runners and show up after they win.
Like you said, we don't make the rules.
Yeah, that's what which was like, we only FaceTime when we win? Yep. Well, what we're going to have a loser FaceTime for? Look like.
Yeah, I'm not that stand-up of a guy.
No.
What are you talking about?
Talk trash, and if I lose and tell you I don't care after.
I'm like the Chase Center crowd. I'm a front runner. You should be used to it.
Look, I'll pick up your call. That don't mean I'm going to call you voluntarily.
Right.
Those are two different things.
Yeah.
So, I don't want no parts of that, though. I'm okay. I'm cool.
Turns out it's going to be a lot of tough matchups for the Kings, though. I don't think there's one right answer here.
No, there's not. And that's fine. Like, earn it.
Yeah.
Earn the playoffs. Okay, let's also be clear. You're going to need to beat Dallas or Phoenix.
Yes, absolutely. And Phoenix,
Phoenix beat your ass the other day.
I don't feel great about Phoenix.
The only thing that gives me pause with Phoenix, because I can see Dallas just scrapping and clawing and, look what we did. F you guys. Phoenix, I wonder, would be like, man, can we just get this season over with?
4 deals on the table for Kevin right now. Devin's low-key looking around. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, like, Katie going to be a Celtic by the end of the week. Let's just end this.
So, I agree, but I think you'd have to get them down first.
I agree.
Like,
no, I agree.
I
agree.
Down 17 in the second quarter, they'll fold to 10. But if they're up 10 in the second quarter, well, we're here now. Like, let's just win. I got shoes to sell, so I need to be in the playoffs.
We'll come back. There's much more to talk about in the NBA, including are any of these teams that we just talked about the biggest surprise, good or bad, in the NBA this year. It's the Kings and the Cavs tonight. This home stretch continues. No Domantas Sabonis. It's Stealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento sports leader ESPN 1320.
WCW is he has maybe like some of the most knowledge of anybody I know. Like, he knows a lot about everything.
That is true.
He does. He absolutely does. He's probably listened to a podcast on everything. Oh, yeah.
It's over.
He's still talking about LeBron too, Stephen A.
Yeah, he did have another video about LeBron. Not sure why. Well, I know why, but all right, we've already moved on, sir.
Threw in MJ's the GOAT and all that in this one.
All right, Stephen. This is with my back against the fence on the grassy knoll. I don't know. I'm not as well versed in that scenario, but from this picture he sent, it just looks too low. But I don't know. That's not really. I don't know. Scal with 24 points, 14 rebounds, 5 assists in this G League game tonight or today. All right, man. Who is this? Is it Isaiah Crawford? All right, man. Come on, man.
Wait, what happened?
I guess they had a G League game today. Scal had 24, 14, and 5. And I believe they're talking about Isaiah Crawford. 29, 14, and 5. All right, man. All right.
G League is popping.
Got Jordan and Pippen on the Stockton Kings.
The Red Rooster play today? We ain't even talk about that. The Red Rooster is back.
Terry
Taylor.
Shout out to him. 10-day. Sacramento King.
He didn't play for the G League though. He's just a
he
10-day on the
went.
big boy roster.
That's what I think. Yeah. Red Rooster's back. Red Velvet back tomorrow.
Who?
Red Velvet. Oh damn. You've been gone too.
Oh, he's back.
Hey, really? You don't need to do that. That's
no.
crazy.
Wait a second. No,
They're gonna play that in his high
no,
video
no,
tomorrow.
No, you changed the subject. You said Terry Taylor's back with the Sacramento Kings. Then you said Red Velvet is back. I was like,
I said
I
he's
don't
back tomorrow.
Yeah, just you know Red Velvet like that. That we know him. It's like yeah, we know him. You know him. It's Red Velvet. Red Velvet.
That's how they do you. No, I'm expecting. Hit him with
No,
he was serious. Dude, that wasn't even like a joke.
I was serious. Y'all changed the subject.
I got it. I knew what you were saying.
Y'all just switched to turn it into talking about the Bulls tomorrow. All right, man. Whatever.
Like the Mariah Carey gift. I don't know her.
Y'all are instigators, man.
Oh, that was hilarious. Did you see Mariah Carey?
King of Mactown says D'Lo turned into Mike Brown. That's a damn shame.
I don't know. Kevin's playing 5-on-5 with the people before practice. I'm not there. I'm in meetings. I don't know.
I ain't watching that.
Ask Kevin.
There. Did you see Mariah Carey's reaction to people, Money Long and who was the other one? They were singing. She was being like in the Lifetime Achievement Awards. And they were singing and honoring her, singing her songs.
Mm-hmm.
Mariah looked disgusted. I don't know if that's just like her natural look or something, but she.
Oh God! She's not happy at all.
Then they were doing fine. I heard Money Long, and she sounded fine, but Mariah's the last. She's the last diva.
She is. She said, "Is the lighting okay? Because I don't like bad lighting."
Yeah, she's accepting an award.
I got bad news, Mariah. It wasn't good lighting. Oh goodness. Oh, these gifts are going crazy.
Mariah crazy. That's my girl, though. Can't say nothing bad about Mimi to me.
This is a good one. Better gift, Mariah or Beyonce winning the Grammy?
I don't remember Beyonce winning the Grammy.
The shocked. You didn't see the shocked.
When she didn't think she was going to win.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she was pleasantly surprised.
Was that a shoot or was that a work?
I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna have to look at it now.
I'll send it. Hold on. Group text.
I
right
got
here.
it right
You mean
here.
to tell me Beyonce didn't know she was getting an award that night?
I don't know.
They were all getting awards that night.
I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe did she know she was getting that award? I love Beyonce. I didn't think she was getting that award. I thought that was going to the girl who always wins it.
They were all.
It's a good point. Maybe it was a shoot.
Well, hold on, Joe Budden. Go ahead. What was that?
No, it's just no.
Wait, no,
go ahead.
yeah.
No, go ahead. He's been listening to the
defend you.
podcast again, so go ahead.
I haven't been listening.
Go ahead, Joe.
They were all getting awards that night.
So yeah, Casey thinks it's a work.
So the award shows are at work.
I think Beyonce's reaction was. Now that looking back at it.
I don't. There, yeah, and not just this year. Like I think there's always. They know a lot of the time. People know
I know.
whether they're winning
I
or
just figured it took me a second. It's my bad.
What?
No, Kendrick won 4.
Oh
So,
yeah.
So the Drakeys
I
had
don't
a meeting. It's
I
cool.
don't know what the Drake is doing. I'm just telling.
So
I'm just when Dre and what's his name is over there high-fiving, it was like, oh, okay. That's what this was about tonight.
When who?
You didn't see when Dr. Dre and old boy from UMG was high-fiving? It's like, oh, okay. That was interesting. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that. That's all I'm saying. I've never seen that before.
You've never seen people celebrate at the Grammys? Or
I've never seen
what's the context of them
Dr.
high-fiving?
Dre and the head of a music group high-fiving. I've just never seen it.
He was definitely listening to a Drake podcast.
I don't listen. Oh, what is a Drake podcast?
what if he was never caught on camera before?
That could be the case. That could be the case.
Who was the biggest surprise in the NBA this season?
That could be the case. Who is the biggest surprise in the NBA?
The Pistons.
That's a good call.
Shout out
That's a good
Eminem
call.
trying to get the WNBA back
Wow.
in Detroit.
Wow.
I ain't gonna look down at anybody who tried to get it done, to get it done just because Sacramento can't.
No, not looking down on him. But I'm still upset that Sacramento ain't getting a shot.
Yeah.
But no, that's dope. I think there's other places they should go before Detroit, though.
Yeah, I don't think we need to rush back to Detroit. Detroit did have a very good fan base. I don't think we need to rush back to Detroit. If we're going heritage franchises, it starts with Houston.
100%.
Houston deserves to have their franchise. They deserve to have their banners. They deserve to have numbers retired. They deserve all of that.
I agree. And I think they should go to after that. I think they should go to Charlotte.
Yeah, I'm good. Like something in that area.
Between
I think that'd be great.
Duke, North Carolina,
Mhm.
South Carolina,
Mhm.
they support
NC
like
State,
crazy
yep.
for NC State. My bad too. They support like crazy for women's
Mhm.
basketball, so they get it. I don't know why Cleveland got one. That's the one.
Yeah, that's
why.
It's a fantastic question.
That's
The
what I've been
Cleveland
saying.
Rockers. We were all
Why?
Jesse in that situation. Cleveland. However, the Cleveland basketball team is approaching 60 wins here. They're looking to come in here and stop what for them is a little bit of a skid. They've lost 2 in a row. Is Cleveland the biggest surprise in the NBA? Is the team that people are most surprised with walking into the Golden One Center tonight?
Taking away Detroit because they were bad and they're like solid. That's a different level of surprise. When you talk about like having an opportunity to win a title, yeah, Cleveland is.
Is it the
surprise. I don't
fact
think
like
people looked at
Cleveland? What
that
were they?
way.
48 last year.
They were.
I feel like we just
4
looked last
seed for
year.
sure.
48. Yeah, they were 48 and 34.
Is it? I'm gonna throw a team out here because I think it probably is Cleveland. But is it more surprising that Cleveland is this good, or more surprising that Philly was this bad this season?
Well, that's a good one too.
I think it's more surprising that Cleveland is that good.
I think you're wrong. I
Cleveland
think it's
can win
more
a
surprising that
championship.
Philly is this
'Cause I think-
bad.
But
We were
if
expecting-
I told you Joel Embiid is down again, you'd be like, all right, they ain't that good.
So if I said Cleveland was going to win 60 games, you'd be shocked?
A little bit, and like say like no, they're gonna be this is just me. I didn't think they were a title contender going into
Mhm.
the season. The fact that they not only are a title contender, but they've got the best record in the league. That is surprising. Better record than Boston, better record than Milwaukee, better record than
your beloved New York
Knicks.
No real
Better
big
record than
additions in the
OKC.
offseason either.
It's the same record as OKC.
Same record.
56 and 12.
They didn't really do anything in the offseason either. They had DeAndre Hunter middle of the season, but other than Kenny Atkinson, that's really it.
So in that same vein, then, is the 56 and 12 for OKC a surprise?
No, because they were already. Yeah, we were kind of expecting this. Like they were already really
56 and 12. Like they're gonna. They were 57 and 25
number.
last year. They're gonna win 60 plus games this year.
That's a crazy number.
Yeah, it's
a crazy number, but it's
not shocking. Yeah,
it tracks. Like
I'm not surprised.
It's about right.
They're really good. We don't know what they'll be in the playoffs or who's who, like as far as like who's the guy and if Jalen Williams is a true number 2 and all that come playoff time. But regular season, I don't think this is that crazy. Like they got a squad.
2 seasons ago, this team was 40 and 42. 2 seasons ago, this team won 40 games. 3 seasons ago, they won 24. They're going to top 60. They're likely going to top 65. All right.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, it is still surprising. It's not like the question was the most surprising, but that's still like, damn, OKC.
Did you think OKC would be legit title contenders this year?
Yeah, they would have been my pick before the season to come out the West.
Yeah. They laid that groundwork last year with their regular season, and going through what they went through in the second round, and be like, all right, you had to go through that. Now it's time for you to elevate.
Do the Clippers get any?
They should.
Any run in this conversation?
Yeah, they should, because I would tell anybody who would listen, they were a low playing team, possibly like an 11 seed.
Put it this way, I expected the Kings to probably be closer to what the Clippers are now, and the Clippers to be closer to what the Kings are now.
Eaton.
Ty Lue's a hell of a coach, man.
Our guy, he is. Eaton, not paying attention to the teacher right now, says who had Houston as a 2 seed. That is a pretty. That's a pretty big jump. I know. I think we thought we'd be better, but
Houston last year 40. I feel like if they were 41 and 41,
ended the game like, or
and he's right.
Winning streak.
He's right. They're a 2 seed.
Oh, he's really not doing anything. Real quick, Ian says he's a TA this period. Yeah, he's chilling.
Going and checking some Scantron.
I'm far more worried about what E-Biz is doing right now. But the Rockets, he's right. They are a 2 seed, but they're 44 and 25. Same record as Denver, who's the 3 seed. They got a game on Los Angeles. They got a game on Memphis. By the time we're back here, it's Wednesday. By the time we go into the weekend, they could be the 5th seed. So, like, are we weighing their record or are we weighing the seeding? Because the seeding, they could wind up being, 3 slots down in 2 days, not because they fell apart, but they have the Rockets, they've won 7 in a row. They could lose the next 2 and be back down to 5.
Yeah.
So I'm Houston's nice. I'm gonna keep them out of I don't think they're a bigger surprise than the Clippers are. I don't think they're okay.
I put them a little above the Clippers.
Really?
A little bit.
The Rockets?
Yeah. Because man, they're just the fact that they're in the
Everyone thought the Rockets would ascend last year. Like, this offseason. It's like, oh, the Rockets, they're going to be this, they're going to be that. Like, people thought the Clippers were dead.
Thought they were dead. There was still murmurs, not from me, I want to be clear, but there were still murmurs like, yeah, it's a playing team, and you gotta worry about them a little, but they're a playing team. And right now,
but they're 39 and 30 though. Like they're a playing team. They're not a playing team like that. You can't. I don't think that's fair. Dallas is 33 and 36, and they're a playing team.
That's fine. That's fine. But we also look at Houston, and we're like, yeah, they were 41 and 41. But how many? Once again, I said this, and they needed to go crazy to get to 41 and 41. Like they'll be a 10 seed, 2 seed.
But yeah, it's like, how legitimate, like Dame said, like by Friday you could be the 6th seed or the 5th seed. They're not like solidified there.
They're gonna be.
They'll be top 5
at minimum. At minimum, they're gonna be 10 wins better than they were last year, in my opinion. They'll probably be more than that.
They got a really easy schedule coming up too. Like they gonna stack wins.
Could wind up being 14 or 15.
Is it more surprising if the Clippers end up landing the top 6 spot?
Yes. Then if Houston does?
Yeah, say both teams land top 6, but like the Clippers get that 6th spot.
Yeah, I'd be more surprised if the Clippers did it than Houston. Absolutely, I'd be more surprised if the Clippers did it in Houston. So we did this with Philly. We'll go the other direction. Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix is pretty. Yeah, that's.
I think we got to look at our house first before Phoenix.
Well, what you think? You think the Kings are more surprising than Phoenix?
Yeah, for me. I mean, I wasn't really giving Phoenix much going into this season. Last year, I felt like.
But 32 and 37?
That's bad. But we were talking this season for the Kings, like, oh, they might get to 50. Now they might not get to 41.
Yeah, they might. I mean, I hear you. That's surprising for sure. But Phoenix, with Durant, Booker, and like to not even.
We kind of saw it from Phoenix, I feel like.
We didn't see this, though. We didn't see. And we could talk about like the Kings and all this other stuff.
I think it was okay to not buy Phoenix, but this feels bad.
With the Kings, I wish you tell the whole story. We're here so we can talk about it. If we were at the beginning of the season, yeah, you guys got DeRozan, but you're going to lose Fox. Mike Brown going to be fired. What you think the record going to be? Oh, I don't know. Phoenix ain't got none of that. Phoenix, nothing happened with Phoenix. They didn't lose nobody, nothing.
They tried to trade their star player.
They traded who?
They tried to trade their star player. Like that's something.
Yeah, but but they didn't have no injuries. They got a new coach. They added people. They added Nick Richards. They added Trajan, all this other stuff. And they're just not good. I would go Suns ahead of the Kings.
I would too.
Where's Dallas in all this?
Surprised Nico Harrison still has a job. I'll say that.
Yeah.
NBA Finals a year ago.
I didn't buy it.
I didn't think they were that either, but I thought they were top 6. I thought they were top 6. They weren't even top 6 with Luka. Well, Luka was injured a lot too, but they weren't top 6 then, were they?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember.
Last season?
No, this year before they traded.
Oh yeah. They were kind of fluctuating between 6, 7, 8, I think.
Yeah, they might have been 6.
I didn't buy Dallas.
Dallas, I think everyone thought Dallas kind of hit lightning in a bottle or whatever they call it last year. It was kind of like, all right, try to do that again, but I don't think anyone's expecting it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm 100% with that. I still think I'd make Philadelphia a bigger surprise than Phoenix.
Yeah, because I think the worst I thought
like
for
Philly's
Philly, they'd be
terrible.
a play-in team, but now it's just like, all right, hopefully you can keep your lottery pick now.
Yeah, Philly is like really terrible. Yeah, and now they're in the full on, man, we got to make sure we keep our lottery pick because that's all we have to add. We have nothing else except this lottery pick. Nothing.
Yeah, they are. The injuries and everything play such a factor in this too, though, and that's why I say Phoenix might be a little bit more of a disappointment because nothing's happened to them.
What did you see from Phoenix though?
I saw
going into this year
top six. Maybe 7, 8, but I thought they were top 6. Everybody loved that they got Trey Jones, and now they got a real point guard and all this other stuff, and. I don't know if people were talking about finals for him, but they felt – I don't think I was alone in saying they'd be a top 6. Nothing's happened to them, and they're awful. With the Kings, with Dallas, with Philly, they've been hampered by either having to trade their star player or injuries. So there's an explanation for – some of their shortcomings. There's no explanation for Phoenix. You guys just stink.
No. Accurate.
And even before they tried to trade Kevin Durant, they weren't no good. You know what I'm saying? Like I could see if that was Oh, he found out they were trying to trade him and everything spiraled out of control after that. Y'all were sorry before that. That's why they were trying to trade you.
Mm-hmm.
So they might be the biggest disappointment in the league. For me.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we established the biggest disappointment. Orlando's a little disappointing, no?
They are.
Context is important.
Yeah.
It feels like they survived what we thought might have been the worst part of their season.
They hadn't been able.
They were bad when their guys got back.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I was like, oh yeah.
Jalen Suggs has been out, and
and he's out, right? Yeah.
That I would have never thought. Like if you told me right now, I wouldn't be like, oh, they got Paolo back and Franz back, but they ain't got Jalen Suggs, so they can't recover. I wouldn't have thought that, but maybe he was a little bit more vital than I gave him credit for.
The Pacers really kind of nicely turned their season around. They stunk to start the year. And I had them as a top 4 seed. I think I backed off of that a little bit after some of the Knicks moves. That's kind of where they are right now by half a game over Milwaukee after the Bucks lost last night. They're 38-29. Seeding or otherwise, like they've put together a fine season after the tough start. We focused a little bit more on Milwaukee. That's because Giannis and Dame and all of that, and Chris Haynes finds out about every damn meeting that takes place because I guess Doc pulled his leaders aside last night after that loss to the Warriors and had a meeting. I don't know.
Genuine question here: who's Tyrese Halliburton as a player?
He's a good borderline all-star point guard.
Is he your number 2?
Tyrese is a traditional point guard, right? Like you asked about that the other day. He's a traditional point guard. He's an organizer.
He's an organizer.
Okay.
He's 18 and 9 this season. 18 points, 9 assists.
Okay.
Shooting 38, almost 39% from 3.
Who's the league leader in assists? Do we know?
I can look that up.
Harden? Oh no, it's Trey.
Oh, it is Trey. That's right.
You can look it up.
No, I think you're right. Yeah. I think it is Trey. I mean, it was Trey at the half, I think, or not the half, the All-Star game.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if it wasn't him now. That's right. Okay.
Playing bound. 3 games under 500, Atlanta Hawks.
The 7th seed, 3 games under 500, Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah, Trey's first. Jokic is in second.
Damn.
Is he double digits? Is he still
Jokic?
averaging a triple-double?
Yeah, he's 10.3.
Woo. So he's going to finish the season with a triple-double.
It's amazing.
Oh, I heard you. I heard you. That's cute.
Give him MVP.
No, we could have a discussion.
Hold off. Hold off.
Yeah.
We got a show to do, bro. Hold off a little bit.
No, that was a joke right there.
No, it wasn't. I know what you're doing.
That was a joke. Shots at you. Shout out Russ.
Jokic is having an impressive season, man. Good for him.
Like,
but I'm also going to start looking at Jokic the same way that these people look at Giannis. Giannis has had numbers that have crushed his MVP numbers. No one ever blinked at him. I'm done blinking at Jokic. Like what's so different? You got like what? Denver's the top seed in the West? No, they're not. They're 13.5 games worse than Oklahoma City. No, that ain't it. You ain't gonna get me with that one. All of these guys, when you win multiple MVPs, and I don't know why this is a thing with the media that cover this sport, because it doesn't appear to be a thing in football. They think Aaron Rodgers has the best season. They give Aaron Rodgers the MVP. They think he has the best season again. They give him the MVP. These like little pretentious writers who have these votes are like, oh, you got to do something different. No, bro, you need to be the best. You either are or you aren't. And these guys can't make up their mind on what the best is. They just fawn and drool over Jokic. Oh, the numbers he did are better than the ones he did last year or any of his MVP seasons. Dope. You didn't even blink at Giannis when he did that. Giannis won 2 straight, and y'all just stopped looking at him. You have not mentioned that man's name in years in these conversations. It's been Jokic and Joel. Jokic and SGA. Jokic and whatever player you want to draw yourself to.
I agree with you. I got thoughts.
Denver really, sitting at, sorry.
So Jokic really, he doesn't get held to what Tatum and Giannis get held to, I think. Like as far as
I have never heard Tatum's name in an MVP conversation ever.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, they
They
took him
hate
out
Tatum.
2 years ago.
That's crazy.
Was it last year or 2 years ago?
No, it was 2 years ago.
He can't win. Didn't they lose like 2 games to Denver or something? They lost to Denver. They lost 2 back-to-back
Denver.
games.
Oh, that's right.
On the road.
Yeah.
They're like, and it was like January.
Played himself out of the MVP conversation.
It was like January. They're like, he's just out of it. And they never brought him back in seasons later.
Yeah, like Giannis is 30, 12, and 6 this season. He hasn't been top 2 in MVP voting since he won it back in 2019, 2020 season. Since then, he's just gone to top 3.
And he's still one of the top defenders in the league. He's still an all-NBA caliber defender. Giannis is.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter.
Tatum as well. Tatum is a defensive player. He takes on you see it. He takes on the assignment of the top wings, on the opposing team, still putting up 27, 8, and 6 or something like that for a team that's 50 and 19.
You figure with Giannis and the Bucks, like the Bucks aren't what they were 3 years ago. Like Middleton's gone. Like they just have Dame. Bobby Portis has been out for 25 game suspension. Like Giannis is still keeping this team up.
What's funny about that you mentioned that is the Bucks are at 38 wins. The Nuggets are at 44. 6-game difference. What was the Bucks record to start the season?
Oh, it was bad. They were like 7 games under.
We were throwing dirt on them. Everybody was laughing at Doc. So I guess Jokic and Michael Malone get more credit for barely for being, an average team, above average team the whole year versus the Bucks starting out bad, turning it around and finding themselves at least in the same neighborhood as the Denver Nuggets. All right.
Yeah. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Like I said, we got some thoughts. I got some thoughts. We can talk about them on the other side.
I'm holding back from let's just go to commercial. Just forget it. Let's go to commercial. Let's say something stupid over here. Y'all really just be juggling that man's balls, man. I can't stand it. It can't be, man. Jokic is good. Conversation can't end there.
No, never.
Uh-oh. Who's pulling up for tacos? Who's pulling up for tacos?
I saw that, and I know I'm not going to the game, but I might drive out there afterwards and go get me some tacos. Manzito, are you guys up on the way like during the game? You guys are up and at 'em during the game. Might slide out during halftime or something, go get some tacos. Those tacos are bomb.
I think we might need to pour one out for Chili Dog Wednesday.
Oh no!
It's just a bowl of oranges out there.
What did
I'm gonna just walk right by that dead body.
What did James call it?
I don't remember, Damien.
You remember?
Seems like you remember, Kenny. So why don't you tell everyone?
I don't remember, but I know you remember. So you could just say
I don't talk like that in my house.
You could just
out
say
there.
it. Oh yeah. I'm gonna try. I gotta go get Reese from practice. Yeah, I want to. You're gonna be out there. You're gonna be out there tomorrow too, though, right, Enzito? You're out there for every Kings game, I think. Every Kings home game.
I need to get over there and see that.
Those tacos are so
yeah,
good.
Man. At some point, I didn't even have any when Manny brought them in.
They were fired that one time. Wiener Schnitzel, Chris.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. The invite should already went out, but I'll go check on that today.
Yeah, from Wiener Schnitzel, Chris. I don't think they serve chili dogs anywhere else.
They shouldn't.
You need to stop. There's nothing wrong with chili dogs. You've never had a chili dog before?
Yeah, I had
Like
it. I
not
wasn't
just from
crazy
Wiener
about
Schnitzel,
it.
but like made a chili dog at home or
No,
something.
I ain't never made one at home. Just,
I sure as hell ain't getting one from a restaurant.
It's not even a restaurant. It's fast food.
you guys ever been to
That's
Pink's
what I meant.
in LA? It's
Nah.
like super famous hot dog place.
Mm-mm.
So their whole thing is they like you you wait maybe an hour in some occasions to get this hot dog. And they make them different ways or whatever, but you can just get a regular hot dog. And then if you sit inside, like all these actors, that's where they always go, right?
Mhm.
Like so they got the wall full of pictures of actors who've come in, got these pink hot dogs, signed their picture, all this other stuff. It's an experience. I ain't saying it like it's the greatest hot dog ever. It's more so for this.
I think the
experience.
last time I ate a hot dog was my first trip to New York.
That's a
And I
dog
just
too.
like
When was that?
You get 2006
Yeah, no, that's a
or
minute.
7.
That's a
And then you get the hot dog, and then what it like? I don't remember if they were almonds or corn nuts or what would they do the little thing on the street and put them in the bag, and they're sweet, and they did. Oh yeah, fire! Felt like I was in New York, so I had to do it.
Had to.
Yeah, my first trip to New York, I ate like a jackass. I was like, just give me all the street food.
That's how you got to do it. That's a. Did you get a papaya hot dog?
Nah, I don't think so.
That's pretty good. They be serving those on the streets.
Yeah, I don't think I did that.
Now just bacon wrap the hot dog, throw some bell peppers on there, some onions, and you're good.
I'll say this: I've never eaten one, man. But them people outside the Golden One Center, man,
woo,
the aroma,
woo,
made me want to call Johnny Jennings and sell my house and move to New York and start a hot dog stand. And you could do that super easy.
New York,
yeah, start a hot dog stand right out there. Johnny Jennings and his team at Made for More Realty will make it super easy. Not the hot dog stand part, but the selling your house part. You can avoid the hassle of selling and get at least 3 guaranteed cash offers in just 72 hours.
My man over at Johnny Jennings, he's always looking out, right? And that's why you got people like Jennifer who heard about Johnny Jennings and his guaranteed offer program on the radio and wanted to hire him because she needed to sell her home quickly and for top dollar. You got to make sure you cash out, right? We're not skimping. There are no discounts going on here. We need that top dollar. And there was a lot of other houses in that neighborhood that were for sale.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny Jennings and his company, Made for More Realty, were able to get her full price offer and her home sold the very first weekend it was on the market.
They'll sell your home 27% faster than other homes on the market at 3% higher purchase price than other realtors. Ask about their guaranteed home sale program. Expect more, get more with Johnny Jennings and the team at Made for More Realty, California DRE number 01982171. Just Google Made for More Realty today and get more for your home. You have some thoughts on the MVP conversation?
It should be SGA without a question.
Okay.
There is no debate. And if it's not SGA, it's a criminal offense by the NBA, the writers, anybody who's voting for this. What are we doing? It's SGA. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is your 2024, 2025 MVP. That doesn't mean he's the best player in the world. That doesn't mean any of that. But he's the MVP. And the fact that there are so many people willing to twist themselves into a pretzel to try to make an argument for Jokic to be MVP is ridiculous, especially talking about the things that you talked about with Giannis and why he just never gets a look anymore.
SGA 33-5-6 on the best team in the league.
I don't know what we're doing. Like there is no argument. I was talking with James and everybody on the handoff before, and James was giving me PRE and offensive box per 48. I don't need to hear all that. Jokic is not the MVP. It's SGA. This is open, close, shut, locked it up case. He's the MVP. There's no question about it. I don't know why. I just don't know why we're doing all these mental gymnastics and like I said, twisting ourselves into a pretzel trying to give Jokic a shot here.
Why do you think they love Jokic so much?
Go ahead. Why do you think they love Jokic so much?
I guess they just love his game.
Oh. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it.
He's a great player, and if we want to have a discussion about being the best player in the NBA, sure, that is perfectly fine. Under no circumstances should he even be. I'm going to say, under no circumstance should he even be considered for MVP this year. There's two people that probably should be considered, and one is kind of still distant. It's SGA, it's Jason Tatum. That's it. And Tatum isn't even really close to SGA. There's nobody close to SGA right now.
Well, I don't get to, like, if you want to throw Jokic in that conversation, that's fine. But why is it only a 2-person race at that point then? Because it's not like Jokic, I don't think his numbers are just completely blowing everyone's out the waters. Like, there's comparable players then if we're doing that. At least I feel.
I agree. I don't know why.
Like, throw Jokic in there, fine, but throw Giannis, like you've been saying. Throw in Tatum if you want, or whoever else. Like, I don't get why it's just SGA and Jokic.
It really is egregious that Tatum just never mentioned. Just never.
Oh, I
mentioned.
agree with that. I wholeheartedly agree with that. And I can't figure it out.
But Jokic is great. And like I told James and Kyle, my boys, earlier, if we doing so much for Jokic, being MVP, y'all can't never talk to me about defense again. Never. Because Giannis, Tatum, and SGA, relatively comparable stats, way better defenders, way more impactful defenders. They play both sides of the floor. Now, there are probably stats that point to Jokic being better than we realize. And that's fine. That's cool. But nobody in their right mind would look at those four players, say rank them on the defensive end, and have Jokic anywhere but fourth. So we talk about defense a lot. We talk about the best player. Is he the best offensive player, or is he the best all-around player?
I feel like this happens every year where we can't decide what MVP means. Is it the best player in the league? Because it seems to move depending on who the media wants to vote. And that's all that this boils down to, is who does this group of writers feel like they want to vote as the MVP? They create a story. They do it themselves before the season starts. There is an MVP front runner before the season starts, before a game is played, before a record has been established, before points have been scored. They have someone in their mind, and it's up to them whether that person loses it or not. It's the Tatum thing you were referencing. I don't even remember if it was during the commercial or in our last conversation.
It was on there.
We were like, he can't win the MVP because of regular season games he lost in January. Oh, okay, so now he's out of the MVP conversation because he lost 2 games. Well, he was already on fragile ground with some of these writers anyways. So they were looking for a way to move him out of the paint. The one that I find is fascinating as Tatum is Giannis. They just stopped talking about him. Dude wins 2 MVPs, wins the championship. Some of them accidentally admit on their podcast, we can't give him another MVP if he doesn't win a championship, which is insane because Jokic has how many MVPs?
2 or 3.
He has 3. And how many titles does he have?
1.
Okay, so that rule didn't apply to Jokic. Got it. Only applied to Giannis. Okay. What rules apply to Jason Tatum? Here's the part that sucks for SGA, though. SGA is the new darling for these guys. It ain't going to last more than a year with SGA.
Oh, no.
Because for some reason, they don't want their MVP to be boring. Unless it's Jokic. Then you can hate basketball, show up to work, treat it like a 9 to 5, and not care. someone somewhere at some point will write an article. Jason Tatum, man, he can't run this league, man. It can't be him. Like he treats this game like a job. Someone will write that article. They won't write it about Jokic, though, who very literally thinks the NBA is a job, hates it, wins the championship, just wants to go home. Hey, how about that parade, Jokic? I just want to go home. Yeah. It's like someone needs to. What we have, the Jordan rules. We need the Jokic rules, but it's not basketball. It's media. How does media? How do we judge this? And James brainwashed like the rest of them. James is sitting across from I don't know who, and they're stirring that cup like in Get Out, and they got James. They got him. Because James will fight for Jokic. And he'll ride or die with Nikola Jokic.
In Denver, 44-25, really good record, really good team. Jokic, once again, best player in the NBA. You want to say that? That's fine. I don't understand, after all I've ever seen with the NBA, how SGA, who checks all the boxes out.
I think I can tell you. Boston won 64 games last year. 64. Ain't nobody even say that man's name last year. After January, nobody said that man's name last year. They won 64 games. They had it in their mind who they want to vote with. Now the difference is, Denver won 57 last year. I don't think they're getting to that.
Yeah. So and a lot of people in the chat talk about, KC bugging, like Jokic definitely in the conversation. No, he's not. He ain't in the conversation. Not everything warrants a conversation. We can have a conversation about the other great players and the great seasons that they're having. But when we say who the MVP is, there is no conversation. SGA is as qualified as anybody that's ever been up for the debate. He checks all the boxes, leads the league in scoring, leader of the best team with the best record, great defender, clutch, all that stuff. The story's there for him. There's no reason why he should not be the MVP for a guy that's what are we? His team is 13 games behind his. No. There is no argument. You can't tell me a compelling argument as to why Jokic or Giannis should be in the MVP conversation.
Giannis has averaged more points and more assists in 3 of the 5 seasons since he's won the MVP. The second MVP. And he's averaging like 3 more points per game than he did the first time he won the MVP. And also, as you noted this earlier, the man won Defensive Player of the Year that same year.
There we go. Ian is in the chat, and he says, it's crazy that I said it was. All right, what are we looking at then? Like, what are we looking at that Jokic does and it's more impactful than SGA? So we're not looking at wins and losses no more. All of a sudden, we ain't looking at wins and losses no more.
And that's where the bar keeps getting moved.
Yeah, all of a sudden. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know why we got to keep doing this with Jokic. He's the best player in the league.
Here's what I stopped myself from saying.
Twisting ourselves. No, he's got to be included in this. No,
Jokic is simultaneously the best player in the league and the most overrated player in the league. He's both. He could be the best player in the league, but y'all put you put this dude on a pedestal. This man has won a single. Y'all kill LeBron for showing up to the finals 10 years in a row, 8 years in a row, whatever it was. Y'all killed LeBron for showing up to the finals 8 years in a row. Jokic has been there once, and you got him as the man. So how come titles don't count for Jokic? Kevin Durant's trash. He's garbage. Top tip, yeah, whatever. He won Steph's titles. He went to 2 finals. Won 2 finals. Jokic is cool, just going to 1. All right.
And here's the issue that I have with that. They changing the rules and trying to bend over backwards for Jokic when they hadn't done that with nobody else. LeBron James, if we talking about the best player in the world, how many MVPs should LeBron James have? Like 12?
All of them. Same with Mike. Same with
Mike
Kobe Bryant
10.
has one MVP. One. Kobe Bean Bryant has one MVP.
So, and like I said, they just trying to. I just don't understand why we got to change the rules and do all this twisting and all this other stuff to get Jokic. And he's not the MVP. SGA is. SGA is leading the league in scoring. He's a top flight defender. His team is 13 games better.
Best player on the
than
best
the
team.
Nuggets. Like, what are we doing? Why we can acknowledge Jokic is great, Giannis is great, Tatum is great, all this other stuff. That's cool. They're not the MVP this year. They're just not. But here we go. Sure enough, people in the chat, and you call in 916-909-1320. Oh man, they offended. They offended that somebody is saying this about Jokic. They ain't offended that nobody's saying this about Tatum. They're not offended that we're not saying this, that we're saying this about Giannis. But Jokic, oh, it's offensive. Casey, you crazy. All right, man. All right. This is the problem. This is the problem. And how many times have I stand for Giannis or Tatum? I'm telling you right now, no, they're not in the discussion. There's one player that should be the MVP this year. One player. It's SGA by a landslide.
And I see it from my man Patrick. Donovan Mitchell's getting the Jason Tatum treatment. He ain't referencing this. Again, what's the barometer for MVP in this league? We just talked about how Cleveland might be the most surprising team of the season. Donovan isn't putting up MVP numbers. So is that what we're talking about?
Sometimes, yeah.
Because it's every year it's the best player on the best team conversation, or is it some extraordinary stat? Is it I don't remember if the Rockets had the best record that year, but Harden's numbers were crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Russ made history. Giannis was probably hand in hand with both. If the Bucks weren't the best team in the league, they were one of the best teams in the league. We talk about guys just getting taken out of the conversation. LeBron James just averaged 30 points as a 38-year-old like 2 years ago. Not even in the conversation anymore. It's because the story's old. It's not about who the best player in the league is anymore. It's about their story. This boils down to all of those writers that Kings fans get angry with. Y'all are riding with them right now. Y'all are in the Brian Windhurst sidecar, because Windhurst was the most egregious. He was the one who said it out loud. He was the one who reminded everybody we've got stories to write. And I'm not writing a story talking about this player being the best in the league when he can't take his team to a championship. We all know that's the case. He just said it on his podcast. Maybe he thought no one was listening, but he said it. And every year, this offseason, there's going to be a story. This is the tough part for OKC. This is the really tough part for SGA. They're going to turn on him. They're going, the same collective that is behind him, they're going to slowly and subtly start to turn on him. And he'll be Derrick Rose, James Harden, whoever, unless OKC wins the title, and I don't think they will, but a lot of people think they do. Unless Oklahoma City wins the title, all of this is out the window. Then he's Steph. Then he's getting that ultimate, like he could win another one next year. Now they might turn heel in the eyes of NBA fans. They're not going to turn heel in the eyes of NBA writers. Let OKC lose in the second round instead of the conference finals. Boy.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Boy.
It's a problem.
You don't think they're going to have something to say about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? Should that happen?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And
doesn't happen with Jokic, though.
Not at all.
It's Jamal's fault. Michael Malone fell short.
They didn't get the roster around him. He's just exhausted. Nick V, who look, I'd never try not to judge a book by its cover. But what the hell does Nick V know about basketball? He says Kenny can't explain how OKC is -12 favorites tonight without SGA and Jalen Williams because they're playing the Sixers.
Ooh,
The hell are you talking about?
that's a little tough, Nick.
And if everything matters so damn much, why were the Nuggets able to beat the hottest team in basketball the other night without Jokic?
Yeah, Nick, you might have to take a lap on that one. That's tough.
Vincent back.
Man. We threw in a spread against the Philadelphia 76ers. That's a tough look.
The Scranton 86ers.
In Oklahoma City. That made it worse. Come on, Nick. As a matter of fact, Nick, 2 laps. 2 laps.
You know,
Nick.
just run so I tell you to stop.
Yeah,
how about
man,
that?
That's tough. I always hated when the PE teacher did that. That was no fun. That was no fun, but these are conversations around this award, which is completely subjective. And I think SGA is absolutely worthy. I wish Donovan was in the conversation. I get why he's not at this point in the year. I'm fine if Jokic is in the conversation. But SGA feels like he's the MVP, hands down.
I agree.
And that's the story they're starting to tell. But that story will change if they fall short in the playoffs. It happens with all the great players.
It absolutely
Hell,
does.
Joel's had MVP caliber years prior to his untimely death this year.
Like I said.
Figurative.
Like I said, the story is the story. I don't have a problem with the story. Maybe it's because that's how I've been brought up as an NBA fan. Like Allen Iverson in 2001. Was he better than Shaq that year? Was he better? No, but he had the year. He had the MVP season. That's perfectly fine. I don't have no problem with that. It doesn't mean you're the best player in the world. Doesn't mean that. But you combine your talent level, you combine that with your team's record, your team's success, and the numbers that you're putting up. And the formula has been clear since I've been alive. But for some reason, we're trying to switch up the formula here. And we don't switch that up with nobody else.
I don't think the formula has been the same. I think they adjust it to fit their story.
The story's always been, I want to say number one, but like we know what the story is that year. The story, like you can make the argument with Russ that he didn't have the team success.
Yeah, no,
but the story was this guy's doing something we've never seen.
Yeah, yeah, no, for sure.
And I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
I'm cool with that. Sometimes it benefits
what I meant is
line, sometimes it doesn't.
What I meant is the barometer for the MVP seems to always evolve.
True.
And it's the best team, best player, or like there were people who thought Russell Westbrook didn't deserve the MVP that year because his team won, I think, 46 or 47
60,
games.
Think, yeah.
Oh, you can't win the MVP with that record. Okay. So it's best player on the best team. Okay. I mean, if we're consistent with that, then let's be consistent with it. Now, that's not the direction that they went. You know, they told this story as if it was going to be a close race between him and James Harden. And the fact is it wasn't. Russ's accomplishments that year won him the MVP. Was Derrick Rose the best player in the league that year? Or did he take the league by storm? Well, what's fun to write about? Taking the league by storm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and once again, you talk about that story. You know, the hometown kid leads his team to the number one seed. You know what I mean? Like, and he's got the numbers to back everything up. Yeah, he's the MVP. It's cool. But like we got we got people that want to have two different conversations over this. They say, "Oh, Jokic is the best player in the world. How is he not the MVP?" All right, man. Like, all right, whatever. And then that don't even take into account we talking about guys like Giannis who have comparable numbers offensively in his light years of a more impactful and better defensive player. But now, leave it to the unethical hooper, Kenny Caraway, to talk about defense. Now y'all don't want to talk about defense. Y'all tell me all the time I don't like defense, but now defense don't matter when we talk about your beloved Nikola Jokic. Defense, yes, but he's so impactful. Oh, okay, we ain't talking about defense no more. All right, just remember that. Just remember that.
Michael Jordan averaged 32.6 points per game in a year that they won the title and didn't win the MVP. Finished third in 1993. I don't remember who finished second. Charles was definitely the winner.
Charles won it. Oh, it's maybe Akeem.
Okay.
Maybe Akeem. Do they have the voting?
No, I'm just looking at some Jordan numbers. 33.6 points per game, didn't win the MVP. I think that's 90. I think that's Magic.
Hakeem was second, by the way, that year.
Okay, there you go. I think who won it I assume it was Magic in 1990. 33.6 Jordan average.
If you're talking 89-90, it was still Mike. Mike won it. Magic came in second.
89-90, Mike won the MVP, or 90-91, Mike won the MVP?
Yeah, Magic won it 89-90.
Okay, thank you.
He won 3 straight then, huh?
Who?
Mike. Or maybe he won 3 out of 4.
No, Mike did not win 3 straight. He won.
87 was a 37-point year.
Yes, 87-88. He won that year. He did not win in 88-89.
Magic won that one then.
I think Magic won back-to-back.
Yeah, he was back-to-back Magic.
And then Mike won back-to-back in 91-92. And then they went with Charles. Michael Jordan did not win 3 MVPs in a row. Only Larry got that distinction. Yeah, 30. I mean, he led the league in scoring all of these years. I think Mike's got what, 6? 1, 2, 3. Or is it 5?
Yeah, he's got 5. Because he didn't win it 93, and then he didn't win it one of the Karl Malone years.
Yeah, he didn't win it in 1997. Averaged a measly 29.6 points per game. Won the title again that year. Defensive Player of the Year votes in every single one of these years.
Oh, defense.
Every single one.
Defense.
We'll come back. There's another guy that gets talked about stupidly by the media, and I don't know why football teams keep doing this, but quick note to the Pittsburgh Steelers, because I don't really care what the New York Giants do, but quick note to the Pittsburgh Steelers. This, right now, this is what you're signing up for if you sign this dude. We'll explain. Steeler and KC on ESPN 1320. Looking at Jordan's stat lines are so stupid. Averaged 37 points per game in that 86-87 season. 35 points per game that 88 season. That's got to be one of the most incredible seasons in league history. Winning the MVP and the Defensive Player of the Year award. Averaged 22.9 points per game and 20 points per game in his final years. And still averaged 31.1 points per game in his career. Boy, nasty. Boy is nasty. Don't like it. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Leezy, I think he gave up on them, at least for the offseason.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, the race part being funny, having 6 guys went, but Nash having 2 is crazy. Nash having 2 is absolutely wild. Like, that's almost silly in hindsight. Not that Nash wasn't great that year. It's crazy. That's a good question, Leezy. I don't know.
Saving jobs, that's why. Nah, Tyler Schefter was saying that Steelers actually wanted to bring back Fields, but he left for the Jets and that money.
How much did Justin get again?
2 years, 30 million guaranteed.
That's what, okay.
Might be, yeah, I think it's 30 guaranteed.
Michael, I don't think Steve Nash has more MVPs than Larry Bird. Larry Bird won 3 in a row. Steve Nash only won 2. Yahoo saying Garland is out tonight. I'll check the injury report real quick. Oops. Let's see. Cleveland, Darius Garland. Yep, he's resting tonight.
Oh, get your rest on.
Latest injury report has Darius Garland out for the Cleveland Cavaliers tonight. Rest day for Darius Garland. Evan Mobley not even listed on the injury report. I was wondering if he was going to go back-to-back after just returning to the lineup, and it looks like he will unless something changes over the course of the next couple of hours. Again, he's not even on the injury report. So Darius Garland out for the Cleveland Cavaliers tonight as they step into the Golden One Center to take on your Sacramento Kings. Cleveland Cavaliers, losers of 2 straight, only lost 3 in a row, 1 time this year. Our Cleveland insider says they don't look good. All right.
Is the Cleveland insider, is he like a Kyle Madsen, where he's
nah,
with the Cavs?
He's not that extreme. No. The Warriors will be down 2-0 and Kyle will text trade everybody.
I think Kyle Madsen dropped a tweet yesterday. Of course, the Warriors are blowing leads again. Of course, classic Warriors.
They won 14 of 16.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is. It's fun when he tweets it because then like everybody sees it. Like that's Kyle Madsen vibes right there. So I guess much, against the idea of common sense, Aaron Rodgers has multiple offers waiting for him. Allegedly, I don't even think it's allegedly. There's one waiting from Pittsburgh, and there's one waiting from the New York Giants. Okay. It's Aaron Rodgers who has yet decided where he wants to play, and some insiders are expecting like he's in no rush. From everything we've been told, he's in no rush to make this decision. And that's fine. Like, I don't care where Aaron Rodgers, I'll say what I said last year and believe I'll be 100% right. Aaron Rodgers is going to suck this year. I hope he signs with the Giants because I want better for Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers. This feels like a very anti-Pittsburgh Steelers move. Signing a dude like this is what you're signing up for. Like, with Aaron Rodgers, this is what you're signing up for. You're trying to put together your team. You're trying to put together your game plan. I don't know what other, maybe you come up with a plan for the draft. Maybe you put together trade proposals. Maybe there are other free agents out there that I'm not aware of. I don't really know. You can't move forward until this idiot decides what he wants to do. Why a team? Now the Giants, I understand. The Giants they're a dumpster fire. Like they're garbage. But why a team like the Pittsburgh Steelers would sit around and wait for this idiot to decide what he wants to do is beyond me.
What else do you do if you're Pittsburgh?
That's what I was gonna ask. Like, what's the other move?
You could do anything. This isn't gonna work. You could sign Jesse Tapia or Kenny Caraway.
I disagree with you on that one, pal.
It ain't gonna get much worse. He's going to be terrible.
You don't think
he's going to alienate members of that locker room, and you're going to be left tap dancing around this jackass all season long? This is a mistake. Any team that signs him is making a mistake and is being demonstrated in real time right now.
You don't think the Steelers organization is like strong enough to handle a personality like that?
No, honestly, I wonder if they would just cut him. Like, you know what, dude, forget it. Go home. Or here's your money. Get out of my face.
See,
he's not good. That's the other thing. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, but neither is Gardner Minshew.
Dude, no, that's true. Gardner Minshew isn't good either. Draft the quarterback. You don't have a pick?
Yeah, I mean,
what you think? You got a championship contender?
That's probably
you got DK. I think they're operating as if they could, if you get the right quarterback in there.
Okay, so your approach this offseason was to sign Aaron effing Rodgers at 41. That was your plan. You got DK Metcalf. You got this squad that you think could compete, and your plan was Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost
in the year of 2025. See, that was your plan.
See, that's the I can't, I'm not going to argue with anything you said because I agree with you.
You want me to get you a Rodgers jersey? Because I know you're about to say something next.
No, I agree with you. I'm just thinking about it from a Steelers POV. I'm with you. Draft a quarterback. But I'm probably looking at like I could draft a quarterback and still sign Aaron Rodgers. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if I want to put
that young quarterback in that quarterback room. You trust Aaron Rodgers to do that?
I mean, no, but Jordan Love is fine, right? Like he's not going to do damage.
I'd argue that was a different Aaron Rodgers. No, because Aaron at least was good.
True, but he's not.
Well,
gonna
at least a couple of those years he was good.
He's not going to corrupt that quarterback. Not because he won't try, but just because the quarterback will look at the rookie will look at him like, you're a jackass. Like not like you're gonna follow him or anything else like that. So if you're trying to win now, which they are, you make that move for DK, you're trying to win this year. What are the other options?
Like to
be honest with
you, if you don't have a quarterback, you're not in a win this year mode.
Well, you're trading like you are, you're making moves like you are.
But that's your problem. Then you're making a mistake. If you don't have, that's your starting point, not your finishing point.
Do we need to have a conversation about the Steelers and who's running things then? Because I mean, like Mike Tomlin or whoever runs the show is like, yeah, Aaron Rodgers, come on down. Like they think it's a good move.
Is Mike Tomlin in charge?
I
just assumed they had a general manager and I didn't know his name. Is it Mike Tomlin?
I don't know. I think he's got a lot of sway. A lot of sway. He's got a voice in there.
Omar Khan is a GM, but yeah.
To be honest with you, when I'm thinking about like what I would do, because I'm with you, I don't. Rodgers is cooked. Like he finished. I'd probably, honestly, I'd go get Jameis Winston before I get Aaron Rodgers.
I'm with you. I did see the report from Florio that they were out with the kid from Alabama,
Jalen Milroe.
Yeah.
I would. You got to go get somebody. I would go get Jameis, and I would still draft one.
Jameis is kind of scary, though.
He is. I
feel like Aaron Rodgers, I can work with that. Jameis.
I don't know. Aaron's done. Like, he's finished. He can't even throw the ball no more.
He's had 3 seasons that aren't good. The last 2 were really bad.
Oh, yeah.
And I was on the train of, get him with the Jets with that defense. Like, he's not what he was, but he'd still be all right. And he was so much worse than even I thought he would be. He was awful. It didn't get better in a year. I mean, you can maybe how you rationalize it is it took him a year, and it takes anybody a year coming off that injury.
Mm-hmm.
And he got that bad year out the way, and he'll be better. He'll never be close to what
He's
he was.
41. This isn't a 26-year-old coming off of an Achilles injury.
I know, but
or
the
a year
26-year-old
removed from an Achilles injury.
The 26-year-old, maybe it wouldn't have took him all year. Maybe at 41, it did take him all year. Because I think, wasn't it Kirk Cousins at the end of last year was like, I still don't feel okay. Like
I think that was at the beginning of the year. Maybe it was at the end. I thought it was at the beginning of the year where he was just like, I still don't feel
right.
Is he on a team?
He's still on Atlanta.
Is he still on? Oh, is he still there? Trade for Kirk Cousins. I'd take Kirk Cousins in Pittsburgh over Aaron Rodgers.
You want that contract too?
Well, it can't be that bad, is it?
Oh, it's pretty bad. I'm assuming.
Is it? No, it can't be because it can't be that bad. Don't look. Have we ever done a football pocket watching?
Well, they're always so fake.
Yeah, we don't do those.
Oh, that's right.
Fake.
That's true. All right, calm down.
Trying to mess up my winning record.
You don't have a winning record.
You do not have a winning record.
I got a championship, though.
I don't even think you beat Eddie in that game where Jesse disappeared.
I got a championship. Me and Jokic, we got one.
So they have an out. They have an out next year.
Says that, but I mean, the dead cap is still 35.
Yeah.
Still not great
I'd
money.
Still do it. I don't think that's you're talking about for like a year.
Yeah.
I'd do it.
You would rather on the hook still paying Kirk Cousins.
No, don't tell me.
Yeah, I'll take Aaron Rodgers over Kirk Cousins' contract.
Man,
easy, because I can just move on from Aaron after this year and restart again. I'm stuck with Kirk Cousins for like the next 3 years.
I don't think.
Or I got to pay him.
I think that's
I don't want
real.
Kirk Cousins. I don't want Kirk Cousins. I'm serious, and I know he's scary, Jesse. I get you. I'm still looking at Jalen or Jameis. Excuse me.
I feel like with Aaron, like the Steelers can at least get to 8-9, 9-8. With Jameis, like who knows? We might go 2-15 or win the division.
You're not going 2-15.
Jameis, I love Jameis, but he's not that good anymore.
I'm trying to see. This is so confusing.
If you take Jameis, you're benching him by week 8.
Well,
that's where your rookie quarterback comes into play.
Yeah, but I think you can still get some wins with Aaron Rodgers. Oh gosh.
Wow.
It's Mike Tomlin. I believe in Mike Tomlin. What do you want me to do?
Now I'm switching it to Tomlin. Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to find free agent quarterbacks right now.
They've been barling out on Mike Tomlin.
No, that's not true. I'm disappointed in Pittsburgh for being a part of this conversation.
So these are the guys we're talking about here. We're talking about. No, I think he signed somewhere. Yeah,
what are you looking at?
I was going to say Jacoby Brissett, but they saying he's with Washington. It's really Jameis. And I would take Jameis over Aaron Rodgers today.
Would you have taken Daniel Jones over Aaron Rodgers? Yes. Looking at both of you in the class.
Yes.
You take Daniel Jones?
This year, yes. I would.
What about you, Guy?
I don't know if I do that. I think Daniel Jones is really bad. Yeah, I don't think Daniel Jones is good at all.
Would you
sign Trey Lance?
Okay.
There you go, Casey.
Okay.
Go sign Trey Lance.
Wow, okay. Yeah, no. We're gonna take your key card away now.
What?
Go sign Kenny's boy.
So I just Googled like free agent NFL quarterbacks, and they got all these quarterbacks, right? It's like Kirk Cousins, and then they have the team that I guess they're with. Yeah, I guess that's the case. Even though what happened with Russell Wilson and the Steelers?
He's still a free agent.
He's a free agent.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know what they're doing.
I think he's like the Browns or Giants' 4th choice right now.
So
damn.
You got Kirk Cousins, Atlanta, Joe Flacco, Indianapolis, Geno Smith, the Raiders. There's like 25 quarterbacks here. And they got like a Tom Brady, Phillip Rivers, guys like that, right? And they say Tom Brady, Patriots, Rivers, Chargers, Alex Smith, 49ers.
What?
Then it's just a simple Google search. Then it goes Dan Orlovsky, UConn Huskies football.
Oh, we couldn't even get him a Lions shout out.
UConn Huskies football.
Did he play center for the Huskies? Like they have a football team?
They do. They're an independent, just like Sac State's going to be.
So Russell Carrington Wilson is out. But Aaron Rodgers, come on down.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. Russell was pretty bad last year. They're both pretty bad. Like, we're honestly arguing like whose trash can is better at this point.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, but only one of those trash cans is toxic.
Well, it's a good
You're
point.
not wrong, but it's like we just did the whole Russell Wilson thing. If you're Pittsburgh, like that was bad.
Hey, it was great for a couple weeks. 2.
Tyler Huntley?
2.5.
Yeah, no thanks. Saw Snoop Huntley live and in person last year. No thanks.
Drew Lock?
See, that's where I just don't get the idea that the Steelers are trading to. They're trying to compete. They want to win. Like, I don't feel like you can even have that conversation unless your quarterback is in place.
I think you can.
How's the quarterback going to be the last thing you address?
Can you convince yourself, if you're Pittsburgh, that Aaron Rodgers can still do it?
Yeah, you can.
You can't. He doesn't need to be Aaron Rodgers of the past, but can you convince yourself that, hey, he can, I guess, still get us some
How
wins,
many
or at
times
least
have
get the ball to
we
DK here?
Foolishly or blindedly convinced ourselves of something that wasn't true?
All the time. I do it every day, damn near. But I'm not.
Jesse convinces himself he loves coming to work every time he drives in.
I like this job.
But that's what they're doing.
But yeah, but you're the Steelers. You have a proven track record where you can do this stuff.
I understand what Jesse's saying. I can understand the Steelers trying to sell themselves on Aaron Rodgers.
I think you're right. I think this is not going to work. But I get the Steelers' point of view from this. They kind of messed up the whole situation, but
we're all in agreement. He's not good. We're all in agreement there.
Okay.
But I do understand the Steelers' POV, especially when you look at everything else that's out there. I gave a name. I would take Jameis. I would take more of a chance with Jameis than I would with Aaron Rodgers, but I'm probably in the minority. Even Jesse was like, you don't want to do that. But that's like the only guy.
Kind of like the meme KC said, where the person's sitting in the rain and you got the umbrella. Like, I'm mad at you, but let's go. You're with us now. Here's your umbrella, Aaron Rodgers, I guess.
Is Aaron Rodgers one more bad season away, a mid-season benching from Pittsburgh, or even funnier, the New York Giants?
Oof,
that'd
be embarrassing.
From the conversation about his legacy being changed?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, he's still first ballot.
Yeah,
I'm not questioning that.
I think that's how they'll still talk about him. They won't talk about his last years.
Tom Brady and LeBron James have ruined professional athletes, particularly older ones.
Well, yeah, even Drew Brees tried doing the 40 thing.
They think they can do this.
I heard it.
The reason that stupid "father time is undefeated" phrase has lived for so long is because there's literally 2 guys who have defeated it.
I think it's a little different with these quarterbacks too, because we are coming off an era. Like, these are some of the greatest of all time. Like, Aaron Rodgers was not. I don't know, throwing some average like. He's not Dak Prescott or whatever now. Like, Aaron Rodgers at one point was like one of the greatest of all time. So I think you're always going to try and give that person a shot.
At one point, and I never liked the guy. I've never liked him. But at one point, I was like, damn, this is the coldest dude that ever, like maybe the most talented guy that ever played quarterback. He wasn't as accomplished as Peyton or Brady or anything, but the throws, he was
Jokic then.
You could say that.
The barometer was different for Aaron Rodgers. It didn't matter that he didn't win. It didn't matter that he coughed up NFC championship games.
But just looking
but he was great.
But looking at
Jokic is great. No one cares that he's only won 1 title in these 6 years of dominance.
And
5 years.
Contrary to what people may think about how I feel about, that's fine. That is fine. Like, I can appreciate Jokic or Rodgers for their talent and what they're able to do, and know that they're not the same winner.
But I'm saying they're not even judged equally. Manning had to win. Manning is the greatest, maybe the second. If he's not the greatest, he's the second greatest quarterback of this generation, maybe ever. But he had to win that Broncos title you were trashing last week. He had to win that.
Yeah,
Aaron
but like
never had to win anything.
But Payne had 2 MVPs going before he won his first Super Bowl too, though.
He got the respect.
But like you said earlier, the NFL is different. They'll give you credit if you play well, like during the season. NBA is the one where it's kind of different.
Yeah, they will. They'll give you the MVP if you're the best player in the league. They'll give you the
NFL's
MVP.
Different.
I just know, like, once again, I couldn't stand the guy, but
there's something.
Aaron Rodgers was super cold.
There's something intriguing to think about. Hey, if I can get 70% of one of the greatest of all time, that maybe we have something here.
70?
Well, that's what I'm
You
saying.
think you could pull 70% from Aaron Rodgers?
If I'm the Steelers, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay. One,
I don't think he's
you
good.
are
Yeah.
100% right. If you could pull 70% from Aaron Rodgers on the Pittsburgh Steelers, you're in great shape.
It's kind of like Tom
I
Brady
would-
didn't work because he was still great, but it's just the all-time great still hanging around.
I would need Mike Tomlin or whoever we established as their general manager to explain to me what makes you think 70% of Aaron Rodgers is available for you.
Okay. All right. This is bizarre. This is really this is bizarre. And maybe I'm not even calculating things the right way. Do you know his numbers last year?
Mm-hmm. Looked at him the other day.
That's probably 70%. If he's on Pittsburgh and he's throwing for 3,900 yards,
So wait a second.
28 TDs.
So wait a second. Listen, I want to make sure I got this right. Everyone we had 50 goddamn New York Jets televised games the last 2 years because we thought that was a champ. Not we. I'm talking about the collective jackasses who cover this sport.
Yes.
All of us said this is a championship team. Now all of a sudden the problem was the Jets. If we put them on the Steelers, it's better.
This team is not as overrated as that Jets team. I'll say that.
I think well, okay, well, no, we can't do that. The Steelers are a more talented team.
I don't
than
disagree with
the
that.
Jets.
I don't disagree
and
with
they're
that.
better
But y'all
coached.
were loving the Jets.
And they're better and we were wrong about it. But they're Tomlin.
Not we, by the way, the National Writers.
Well,
I thought
someone in this room did.
Okay,
I thought
sorry,
they were
Casey.
gonna, I
You
thought
got
they
to
were going to
build
win
that one on your own.
I thought they were going to win the division. I thought they had a chance to win the division.
Who else was going to win it?
Hey, relax. Relax. Tua got hurt.
That's a shot.
Relax. Yeah, hey.
That's a shot.
Hey, yeah, Tony Romo dropped the field goal.
That's a receipt. There's a receipt.
Oh, Jesse Travis Scott.
Yeah,
You got to get that one.
Get that receipt.
Yeah, I think the Steelers are better than the Jets, more talented than the Jets. And I didn't realize his numbers were this good. I was looking for something super anemic. And I'm not saying this is like MVP quality, but it's better than I thought. He was 8th in the league in yards passed, 7th in touchdowns.
I think the wide receiver
and
room
it
is
amounted
better.
to nothing.
Yeah,
like it amounted to nothing.
Well,
I think what was the Lions quarterback? Kitna.
Yeah, John
I think
Kitna,
didn't
shout out.
Kitna once lead the league in passing yards?
You're right. We've looked that up on the show before.
Yeah.
All right.
This is true.
I lived through the season. I saw it.
Yeah, they were not a good team.
Okay.
They were not a good team.
All right. So
But
I guess it
they-
was the Jets' fault.
They weren't blameless.
No, they weren't. But
So
it's
let-
weird how everybody thought that was such a contender until Aaron Rodgers got there, and it was like, oh, maybe they're not.
Aaron
So
Rodgers got there.
either he brought everybody down or everybody got sick of his ass.
Aaron Rodgers got there. You mean this year, or when he got there the first time?
Well, no, the year that he played, not the snap that he played.
Because the one thing that could be true is they were just I would put myself in it. We're just wrong across the board. Maybe the Jets just weren't even good because it wasn't like they were good before.
I didn't think they were.
That
I'm-
could be the case. So and I'm not caping for them. I'm just saying
Sounds
they
like
could have
it.
just never been good.
Kenny and Woody Johnson over here
Never. They could
getting
have just
together big brunch with Linda McMahon later.
they could have just never been good. And
Yeah,
the fact,
maybe.
the
Yeah,
fact
yeah.
that it was like, oh, Rodgers is here and he's going to elevate him. No, he can't elevate this because they ain't no good.
I'll sign up for that.
Yeah.
I'll sign up for that.
So
But he was part of the reason I didn't think they were good.
he was part of the. He was definitely part of the just dysfunction that they suffered, especially this year. Just dysfunctional. He got the head coach fired. You know what I'm saying? Like it was.
Didn't Josh Dobbs come from Pittsburgh? Is that where he was before the 40? Or was he with Arizona?
He was with Arizona for sure.
Okay.
I don't know if he made a stop in Pittsburgh or not though. I feel like he might have.
I'm gonna look. I know did Josh because like Josh Dobbs could play. Oh, he's been on 97 teams. He started in Pittsburgh. I thought he did.
Was that his last stop?
Bro, no. This is ridiculous. I don't even know how this works. He started in Pittsburgh 2017
Minnesota was
and
his last
19.
stop.
Jacksonville, Pittsburgh again, Cleveland, Detroit, Tennessee, Cleveland again, Arizona, Minnesota, San Francisco, now New England.
Minnesota was his last stop because remember he was.
I hope brother has all those jerseys.
Remember he was cooking in Minnesota. Jesse, you remember that? Oh, Jesse gone. Jesse
quit. He's tired. He's like, I'm done. This show's stupid. He didn't like my Dolphins joke.
But Dobbs, you probably remember Dobbs early, not this past season, but the one before. Dobbs was cooking and everybody was like, oh, he's got Minnesota playing. And then he lost like 5 of his next 6.
Maybe you just get like 10 quarterbacks. And you just, the guys who.
Has anyone ever tried that?
Jameis plays 3. Josh plays 3. Aaron Rodgers can play a couple.
Right. It's like an opener in baseball. You know how they do that instead of the starting pitcher. Now the Farhans and everything. Well, let's just get our best relievers out there. Have them go 2 innings, then 1 inning, then another inning, then somebody else go 1 inning, and then we get to our closer. Instead of having to start, maybe you do that with quarterbacks.
So
you just do it for games.
So who's the closer?
Oof. Russell Wilson.
Oh, that's tough.
Because Jameis is only good for 3 games.
Yep.
Dobbs is only good. Dobbs might give you 4.
What about we get Brandon Allen in there somewhere?
Oh, he only good for like a half.
Oh.
Mason Rudolph. Didn't Mason Rudolph win a game or 2? So he might get 1 week.
For Pittsburgh, didn't he?
Yeah, he might get 1 week. You got to figure out the next 8 weeks.
I know who it is. Tim Tebow.
New York Mets' very own.
Dust off old Tim Tebow.
Tim Tebow won games.
He won
He's the closer.
Playoff game.
Yeah, he's the closer.
Can you imagine losing to Tim Tebow in the playoffs?
The Lord will lead the way.
Oh, who lost to Tim Tebow in the playoffs?
It's Pittsburgh Steelers. And the Patriots whooped that ass after I think it was.
They did.
That was almost disrespectful what the Patriots did.
That's tough.
I might have ended his little quarterback career right there.
Did you see? Did we talk about the AI prediction for NBA?
We didn't. We barely mentioned it.
Well, we'll talk about that when we come back.
Wait, the AI prediction for what?
NBA, like the next 75 NBA championships.
Kings fans, it's coming.
Oh, Jesus. No, we did not. I need to hear this.
That ties into something else. So we'll talk about that.
All right, we'll come back. Steeler with KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I saw that thing had Celtics win like 2 in like the next 15, and then they didn't win again for like the next Thursday. Like, wait, what the hell happened?
The new owners. That's what
they got the new expansion teams winning 3, I think.
They had a Mexico City team winning 1. That was crazy. Hold on, let me get the 13th round popping off real quick. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Big ups to the dope one. Shout out to my man, Donnie. Happy birthday to my man, Donnie. Shout out to Jordan Brand. You already know we locked in. And I saw something yesterday where Alicia Baumgartner, she signed with Jake Paul Promotions, along with Amanda Serrano, who's already on there. But I'm intrigued by this because I'm not like a big fan of the guy. But Jake Paul seems to really be locked in on treating women's boxing the right way. He's done a great job for Amanda Serrano. And you got somebody like Alicia Baumgartner, who has all the star qualities you could imagine. She is a superstar. She's a knockout artist. She can fight. She is gorgeous. She can talk on the mic. She's got it all right there. And I like this move for her because I wonder if getting with a Jake Paul can take her into another stratosphere. She's already famous right now. She's boxing famous, but she's not across the board famous. Like I said, she's got all the qualities to be a superstar. I wonder if Jake Paul could take her there. I like the move for her. I want to see her be a little bit more active as a boxer and be a little bit more high profile. And Jake Paul Promotions, I wonder if that's the place to be. So that stuck out to me. It was an interesting footnote, and we'll see what happens with our girl Alicia Baumgartner. And that's the 13th round. No, that was I didn't know he left.
Stepped out real quick. What was the question?
We were talking about Josh Dobbs, and I said, remember when he was cooking for like 3 weeks with Minnesota 2 years ago? And they were like, oh, Josh Dobbs.
He was going to take him to the playoffs.
Yeah, they're like, oh, man. Josh Dobbs, they gave up on him too early. Where is, so there's that one. And then there's another one. Damn, where is it at?
It's hella cold in here.
Hella cold. I almost went to the jacket again. I got the car. I got the jacket today. I almost went to the car and got it.
God damn.
There we go. There we go.
I'm kind of surprised Louis Riddick still hasn't gotten a front office job.
Yeah, he should have, especially for as many interviews as it seems like he's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Cam Ward jumped up to number 1. I don't think he was there before.
Like running back to the Raiders, huh? All right. Mock draft season, baby.
It is, man. It's that time. The draft is like April 11th or something like that.
I have no idea. It's the end of the month, isn't it?
Maybe.
I mean, I thought they moved it. Yeah. NFL.
Usually it's the end of the month now in April.
NFL draft is April 24th through 26th.
In Green Bay, right?
Green Bay, Wisconsin. Yeah. Titletown District. Baby.
I do kind of like that they take the NFL draft to these cities that'll never get the Super Bowl. That's fair. That's cool.
It's cool.
Yeah. It's a good look.
I mean, it always looks great.
Yeah. So Chat GPT has predicted the next 75 NBA champions.
Okay.
You want to take a guess on how many titles the Sacramento Kings win?
Do we have Luka? Because if we do, it's like 72.
I don't know. No. I'll just say no. We don't have
Luka. Over the next 75. I mean, can we get one?
Sure.
Okay. I'm not going more than one.
You get one and you like it.
That's it?
That's it.
We got one?
2084. The Kings will win it all.
All right.
They have
2060. Oh, yeah, I'll be long gone.
They have No, you might be around. Like I said, I'm be 101. I'm gonna still be on K Street.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be out there.
around.
They're gonna be wheeling me around. Seattle
I'm 44. I'm off K Street now.
In that time, the Seattle Sonics have 1, 2, 3.
Oh, the Sonics
4,
are back.
5. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, and they got 5 titles.
They win 5 titles in that
Great.
time.
Terrific.
The Spurs win 1, 2,
oh boy.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
How many does De'Aaron get?
De'Aaron probably only gets 2.
Okay.
So they got 7 in that time. Okay, let me get a little closer because I don't know who this is. Oh, the Las Vegas team. Las Vegas wins 1 in 2042.
Las Vegas LeBrons.
Yeah, they win 1 in 2042. Mexico City wins 1.
What is happening
in 2061?
So okay, now we've got out of country titles happening. Great.
Mexico City actually wins 3 before the Kings win 1.
Awesome.
The San Diego Waves, they win 1 in 20.
Donald Sterling is back.
They win 1.
How big is the league?
It gets better. The Beijing Dragons win 1 in 2060.
All right, man, come on, man.
This is disrespectful at this
what
point.
What are we doing?
And the Uganda
Kamala
Gold
win
1 in 2069.
Nice.
You know who wins 1 in 2090? The Edmonton Oilers.
Connor McDavid, NBA champion.
The Edmonton Oilers win the NBA championship in 2090.
This is strong D'Angelo Russell and Casey Johnson vibes from this.
We disclosed the year the Kings won already, or no?
Yeah, 2084.
Yeah, 2084. Like, can you imagine? It's gonna be the robots watching basketball by them. Like, won't even be humans to witness the Kings winning the title.
It might even be the robots playing basketball at that time.
Oh man, that'd be the worst way to win a title.
D'Lo and Casey will still be around, but we're going to be robots. We might be robots in the next 5 years.
Might still be alive and kicking.
I really hope in 5 years I'm still alive.
No, I'm talking about 2084.
Oh.
We might, but like
I will not.
We might be looking like this.
I will not be alive in 2084.
I might be moving around like good.
I'm Kyle Shanahan. I'm hoping to be here Monday.
Bro, I'll be 97, I think, in 2084. No thanks.
One-time winners in the 75 years.
Which would make the league 150 years old?
Yeah.
Right? Because we're 75 years in?
Yeah,
Or no, we're more than
70.
70. Yeah, we're more than 75 in now.
Actually, it might be 77.
Yeah, I think it's 77.
One-time winners in this time span. The Hornets, they win 1 in 2080.
Well, I was going to say it's got to be somewhere around Sacramento because it's no time soon.
2080. Memphis wins 1 in 2096.
CJ says we will cure death before the Kings win a title.
Memphis wins 1 in 2096.
Only things true in life, death and taxes. Well, not anymore. We fixed death.
You'll enjoy this. Denver in 2026.
That's their next. Well, all right.
They only win 1. That's it.
Take that, D'Lo.
Done.
We'll go. Jokic going to have 7 MVPs, 2 titles.
The Pacers win 1 before the Kings do, so they win the trade. 2079.
Tyrese ain't gonna get one then.
And then this one, so that now I know they're just messing with us all because this is not. I don't think this is accurate, and this isn't fair. Can you imagine if this was accurate though?
Okay.
The last one, 2104, the New York Knicks.
Is that the only one?
It's the only one.
You know, that's perfect. Good for the Knicks. They finally got it.
2104, the Knicks win
the
title.
That is terrific.
That sounds about right.
Oh man, I'm trying to think. Are the Bulls on
what old basketball look? Does anyone not win one?
Yeah, plenty of teams.
Oh, really?
Well, I guess Timberwolves don't win one.
No.
I'm using process of elimination here. Timberwolves. The Hawks don't win one. The Wizards win one. They win 2 actually.
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a couple teams that don't win one.
All right.
But I brought this up because I saw this like last week, and then I came across they did the same thing for the next 50 Super Bowls.
Please tell me the Dolphins got in there somewhere.
2053 and 2064, actually.
Hey, it's a good decade right there.
Yeah, there you go. So they got two. They got two. But I was okay with this because they got the Niners winning 3 more. And the other key to this is the Niners win 3 more. The Cowboys only win 1. The Steelers only win 1.
When do the Cowboys win 1?
2032. They got the Niners winning.
So there's a chance Jerry's around for that.
There is.
It feels like a slim chance. How old is Jerry? 80? 81?
Well, it's really interesting.
You misunderstood.
You don't know my age because I've been around for a long time.
Jerry Jones is
I'm
82.
still kicking, and at 82 years old, I still go to Morton's when I want a steak. But 2032 it's far away, but I'll make sure I'm still around to see that.
What year did you say?
2032.
Oh yeah, he might be with us.
I'll be here.
Ricardo in the chat house
Still eating
says
dry ass steaks at Morton's.
Put me in a cryo sleep and unfreeze me when they make the finals. How about the Kings? You think Jerry Jones freezes himself if the Cowboys don't win a title?
I think he tries to.
No, all right, man. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
I'll just be disrespectful.
I'm really not.
I just looked up the list of best steakhouses in Dallas, and Morton's is not listed. The fact that he shows up there is so embarrassing. Unless, of course, it's Jerry Jones's Morton's, then it's different.
Well, it might be.
It might be.
I'm just trying to get the story right. I'm trying to get the story right, man. I'm trying.
You gonna bring up Ted Williams right now?
Well, all right, yeah. What didn't they?
They froze his head. Yeah, I think they cut it off and put it in a freezer. I think, or something like that.
And why did they do that?
I don't know, but I think they tried to freeze his head.
Man.
I think Jazz said that's what she was going to do to you. Just cut your head off and freeze it.
Why did they do that? All right, man. So
hey, check this headline out. Ted Williams' head mistreated in lab, according to new book.
My God.
Ted Williams frozen in 2 pieces. Ted Williams was decapitated by surgeons at the cryonics company.
His Kappa was detated.
Exactly. We had a bird for a funeral.
That was season 4. I remember that one.
His body was suspended in liquid nitrogen. Several samples of his DNA are missing. Someone tried creating a super athlete, clearly.
Come on, man.
That's a 2002 article right there.
That's not okay.
2002?
Yeah, what I just read.
Yeah, that's
so he's still just frozen.
Let me see if he's still frozen.
Is Ted Williams still frozen? Oh, well, AI says no.
Oh, they got rid of they cremated him in 2002. It's saying.
Okay, thank you. Let that man rest.
That's probably when they were messing with his body and stuff. But once they found out, like, yeah, his DNA is missing.
Let that man rest in peace. Why?
Can you imagine Ted Williams coming back in 2040 and going from hitting 400 again?
Ted Williams' head on Matt Chapman's body. Come on, that can't happen. That cannot happen.
I can't believe they froze him. And yeah, like decapitated. Hey, Dame's like really lost into this little rabbit hole right now.
No, because I found another article that says he is still frozen.
I just found why Ted Williams is frozen in a Scottsdale, Arizona industrial, and then it goes ... It says he's in an industrial park as of 2024.
All right, like, yo, thaw this man out, and
we're gonna get Ted Williams on the show one day.
Well, what's
we doing?
What's the big deal if Ted Williams is frozen?
Well, Well, you're right, but I don't know if he wanted that. Maybe if he did, it's cool. Like, yeah, try it with me, guys. Try it. Go ahead. Then that's cool. But if they're just doing it all willy nilly, let that man live, man.
I found a Reddit thread.
It's not gonna live. But
I found a Reddit thread. If cryogenic freezing works and Ted Williams is revived and chooses to play baseball again, will his stats continue, or he have to start again as a new player?
He's the same person, I'd imagine. Yes, stats continue.
Stats continue.
The first comment says he'd probably start off a little cold.
Come on. Come on.
Oh man. I don't venture over to Reddit often, but it's funny over here. Oh, that is great.
Niners get 3 though. And like I said, Cowboys only get 1, Steelers only get 1. That would have the Niners at number 1 all time. I'm okay with this. I'm okay. And ironically enough, it said, I don't agree with this. Find out more in August. But they said the Niners are winning next year. Niners winning 26, 36, and 45. Now, this is always fun. Let's see some of these created teams.
There was a rumor that Walt Disney was frozen. I guess he's not.
Oh, I'm still stuck on Ted Williams. I'm reading this article still.
Well, I saw a Walt Disney reference, and I was like, wait a second, really? It doesn't appear that Walt Disney is actually frozen. Continue.
Ted Williams literally just sounds like he was an autograph.
So
machine.
just to be clear, if you're just tuning in, Kings play the Cleveland Cavaliers tonight, and what we're discussing is Ted Williams and Walt Disney being frozen in Kenny's fake football team.
And
the title that the Kings will win in 2084.
2084. And Dr. David, he asked the question, what about the Raiders? Sorry, pal, they're not.
Oh, no way. They didn't make the list at all?
Wow.
They have some team called the Aztecs, the Monarchs, the St. Louis Stallions win 2.
Oh, the Monarchs are back.
The Monarchs win 3. The Aztecs win 3. The Austin Armadillos win 2. Even the Jets win 1.
Maybe. Oh, gross.
Who gets the last title on that list?
Who gets the last one?
Yeah.
Green Bay in 2074.
Chris says, damn, the Las Vegas NBA team got one, but nope on the Raiders.
You can't even dream artificially.
Even artificial intelligence doesn't buy the
got
Raiders.
One in 53 and 2064 at least.
Terrible. Damn. You still have the basketball one up?
I do.
How many more do the Celtics win?
Oh, they get
who wins like 1 or 2.
They get
who wins more, the Celtics or Lakers?
Lakers by far. Lakers.
Oh,
win.
so the Lakers, they become the winningest then.
Lakers win 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more.
Usually got to go make believe to make the Lakers the number 1.
Those are all with Luka.
The Celtics. Oh, listen to this drought, Jesse. Well, you're probably used to this. They win 1 this year.
Yeah, us both.
They win 1 this year. They don't win another one until 2095. You okay with that?
I'm assuming they're still top of the league in titles and all that.
No, they'd be done. Lakers have
the Lakers, yeah.
Lakers got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, like
6,
I said,
7.
in make believe land, the Lakers are number 1 again.
You guys know about these little damn teenagers. 6, 7.
I have no idea what that means.
Yeah, I don't know why these kids do that. It's ridiculous.
What is it? What's a reference to?
I don't know. I don't know if it's a song or what, but Reese and all his little teammates come 6, 7. All right, bro.
Man, being a parent must be hard.
It's just, I don't know, but yeah.
Because I'd literally what? What are you talking about?
6, 7.
All right.
Yeah. But yeah, that's a 70-year drought. That's crazy. Celtics go on a 70-year drought. And it's still not as long as the Kings drought.
Jesse, you would have been alive for 3 titles. Oh, Jesse's on the phone. Jesse got 08 last year.
Mm-hmm.
And then if they get it this year.
That's it, pal. That's it.
Do you think it's Thunder Celtics? Do you think is that if you had to pick a finals today? Do we see a finals team at the Golden One Center tonight? Finals preview tonight at the Golden One Center tonight?
I think it is OKC Boston.
You do? Okay.
I do.
All right.
I do. Damn. I'm Cleveland. I really do believe they're a really, really good team. They're a legit contender.
Mm-hmm.
But if I had to pick tonight, I would say Boston. Were we in the yeah, we were in the studios the other day when they played OKC and Boston shot 36 threes in the first half.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Should have been more.
How many did they end up with?
60 something, I think.
Come on,
63,
man.
I think.
Yeah.
Ruining basketball.
No, they're not. That's the thing. Your team's just stop. Don't do this. Don't turn me into a villain.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jesse. I'm sorry. I missed one. They'll win in 2056.
There we go. Hey, Dolphins get one in 2053 and then the Celtics in 2056.
Oh, man, the 2050s are all Jesse.
Hey, I know what I'm looking forward to. I got something to live for now.
Jesse going to have grandkids that are randomly Celtics and Dolphins fans.
I wonder, I haven't looked for this, but I wonder if they did baseball. Will I ever be happy again? Dodgers won today, by the way.
Yeah, they won both of them, right?
Yeah.
And it's over.
Yes, they're on.
And now we got 9 days before before opening day.
They start on the 27th.
They still have to play spring training games too.
They might play like little weekend games. The weekend before the season starts, they might do that. But I don't think they got to play too many games. No, I can't find the World Series. Yeah, can't find it.
So are we all collectively going to opening night?
Yeah, let's go.
I do kind of want to be there.
I definitely want to be there. It's funny you say that because I was doing a lot of
do I have this right? It's the 31st. Do I have that right?
Monday the 31st.
Yeah. Okay.
I was just like trying to get caught up on some baseball stuff yesterday and seeing previews for the Giants and the A's, and I came across this Channel 10 special that they did, just talking about the A's coming to West Sacramento. Matt George did a great job on there, by the way. I was like, yeah, man, this is gonna be pretty. I understand the circumstances. I'm not gonna say that no more because we all know I understand the circumstances, but it's gonna be pretty cool having him in West Sacramento. The Major League Baseball is gonna be here 81 times a year. And then one of the things they talked about, which is I don't really care, like A's fans, Oakland A's fans, be like, oh, Sacramento getting played. Look, you do all this, they ain't even good. They talk about not giving them playoff games, and I don't really care. I just think it's stupid. Because if you're Major League Baseball and the A's make the playoffs and you send them down to San Francisco, who do you think is in the crowd for that game?
There's going to be a bunch of Cell t-shirts again.
Yeah, like, why would you do that?
Oakland's not that far away.
That is idiotic to do that. Like, I know you wanted your playoffs in a Major League, but I would just keep them here in Sacramento. But that's why I think it's stupid. I don't really, they want to go somewhere else for the playoff games. That's cool. That's what they want to do. But I think that's the wrong decision going to the Bay Area for your playoff. That's an embarrassment for one of your biggest stages. They talk about A's Rays playoff series would be crazy. Because neither one of them would play. The Rays have also said if they make the playoffs, they're not playing in the Yankees spring training place. So, yeah, that's a trip.
Let's get Manny in here at Elk Grove Kid Talk Line 916-909-1320. What's up, Manny?
What up, fellas?
What's up, big dog?
I'm gonna try to make it. Man, I'm gonna try to make it to those games. I got tickets for Game 2 against the Cubs.
Nice.
Prices were expensive for a lot of those big games, man. I can't believe how much they were charging for, like, I think Boston was the most expensive one I saw, and then obviously Yankees and Cubs were like right behind it. But
I'm looking at resales for opening night. They're anywhere from $150 to much higher.
It's the most expensive ticket in Major League Baseball.
Wow.
Is the A's game-to-game ticket.
I bought 3 tickets for the Yankee series on Mother's Day for the missus, and that was like those 3 tickets, third base side, a little bit further down from the dugout was like, but like that was like $7 right there.
Oof.
Like,
for all of the tickets combined.
Yeah, not Kenny Carabay one ticket price, but all 3 combined. Yeah,
got you.
Yeah,
Will you stop?
Hey, man, tonight we got another episode of the After Party. We're going to talk about this, still the roller coaster of the Kings and what it looks like without Sabonis for a couple of weeks, and hopefully he gets back soon. We'll talk a little bit of March Madness, a little baseball since it's starting up, and we're going to do some conspiracy theories. We're gonna name some of our favorite, both, overall and sports-wise. So 8 p.m. tonight, YouTube 1320. Let's go.
All right, thanks, Manny.
Yes, indeed.
Appreciate you, my man. We'll be tapped in for sure.
I saw something talking about the A's a little bit more too. I saw something. I got to get a little bit more. It was on the news, but I want to see. I think they're holding like 200 tickets for game day purchases at like $25. So I think that's how that's going down. But the A's will release 200 tickets every morning of a game that are supposed to be like $25 or something.
What is the ideal seat?
We got Matt George on the line real quick.
Oh,
Matty McQueen.
What's up, Matt?
Hey, gang. First off, awesome show as always. Casey, I appreciate the love for the ABC 10 show. I just wanted to add on to that really quick. Everybody should go and check out that A's special that we did. You can skim past the part that I'm on where I'm just talking baseball.
No, you did great.
I appreciate that, Casey. There's a package in there that is done by one of our reporters, Luke Cleary, and it talks about all of the stuff that's coming to West Sacramento, these bars and these joints that are happening and opening up all over West Sacramento. And it's mentioned in that package that at least this summer, over 150 games are going to be played at Sutter Health Park this summer because of the River Cats and the A's sharing that ballpark. So, I don't think all these places are going to be open yet for the start of this baseball season, but they'll definitely be open soon over the next 3 years. So, Casey, I know you and I went back and forth about this move to Sacramento. I'm still not happy about it from the Oakland standpoint. But one thing we agreed on through the whole thing is how big of a deal it's going to be for this city. So everybody should go and check that story out because there's going to be a lot of really, really cool places coming to West Sac around the ballpark.
Yeah, no, and I mean that Matt did a great job. I got it. While I have Matt here, I was thinking about this as I was watching it. And Matt, you don't have to go into detail or whatever, but I was like, man, shout out to Matt, the professional he is, because he had a job to do, and I know that conflicts with how he personally feels. But if you wouldn't know the backstory, like you wouldn't know. He was a pro. He was great on that. He did a great job on that. So I just want to salute him for that. And Matt, before you go, did I hear that right? That the A's are going to release 200 tickets every game day at $20 or something like that?
Yeah, I think it's $25 if I'm not mistaken. And what I believe that to be, although this hasn't been confirmed, I think that's going to be the lawn seating. Essentially, the lawn seating is going to be day of. So you can take your family to the ballpark. You don't have to buy it in advance. It might be a little first come, first serve crazy over those first couple of series, I imagine. But yeah, those tickets will for sure be available. And I appreciate what you said too, Casey. There's a reason why, let's put it this way. There's a reason why they did the segment about John Fisher after I was out of the show. They didn't want me talking about John Fisher during that part, but it's going to spring training and hanging out with some of those guys. Covering spring training is unbelievable because you just basically get to chill in the dugout and just talk to guys all day. And talking to Brent Worker and Lawrence Butler and some of these other guys, they're a little apprehensive about how everything's going to look, but they're really excited about Sacramento and the crowds, right? And they got to experience that courtside at a Kings game. So that's the part that it fires me up and that I'm excited about, is that while the circumstances are what they are, these players and the MLB are going to get to experience Sacramento, and we're going to show up because we always do.
Yes, sir.
Great stuff, Matt. We'll see you tomorrow, my friend. Thank you.
Good to see y'all.
Take care,
All right,
Matt.
it's Matt George. He'll be with us for his regular visit tomorrow. We'll come back. James Ham joins us. We've got Kings basketball to talk about. I assume he's on his way to the Golden One Center right now. And we'll get ready for the Sacramento Kings and the Cleveland Cavaliers when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Jokic is pretty nasty.
Jokic is all-time great.
He's what?
So Jokic is an all-time great. But
Yeah.
This literally just told him to the same criteria as everyone else.
What is where's the best place to sit at a baseball game? Like, is it along the first base side, third base side? Is it behind home plate? Is it on the lawn? What's the best? Oh, Drew, I'm sorry. I thought I responded. I played it. I thought I responded to you. I definitely played it. And I laughed. My man, JD. Playing through it. Playing through it.
I don't think there's really like a bad seat at a baseball game unless you're sitting at Mount Davis. Like I've sat everywhere. I'm like trying to think of like where the best. It's all fine.
This is how I feel about football games. I don't like football games live. I was talking about that with someone the other day. I do not like watching football live.
Hockey's the best live.
I've heard that, and I dropped the ball on going.
The Sharks,
to see.
when they were like at their peak for that however long or whatever, like that was the most fun I had going to games.
Yeah, I dropped the ball on going to see Washington play on more than one occasion.
Yeah, now the SAP Center is kind of boring, but they're starting to come up. You never been to a hockey game, Casey?
I haven't, man. I gotta get there. I definitely do. Heard it's a great time.
Oh yeah. The best part about the Sharks game too is that the tickets are never expensive. And you sit up top, you're fine.
Did you see the other day? The guy tried to.
Yeah, relax, pal. What are you trying to size up the mascot for?
The guy tried to fight the
He
mascot.
was all embarrassed because I guess he fell out of his chair or whatever. NBA games are always consistent too, though. Those are always fun to go to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like basketball.
Football's cool up until your team loses, because if they lose when you're there, like this was pointless. I should have just stayed at home.
When I went to that Niners Cardinals game, I had to think about coming all the way back to Sacramento. I was like, this is awful.
Oh, that's the other thing. Yeah. I hate going to San Francisco. Or Santa Clara.
Santa Clara, yeah.
God damn it, man. All right, James Ham going to join us coming up here. Just a couple of minutes. It's Kings Cavs tonight. It is.
It's opportunity for the Kings. Opportunity for the Kings. Are you one of those people that's like, oh man, now we got a mad Cavs team coming in here? Man, whatever.
I don't think that's a thing.
I wasn't that. No, I mean it's still the second night of a back-to-back for them. Like I wasn't. Oh no, now they're gonna be mad. No, like
it's like if they win, it's like, oh guys, hey, we're playing the Kings today. Let's just have fun today, you know? Like, no, they're gonna come and try and kick the Kings' ass.
Well,
no matter
yeah,
what.
like I don't think they're playing any different because I don't think they're approaching the game any different, I should say, because they've lost the last two. They might have a we talked about this with the Kings the other night. They might have a hyper level of focus. Like, hey, and I think most teams going to games, don't let 2 become 3.
Yeah.
That's where we're at. Come on.
Yeah, and I agree. And if you're the Kings, you're trying to we've talked a lot of time, and I think there is some truth to it. I don't think it's the end all be all, but we talked about how they play the Clippers, the Kings play the Clippers, and then the Knicks are sitting at the Sawyer just waiting.
Right.
All right. The Cavs had a Clippers game last night, got on the plane probably at about 1 a.m., got in at like 2, 3 a.m. And you're just sitting here waiting. All right, now it's your turn. Now it's your opportunity.
Yeah.
You might have to deal with that tomorrow. Oh, no, I think they're both on back-to-backs. I'm about to say Chicago might be at the Sawyer waiting. But I think Chicago plays tonight.
Now everybody's
do they?
tired.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's see. Chi-Town, Chicago. I feel like we looked this up the other day. Was it Portland? Oh, Chicago's got Phoenix.
Yeah. So, yeah, you got an opportunity here.
So Lonzo's not at the Sawyer right now.
Oh, well. Shout out Lonzo and the whole Ball family. I got to read. They got a new article in Slam, and LaVar. They say he got really candid with just talking about his health and what happened.
I saw that.
And
I actually saw that yesterday.
I didn't see what he said, didn't hear what he said, but I got a bookmark. I want to check it out.
It was
in his own LaVar Ball
felt
type,
for him a little
in
bit.
his own LaVar Ball type way, you could tell that thing, like what he's going through, really kicked his ass.
Yeah,
like, he was going through it like tough.
Yeah, he said, "Take me."
Yeah,
he's like, do this.
Like, you're throwing the big baller stuff in the article and stuff. But, like, if you read what he said, like, yeah, he was going through it.
Yeah, he did. I felt for him a little bit.
I love his
reading that, but he seems to be doing well now. So.
Yeah, I love his videos that he puts out there. Doesn't hide the the amputated leg, and is out there lifting weights. Just great spirits, man. And I've done a complete 180 on LaVar from the first 2 months we were in. I was not a fan, and then I had to pause and be like, "Nah, man, this dude, he's harmless. Like, he's an entertainer." And I've had love for LaVar ever since, man. And even with what's gone on, to see him even talking about it, like him doing that interview and speaking openly and being kind of upbeat is good to see.
Yeah, he is definitely an entertainer. That is bag. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. I wonder if anyone pleaded with him as a father, like they did LeBron James. I can't remember. Oh, no, they didn't, because they were busy inviting them on their shows. My bad.
They might have.
That's my bad.
We know the other side wasn't doing that. Like Fox, they were just letting it happen. I don't know what Stephen A did.
Stephen A had him on?
No, he did, but I'm saying, like, I don't know if he said, "Yo, you're putting too much pressure on Lonzo."
I don't think he. I don't think any. Well, I don't know. I don't think Stephen A said that. And by the way, I don't believe that. I don't believe LaVar did it. I don't believe LeBron did it.
You don't think they put pressure on the kids?
No, they
directly or indirectly. Like,
no, I don't think there was ever like. And I don't remember what LaVar said, but I remember the discussion. Lonzo was pure. LaMelo was the best. Jello was always not really sure about that one. I'd never heard anything otherwise. Like, I don't ever, like, I mean, I'm going to get 3 guys in, all 3 of my boys are going to be in the NBA. Some people would be like, I don't know about Jello, but yeah, like, you got some ball players here. And I mean, nothing about them young men was wrong. No. LaMelo is the best. I think Lonzo's great. And I didn't have Jello having a 2025 hit on the radio, but here we are.
I summer league run with the Hornets.
What'd you say, Jason?
So Langelo had a summer league run with the Hornets.
Did.
I mean, that's as good as you can
I
get.
think it was with Dallas as well, or something like that. But I mean, and I'm not even faulting him. I'm not even saying that. I think he did put pressure on them. Now, they might have been built to handle the pressure. He may have raised them to the point where it wasn't pressure for them or it wasn't anything they couldn't handle. But if LaVar wasn't LaVar, we would have. I'm not gonna say we wouldn't have heard Alonzo because he was one of the best players in the country, but he would have been no different.
We would have heard about him as a basketball player. We knew him as a person.
Can you make the argument that LaVar took the pressure off? Maybe.
Oh, yeah, I think you absolutely could make that argument because he was at the forefront.
Yeah, it was always like LaVar was the face of it all. It was always LaVar.
And Lonzo in particular, I can't remember the other two as much, but Lonzo was always like, "It's my dad, whatever."
Yeah, and that's where I say they were used to it because of him. They were built to handle it. Like I think LaVar had a role in that. But if LaVar wouldn't have done nothing, they wouldn't have, as far as notoriety and like putting pressure on somebody, it would have been no different than I think my man's name is Trey Johnson in Texas. Like Texas ain't no good. They lost. Nobody would care. But if Lonzo would have lost a bunch at UCLA, he a fraud. He this and that. His dad. And then the eyes were on him. The eyes were on him more because of what LaVar was doing. And I don't, like I said, they have shown that they were built to handle that. It's okay when Dion talks a lot too.
So if
Shador's built to handle everything that comes with it. These kids, the Ball brothers, they were built to handle it all.
So if Bronny had been drafted by would the conversation be different? And let's work under the belief like he played all of those games where he wasn't very good and Stephen A's and Colin Cowherds and all those guys criticized him. Would it be the same?
It's a little different because LeBron is LeBron, right? Like we know Bronny because of LeBron. We didn't know Lonzo because of LaVar until LaVar started talking. You know what I mean? Like,
did we know the other two because of LaVar?
A little bit of
like a grand, like on a grand scale.
Maybe like what I'm trying to say is Bronny was already famous because he was LeBron James' son from the day he was born. Lonzo and all them weren't famous to that degree until they got good at basketball. And then they took another level of famous because LaVar started talking. You know what I'm saying? Like they were just high school prodigies, just like this kid at Reardon is, right? Like he's just a good basketball player. There's another level of famous that it went to because LaVar was LaVar. Now, to answer your question, no, like Bronny, there would have been scrutiny because he's LeBron James' son, just like Marcus Jordan and those guys. You know, that's why one of the reasons why we're aware of him. Now, the reason why LeBron,
some are aware of Marcus for different reasons.
Well, get well soon, brother.
Always got a snow coat on.
Come on. Come on.
What? It's cold.
The thing that, and I'm not disparaging him for this, but I'm saying it does add to the intensity of the lights, is when you tweet that he better than some of these NBA players when he's in high school. And you get him, and I'm not saying he shouldn't, but I'm saying when you get him damn near a first round type of contract for a second round guy, guaranteed money and all this other stuff, it just adds the attention. He didn't. I don't think LeBron let things happen with Bronny. Do you think he did, or did he dictate?
He
influenced. Like
that's tough to say. I think that's tough to say because, like we can't do the fake. We have to use the real example. Like it was the Lakers. He might not have had to. They might have wanted to stay in the good graces of Rich Paul and LeBron James. Did he? It's one of those things where, like, when the Cavs fired David Blatt and Rich Paul had to say publicly, they didn't consult us on this. They didn't have to. They already knew how you felt. You don't have to ask someone how you feel when you already know how they feel.
De'Aaron Fox and Mike Brown.
Right. You don't have to ask. He said that to us. They know how I feel.
Right.
It's the same thing. They don't have to ask LeBron James about giving Bronny a sweet contract. They don't have to ask LeBron James about drafting Bronny. They don't have to do any of that. They know the answer. They want him to be happy. They want Rich to be happy. And if the 57th pick or whatever it was in the draft makes him happy, we'll do it.
I'm happy it happened for him. I love Bronny. I love Bron. It's all good. That contract, crazy.
What is the contract?
Contract is like $8 million.
Is it
4
that
years
high?
guaranteed?
Is it really?
For the 57 pick.
I remember it being kind of. Oh, I didn't remember it being that.
Oh man,
I can't wait to have Bronny. I can't wait to do pocket watching with Bronny James.
Bronny gonna be the only G Leaguer at $50 million.
4 years, 7.9. Yep, fully. Well, okay. All right. Yeah, a little. We should tell the whole story.
Doc Rivers is here.
Fully guaranteed through next season.
Okay.
So I'm guessing like it's this very strong football vibes here. His contract is fully guaranteed through the 2025-2026 season. The third year of Bronny's contract becomes fully guaranteed on June 29, 2026. The fourth year's of his contract is a team option that becomes fully guaranteed on January 29th, January 10th, 2028.
For perspective, Boogie Ellis got a 1 year, $1.1 million contract.
Well, give that to me again.
1 year, $1 million.
Okay, so again, a little perspective. The partial guarantees and the team options; those are the biggest years. So this was a very agent-friendly press release. Bronny essentially signed a 2-year. $3 and some change $1 million contract.
You got an NFL deal.
Yeah, he got 1.1 in the first year and 1.9 in the second year. So still, yes.
And look, to J Dill 916, to his point, as you dive into it a little bit more, and I can stand corrected, Justin James, he got a 3-year, $4 million deal with the Kings.
Okay.
3-year, $4.1 million. So, like you said, there is some verbiage that went along with Bronny's contract. But yeah, maybe it's more normal than I originally thought.
Do you think Bronny's justified that selection?
As much as any other player in that.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm fine with it.
Like I think other than him being LeBron's dad,
I
think that like for being the 55th pick, like he's been fine. I feel
it's fine. Like I think personally, just taking 2 players. Like I think Boogie Ellis is a better player than Bronny James. So if somebody wants to be like, nah, Boogie deserved that spot, cool. But it's not. I
don't think he's.
It's not this huge discrepancy between the 2 players.
Yeah.
Like Bronny's a cool ball player. Like I think he's a cool ball player.
How we got here, you ask? I don't remember. I don't know, but we're here.
JFK getting shot to this.
James is here. At least we're not talking about JFK and shooters on the grassy knoll.
Yeah.
As we welcome in James Ham of the Insiders, our Kings Insider here with us. Hammer, life without Domantas Sabonis begins tonight, or maybe better stated, life without Domantas Sabonis continues tonight against Cleveland. How much, like, we know he's out for the rest of this homestand at minimum. He's out for the rest of this homestand. How much did the games last week with Jonas Valanciunas in that starting lineup prepare Sacramento for what's ahead here in the next 2 weeks or so?
Yeah, I mean, like, look, you've been going on like 2 weeks without him, right? So he'd only just got back on the court, and I think this team, they understand how to play with Jonas, and I think Jonas is ready to play big minutes. I also think Trey Lyles is, again, getting an opportunity to show his worth, and so I think we'll see a combination of those 2 players. Again, I don't think any one player can solve the mystery of what you do when Domantas Sabonis steps off the court in Sacramento. You just can't. Like, he impacts not just like the ball movement itself, but he impacts the way that Malik Monk plays. He impacts, his screens are what frees Keegan Murray half the time, or Zach LaVine. Like, he's just a very unique player, and the fact that he, again, leads the NBA in rebounding, It's just tough to replace one guy like this who means so much to your team. And the Kings haven't been able to figure it out in the past. At least they have a really, really solid veteran backup who would be a starter on maybe half the teams in the NBA.
Was the diagnosis of 10 days, was that about what you thought? A little better, a little worse?
Well, he's going to be re-examined in 10 days. And by my math, that means that he'll be re-examined the day that they play the Blazers. There is an outside shot that he recovers and he's able to come back. What it sounds like to me is a grade 2. They're calling it a moderate ankle sprain. Again, we've seen a mild ankle sprain from them and now a moderate ankle sprain, which I'm guessing is like a grade 2 ankle sprain. So he didn't completely snap the ligament in half, which is a grade 3, but he did damage. He stretched the thing out pretty bad and maybe there's some fraying and stuff of the ligament. It's really going to depend on how quickly he recovers. And, again, he's a big man. That's a lot of weight coming down on that foot, but he's also more of a ground-based player. And he's got a lot of incentive to come back and play. We talk about the 65 game minimum. On paper, Domantas Sabonis is at 58 games, but in reality, he's not. He's at 56 per the rules. He's got 2 games where he played less than 15 minutes, both because of injury. One where he played a little over a minute and one where he played 12 minutes. Those 2 games don't count towards his 65 games. So that drops him to 56 games on the season. So he needs to play 9 more games. Kings have 15. We're talking about a 6-game stretch here where he might not play. So it will come down to whether he can suit up and play those final 9 games or not. And that's tough. And he's got to play. He's got to at least play 15 minutes in those games. Now, look, he might not make All NBA either way. Like we never know. But the fact that he could miss it by a game or 2 is really going to come back and like it'll frustrate him for sure. And he has a $1.3 million bonus attached to that All NBA status. So, there's a lot of things going on there. A grade 2, I'm guessing it's a grade 2. It's usually, 1 to 2 weeks. You can get a player back, not always. It just really does depend on how quickly they respond. A grade 3 is much worse. That's, remember the De'Aaron Fox grade 3 sprain. He missed 21 games and came back in 7 weeks. And that was like he blew away any possible like chart on how quickly he would be back. It's usually 10 to 12 and usually closer to 12 weeks. But this is one where, it's possible. It's possible he'll come back. He's got a lot of motivation. He's got money riding on coming back and playing. We're just going to have to wait and see how he responds.
Can I ask a quick question? Had he kind of played himself out of the All NBA discussion?
I think James just kind of alluded to that. Maybe.
I thought he was I thought he was deserving. I don't want to say a lot because who knows how they would have voted, but I thought he was deserving in the first 2.5, 3 months of the year.
Yeah.
I think his play has slipped a little bit in the last month and a half. And with such a tightrope he has to walk in particular to make an All NBA, I don't know if he has gone above and beyond consistently this year to get that nod from those voters.
Yeah, I kind of disagree. His month of February was a little off, right? He averaged 16 points and 14 rebounds, 5 assists. But I think everybody understands that they made a franchise-altering trade and really mixed things up. The other point I would make is there's like 8 All-NBA players who are ineligible right now for All-NBA this season. So, whether it's Luka or Kawhi or Joel Embiid, Paul George, like the list is long of players who are just flat out not eligible for All NBA because they're not going to meet the 65 game threshold. So I think that there's a good chance he would still be a solid 3rd team All NBA player. Again, it's not done by positions anymore. But if you look at, sort of the way the league votes for these things, a lot of it is advanced statistics. and Domas is still like in the top 7 in win shares. This is a really, really good player who, again, has been available for most of the season where a lot of players haven't. The weird thing is too, if he can't play at all this season, he actually could like be all NBA, because the rule is that you got to hit the 65 game threshold. But if you have a season ending injury and at that point in the season, you'd already played 85% of your team's games, then you are technically available for all NBA. So kind of a weird, statistical thing that pops up, or weird rule that shows up that he could actually make all NBA by not playing again this season.
Fascinating. I tell you something that Domas will seek clarity this offseason. That really rubbed me the wrong way.
Lives in your brain right now.
I'm like waiting. I'm I hate that. I love Domas, but now I feel like I'm on edge and I'm waiting for the offseason to get here. And it's like that. I wish you would say something. Like, I really do wish you would. I hate that, James. It's bothering me.
Yeah, I mean, I get it though. Like, you sign up somewhere with the intention of winning games and being good and adding to the roster, and then they just put it in neutral for a year and a half. And he's not the first player, and he won't be the last to say, "Hey, what is the plan? Like, do you want to like just forget about your prime and not be in the playoffs and not have?" And I get Kenny's gonna say, "Well, you got to play better." It's like, I get that, but I mean, you got a guy who's averaging almost 20 points per game, who's averaging 6 assists, and who's leading the league in rebounding every year. Like, there's not a lot of ways in which he could play better. You want him to shoot the 3 better? Okay. He's shooting 44% or whatever it is from 3. Like, there isn't a lot of things that you can say about Domantas Sabonis. And for me, he's been a good teammate. He's been a workhorse. He's been a guy who, up until this point, over the last couple of years, barely misses any games at all, plays through injury more often than not, and who is like an all-star level, top 15, top 20 player in the NBA, player. And so if I was 29 years old and a team just continued to fire coaches and continued to show me that they didn't know what direction they were going in, there would come a point where you would say, okay, look, it's probably time. And he doesn't have to wait until, like Father Time has already caught up to him, like Damian Lillard did. Like, that's not fair to make a player wait. If a franchise doesn't want to push forward and doesn't want to build a team that gives you an opportunity to compete, then, what are you doing there? And so I think we're going to have to wait and see. There's so many things that have to happen between now and, even July 1st, when the NBA season starts over. But we need to know who's going to be making the decisions for this team. We need to know who's going to be the head coach. We need to know, again, like, who are the decision makers above the decision makers. All of that stuff needs to be sorted out. And if I were a player on a team like this, I would want clarity as well. And, I side with the player on this one. And maybe that's because I've covered the team for too long.
Do you want to say it, or do you want me to say it?
You can say it.
Some will believe part of the reason the coach isn't here is because of you. Not you, James Ham, but you, Domas Sabonis. And we, for lack of a better, listened to you, took your side in this situation. And now you don't get to use that as a reason. Now, you can use some other stuff, but you don't get to use that one as a reason as to why you need clarity, because we were listening to you, allegedly.
I don't think, like, in all honesty, that's probably true. That, like, I mean, we do know that, Domas had conversations with the front office as well, but his guy is now the head coach. Like, the guy that's trained him the last 2 years, the guy who doesn't nearly have as many practices is his head coach. That's not what I'm talking about. Like, the head coaching job. Yeah. I mean, that's one aspect of this, but you need to know if the GM and assistant GM are going to be there. You need to know who's actually making all of the decisions above them. And on top of that, you need to know, do they have a plan to improve this roster, or are you just stuck as a player on a team that's going to be fighting to get in the play-in tournament, maybe a back end of the playoff type team? And as of right now, that's who they are. They're maybe if they get lucky, they're back into the playoffs. But realistically, this is a play-in team, and they have been for 2 years.
The one thing I'll say about that though is, and maybe I just don't understand it, but the front office was in place when you just signed this contract less than a year ago. Like all this was in place less than a year ago, and you had no problem marching over to that table and signing the contract. And now, less than a year later, I don't even know if I want to be here. Why'd you sign the contract? Like, and you can't just always leave you just can't just leave all the time after something don't work out for a few months and say, I don't know if I want to be here anymore.
All right, Pat Riley.
We're 18 months into this, man. We're 18 months in.
You didn't have to sign the contract.
Yeah. No, I mean, I get you. He didn't have to sign the contract, but you know what? He earned the contract. And, you thought that they were building something, and then they can win a completely different direction. And they allowed chaos to creep in. Like, I get it. And someone asked, why do you have to bring it up right now then? Like, first and foremost, Domantas Sabonis has not said a word to anybody, like, on the record about this at all. But true. That doesn't mean that his agent hasn't said, hey, Domas might have the same exact questions this summer. Like, I don't know who gave Sam Amick that line, but that's not Domas going out and saying, hey, look, like, what are we doing here? But it was Domas this summer saying, yeah, good thing we got DeMar because we had 2 other deals fall through already. Like, there comes a point where
that was funny. I was like, hey, all right, Domas.
But you make promises to a group of players about building something, and you're not able to come through on those promises, then it's okay for players to be frustrated with the direction, with whatever, whether it's the coach, whether it's the players you bring in, or anything else.
Hammer, the Kings playing a finals team tonight?
Yeah, probably. If not a finals team, Eastern Conference Finals. Like, this team is absolutely crazy good. And, the Kings have played them all right the last couple of years, but my goodness, man, this team is, they've lost 2 in a row, and what are they, 56-12?
That's it.
Something like that. Yep. Yeah. I mean, they still have an outside shot. And the only reason I say this is because they've won 15 twice and 12. Well, they've had 2 15-plus game win streaks and a 12-game-plus win streak. They've got 14 games left on their schedule, and most of those games are not that difficult. They could easily go 14-0 and push for 70 wins. Either way, like, I'd be surprised if they didn't win 67, 68. Like, this team leads the league in 3-point field goal percentage and 2-point field goal percentage. And somehow, through mathematical magic, they don't lead the NBA in field goal percentage overall. But still, number 1 in 3-point, number 1 in field goal and 2-point field goal percentage. Like, this is a really, really efficient, long, athletic team. They know who they are, and Kenny Atkinson has them playing the right way.
Yeah, man, they're super impressive, man. And they I knew that I felt they were going to be a good team. I didn't think they were going to be this good. I didn't think they were going to be the number 1 seed and a true championship contender. And you got a guy like Donovan Mitchell. He's in town. We haven't talked about him too much today, but he's been great this year. He's been great the last 2 years, and he's leading that team. Evan Mobley, Jared Allen, Garland, when he plays, they all take their lead from Donovan Mitchell. They know he's the guy, and being the guy, we joked about it a little bit, but losing 2 in a row, I'm sure he's going to come in here tonight like, man, we can't lose 3 in a row. Like you said, hyper focused.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that just doesn't lose, just doesn't go on prolonged losing streaks. They're very, very good, and they're very prepared to play. Now, they did play last night, and they are on, I think the second game of a long road trip. Like, maybe you catch them at a tough moment, but the Kings are in a tough moment as well. Like, losing Domantas Sabonis is catastrophic in most situations for this team, and they've learned to play without him, but they've also gone on losing streaks without him. And so this is going to be a difficult matchup, whether Sabonis was playing or not. And it just makes it that much more difficult without him.
Are the Cavs a bad matchup for Sacramento with guys like Mobley, Jared Allen, DeAndre Hunter? Is this just one of those ones where it's like, it's going to be tough for the Kings to match up against them? And now being without Domas, perhaps making it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah. I don't know how you match up against this team. The Kings aren't built to match up against this team. But then again, look, I think we could probably say the same thing about Memphis. Again, Jaren Jackson Jr., long shot blocker. They didn't have Santi Aldama, which usually helps them. But even Brandon Clark, the Kings don't really have a matchup for Brandon Clark. They showed they didn't even really have a matchup for Desmond Bane, who's just like pocket Hercules out there running around destroying everybody. Just absolutely spectacular. But this is, again, one of the most athletic and mobile teams that you're going to run into. That doesn't mean, though, that Valanciunas isn't just going to go into the post and beat up on them, because that's what we kind of saw last night, right? With the Clippers, you saw Zubats, just destroy this team. So there's always a possibility that the Kings are a bad matchup for them. And I think we have seen that in the past, but this is a different Kings team. And you need to see how players like Zach LaVine come out, because he's either played spectacular or non-existent against his team this season. When he played for the Bulls, one night he scored 26, the other night he scored 8. So we don't know who's going to show up outside of, a whole fleet of guys who can shoot 3-point shots for Cleveland.
And number 1 in the league, number 2 in the league in points per game, number 1 in 3-point field goal percentage, going up against the Kings team that historically can't defend the three. I think maybe that's what you're alluding to, or what I think of when you say a bad matchup, because the Cavs are probably going to get a lot of good looks tonight. And a team that can shoot the 3 ball the way they can, you give them good looks, it can get ugly quick. So they got to be on it, man. I do think the Kings are going to be ready to play tonight and going to be ready to compete with this Cavs team. I think they getting back home, Doug Christie talking to these guys, Malik Monk having a good game. They understand what's in front of them, and I think they're ready to compete. That's what I think about this team. They will compete.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, you hope that you get the team that came out, earlier in the week. If you get that team, the team that played the Clippers, the team that even played Denver, when this team plays hard and they play together and they share the ball and everybody contributes, like what we saw on Monday, they've got a chance to beat anybody. So again, this is a really, really good Cavs team. But I'm not putting them on the list of teams that I don't think the Kings can beat at all. Like OKC and Boston are, sort of on that plateau by themselves. They're up above everybody else. Again, I think Cleveland's on their way there, and they might have a really, really good 4 or 5 year run here in them. But they're in the first year of being the best team in basketball. And that's not usually it doesn't usually translate all that well once you get to the playoffs. Maybe first round, second round, you're okay, but you get to the third round and the experience of the other teams usually catches up to you.
Other than a sigh of relief, did that 132-122 win against Memphis do anything for you?
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was a good win. Yeah. I mean, anytime you get a win where, again, the 4 guys who are coming off the bench all just had dramatic, impactful moments. I thought Jake LaRavia was incredible with his 12 points and 2 steals. I thought Devin Carter was spectacular. He had 4 steals. Trey Lyles came in off the bench, had 9 rebounds. Jonas Valanciunas, I just stepped right in and took over. That's how this team has to win. They have to win with everybody supporting everybody and feeding everybody and the next man up mentality. And they just haven't done it all that often. For whatever reason, that team came out with a bunch of fire. And even Malik mentioned it in post game. He was surprised just how much energy they had coming into the game. And it was oh, okay, I thought we would be pumped up, but I didn't know we would be pumped up like this. And, you got to the end of that first quarter, and next thing you know, you got a 10-point lead, and they just didn't let off the gas the rest of the game. Really impressive win.
James, I mentioned something the other day after that game. I want to know what you think about it. I think Malik Monk is the straw that stirs the drink with this team. I think he's the key. His play is the key. Very rarely, and you have maybe a better memory of this than I do, but very rarely do you see Malik Monk play really well and the Kings lose. And very rarely do you see him play poorly and they find a way to win. They seem to go with how he's performing on a night-to-night basis. Now, he's kind of an up and down player. He's kind of erratic, and maybe that explains why the Kings' record is what it is, because they lean so heavily on a guy like Malik Monk. But you think that's accurate? Like it really comes down to how he's playing on a night-to-night basis?
Yeah, I think it is. I thought it was more that way when he was coming off the bench, right? Like, I mean, we can track how many times the Kings he scored over 20 and the Kings have won and all that stuff. To be honest, it's probably more even than I thought it was, just looking at it, without like sitting here and counting. But for me, like, if you're going to be a starter, if Malik is going to be a starter, he has to find a way to bring the energy to impact the game in a different way. Because, like, coming off the bench, it's easy to be somebody who stands out as somebody who's just playing at a different speed than everybody else. But when you're in the starting group, it just doesn't, like, he doesn't stand out the same way. So I think when he was your sixth man, I did always feel that way, that he is the guy. You're going to go as far as Fox takes you, but Monk is going to be the barometer for whether you're going to win from one night to the next. Right. And I just don't know that I feel that same way with him coming off the bench, with him as a starter versus coming off the bench. It really is difficult to just not be one of five starters. When you're a six man, you have an unlimited opportunity to just jump off the page, which is what he did for 2+ years, Sacramento. So, maybe my thought on him is a little different, but not that much. I still think he's like a very, very impactful player for this team.
We'll come back. We got the Kings and the Cavs tonight. We've got more with our Kings insider, James Ham, with dealing with KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We're clear.
I'm on the wrong Wi-Fi.
No.
Although it's clearing up, I think it'll be all right. Lots of discussion about Sam Amick. Like, if you don't like his writing style, that's one thing. But just so you know, like, Sam is a phenomenal reporter, and on top of everything going on here, like, we all know a lot of things that are happening, but Sam is able to put pen to paper, just because he has so many outside sources, that like local reporters don't typically have. So, like, if you're upset with Sam for starting like what's going to amount to like a small like camping fire, like in what he started, like when De'Aaron came through town, was, again, it was almost like when you fire up the little, if I don't know if people out there have them, but like a propane, outdoor like fire feature. The like 4-alarm fire is still coming, and 5-alarm fire. So
Sam Amick is certified and verified, man. He's
yes,
as good as
he is. Yeah, I've known him for 15 years. He's as good as they come in the sports writing industry, and he cares deeply, and he would never run with anything that wasn't 100%.
And Sam is just a good guy. Like,
He is a good dude.
He's a stand-up dude. So,
yeah,
he's a good dude.
You don't have to like his writing, but just so people know, like when he does write, you should be reading and going, "Oh Jesus," and then see if you can read between the lines because he took that story. He took every single piece all the way up to the finish line and then veered away because there was more that he could have said. Yeah, this is totally inaccurate, just so you know. It's totally inaccurate. He does not get paid to start a narrative.
This is completely unrelated, but it just popped in my head. Every day I go to work, I drive. I'll go down L5, go right by downtown. It's incredible to see the action actually taking place for like the first time ever in the rail yards. Like they've got a lot of action going on over there.
Mm-hmm.
And today, for whatever reason, I don't know if it was a meeting or something, there was like a gang of cars down there parked or whatever, bulldozers, cranes. Like, if you guys have been over there lately, you know what I'm talking about. There is so much action going on in the rail yards for the first time ever. Never seen it in my life.
Despite the many promises for there to be. That's
Man,
great.
I got to be honest. You people like in the chat, you need to figure out what's the difference between a narrative and what's real and what's happening. Like, we're not talking about narratives.
Who's fake? It's the type of
Like,
people I hate.
Yeah. I don't know what the heck people are talking about, a narrative. Who sits next to the owner every single game? Like
Brad Miller.
His daughter. His daughter. There is not an Anjali narrative. There's a Anjali reality.
Okay.
That's their like his. I mean, it's his daughter. I mean, somebody's got to take over this team when he's done, and I've said this a million times. I would have my son sitting right next to me if I owned the team. Like we would be making all.
We wouldn't know the difference.
Oh
like,
no,
who's the young version of James Ham over there?
Reese
no, that's the little one. That's the younger.
Oh, that's
no.
right. That's right. Yep.
Toby
that's
doesn't
right.
look as much like me.
Reese will be like, I'm going to go to medical school. I want to be a doctor. The hell you are! You're running the Sacramento Kings, and you're going to like it.
Why do you sound like that in that scenario?
Because that's what the bad guy owners sound like when they make their kids do something.
Probably would have been better if you did your Jerry Jones voice.
I built this with my own two hands. You're going to own the Sacramento Kings. I don't care about you being a doctor.
Is this Tex Caraway or something?
I don't even like get it.
Yeah.
You use like your real life son.
How did you become from Texas?
Like, but then created that voice. Like, it's just this is a very odd plot twist.
That's my bad father, intense bad father acting right there.
I am bummed out. I missed the grassy knoll discussion, the JFK stuff earlier. So
Okay. Hang on, James. I forgot James is a JFK guy. So yeah, we
warm it up, James. Your thought on JFK getting his brains blown out?
Oh, Jesus.
Yikes! No,
we started with the I don't believe that the limo driver did it. We got text that a Secret Service agent actually accidentally shot him. Kenny doesn't buy the grassy knoll, so we're in a bit of a.
And I'm the least qualified. I will say that
we're in a bit of a mess.
I feel like the shots came from higher than where the grassy knoll is.
Okay, so I went to shoot around one time in Dallas,
Poor
Then I
choice
walked.
of words, James. Just a
Yes,
terrible
yes.
choice
So
of
did
words.
JFK.
That's right. I did. I got out of shoot around in Dallas, and I'm like, you know what? I think I'm gonna walk back to my hotel. And then, I was standing there. I'm like, there's this whole row of electric scooters. I'm like, you know what? No, I'm gonna jump on an electric scooter. So I went flying down the hill, and then I see like book depository on the right, and I ended up taking an electric scooter to the grassy knoll, and
Mhm.
and stood in the middle of the street. It's a weird, like, it's much smaller than it looks like in all the film and all the, like, the way if you watch JFK, like the building is, it literally looks like one of like the standard crappy buildings that you don't know what's going on in downtown Sacramento, like a 4-story building that just like is nondescript. Everything about it was nondescript. But I did do that on a road trip. When I was covering the team, and it was a good time. At least it was intriguing.
I had a similar experience the first time I was in Dallas. Like, it wasn't a plan, but I guess that doesn't really matter right now. Jason Anderson just said Zach LaVine is out
Oh,
for
no.
tonight's game. Zach LaVine has been ruled out for tonight's game against the Cleveland Cavaliers due to personal reasons. Jake LaRavia is questionable due to illness. Again, that is from Jason Anderson. The injury report just came out. I assume maybe that's on there. But Zach LaVine has been ruled out for tonight's game against the Cleveland Cavaliers.
I just had looked, and there was not an updated injury report. But now, sure enough, there it is. Jake LaRavia questionable due to illness. Zach LaVine out personal reasons. Yeah, it's not great.
Man.
Yeah, that's tough. We know that Darius Garland is out for the Cleveland Cavaliers. He's out due to rest. I guess that's what the injury report says.
Yeah.
Well, that's tough. But for all the Keon Ellis truthers, I got great news for you.
I
got great news for you. Well,
y'all told me this is the move.
Well, that's not fair. That's
I wish
not
you tell
fair
the whole story.
because Zach LaVine's not available. But you Keon truthers will be excited.
Zach LaVine on the graphics.
Oh man.
Come see Zach LaVine tonight.
It's tough being a graphic designer over here at ESPN 1320.
Domas on there at one point. He was out too, I think.
Well, it was the game he came back.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I was just going on hoping and hoping a prayer.
All right, JA, it's not reported. Doug, we'll talk here in a little bit, but that was a complete assumption on my part. I assume Keon Ellis is going to start alongside Malik Monk, DeMar DeRozan.
Doug won't tell us.
And Keegan Murray. He won't tell you an hour before tip-off or 2 hours before tip-off?
No, he won't tell us. No, he makes us wait. Yep.
I'm not going
to tell Doug he's wrong, so Doug, do whatever you want. Yeah, you first of all, I hope everything's all right.
Yeah.
It says personal reasons. I hope everything's okay with Zach LaVine and those closest to him. But yeah, Sacramento, they've gonna have to find a way.
Yeah.
Gonna have to find a way.
And whatever the game calls for. You know what I mean? That's what all these games are at this point in the season. If you got to put up a bunch of points, if you got to find a way to get to the foul line or do whatever, you got to do it. If you got to lock up and play defense and be more focused on taking the 3-pointer away and getting into a slugfest, you're gonna have to do that. But you already have to do that with where you are in the season. But now with people out, it's just survive in advance, literally one quarter at a time.
The sad part is you don't really advance; you just survive.
You
just survive.
Well, I mean, I think this team has shown that there are times when they almost pull together more when they're shorthanded. So I'm intrigued to see what they look like with Keon Ellis, because I think he's a good matchup with Donovan Mitchell, and he's a hustle guy, and I think he can really impact the game defensively. But again, the Jake LaRavia one is tough as well. LaRavia is, like, his length and athleticism is something the Kings just don't have extra of. And you're going up against a team where Again, if you saw what LaRavia did to Jaren Jackson Jr. in the last game, where he pestered him the whole time, he got him in foul trouble. I think you could have seen some minutes against Mobley tonight with LaRavia and maybe some impactful minutes.
Probably going to see, man, you might get a healthy dose of Devin Carter or might dust off Markelle Fultz.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Could you imagine if we see Jay Crowder?
Last time we saw Jay Crowder, he was trying to fight.
Well, I don't know if he was. That's what Kevin Durant insisted, is that he's in fact wasn't trying to fight.
Might get some Terry Taylor minutes.
Terry Taylor.
Red Rooster. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
I don't know, man. I just, all right, whatever. Whatever. You gonna have to find a way to gut one out. Because I don't know the status of Zach LaVine. The Kings play tomorrow. We know Domas isn't playing tomorrow. And Jake LaRavia too. If Jake LaRavia is ill, they play tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I mean, there is a ton of Kings basketball in the days ahead. So hopefully these two situations, of course, Jake LaRavia isn't ruled out. He's questionable. Hopefully these are two situations that aren't too serious. But James, we got to let you go. You've got to start that drive to the Golden One Center, and you don't have your traditional quarter zip on with the collar.
This is how I'm rolling tonight. That's how I'm rolling.
There's no way that's how you're going to the game. I don't believe
you. How I'm rolling to the game if I see you there.
Really?
Okay, James.
Wow, casual James. I like it.
That's
I
right.
Like it. Well, good stuff. Drive safe, man. We'll see you in the morning.
See you guys. Bye, Chatty House.
Of the insiders right there.
James is one of us now.
Yeah, man.
He is.
We're gonna get him to chair in the press box.
Look
next.
at him. Yeah. I try to, James got that long drive. I try to let him go a little bit. I was like, James got to change clothes.
Yeah.
James, there's no way James has worn a hoodie to a basketball game, and
it's probably the first time ever.
I don't think I would absolutely sign on for that.
James,
this is James' first time
this
ever.
Hoodie, I'm good. I'm not going nowhere. I'm not changing anything.
Kings win. We're gonna call it the Hoodie Ham game.
They made this for me. I know punk ass D-Lo and KC who had to go create a website. They made this for me. Now we just get him in some joggers and some Jordans. We've changed them.
He could even wear the dad shoes, the cross trainers. That's what's hot. Get him some Vomeros.
Okay.
So get James some Vomeros, because it's back. It'll be all right. Real quick, little housekeeping. Number one, B Money is going down tonight.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Prize Picks. The lineup isn't set yet. I'm going to have the lineup. It's going to be on the socials. We're going to get it popping. We're going to win this money tonight. I'm going to tell you that right now. B Money over at Prize Picks. Just put in that promo code KIFM with your first $5 lineup and you get $50. All you need is promo code KIFM. You don't have to win, nothing like that. Just put that promo code in there, KIFM. You get $50 with your first $5 lineup. You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, run your game. You know the vibes.
I hate that Zabo buys. I hate that he participates in
this.
That's
my boy, man. Put it on a shirt, Dr. David.
It's not
David Jackson.
Dr. David. It's Dave Garcia.
Yeah.
God,
try it again,
damn it, man.
I don't know why I always say David Jackson, and it's because it's not.
The other day. That's our other guy in Tracy.
The other thing is, D-Lo, get your brackets ready. The D-Lo and KC bracket challenge is up. I got the link on my Twitter at KingKC_916.
I'm guessing if you were in the bracket before you got the email, because I got the email earlier.
Yeah, you got the email, so you guys need to go out and fill out your bracket. Get ready to lose to your boy. And when I mean your boy, I'm talking about me. I'm winning it this year. I'm ready. I've been watching. I know college basketball inside and out, and I'm definitely going to win this one. We also have a women's bracket challenge that is up as well, so we can get in there. You guys know who I got winning that one.
Yes, we do.
Who?
We do. Go ahead, say it.
I got Duke. What are you talking about?
You're lying. Show it. Show it to the class.
I haven't filled out the bracket
Show
yet,
it
but I'm
to the
going
class.
with Duke, man. If they get past my girls in South Carolina, they're going all the way.
So,
Who are you picking in your bracket in that game?
I just told you, if they get past my girls in South Carolina, they're going all the way.
You keep saying that.
You're not answering his question. If Duke
that game yet.
plays South Carolina,
you just said you knew who was winning it all.
Mind your business. That's all. Mind your business.
You ain't picking Duke to win.
They got it. They did get a raw deal with that bracket.
The,
North Carolina and South Carolina.
Yeah.
That's foul. They could have put them in the same bracket as UCLA.
Could have.
Yeah, that's foul. But hey, those book ones on the way. Oh well, I gotta look at my bracket then. If the book ones,
trying to bribe.
Hey man,
with his selection.
Coach K, I can be bought. I can be bought, and it's not even gonna cost you that. Just put them in the box.
Yes, 50 of them she's never worn. Man, I got so many shoes I don't know what to do with.
Not after D'Lo said his favorite team's colors.
Been the same size for 20 years, but it's cool. Oh no, they're 10s now. Yeah, right. Just send it anyways.
So yeah, man, both bracket challenges are up. So you guys can hop in there. Just hop for the love of the game. For the love of the game.
Unless you're in Trista's pool.
Well, that is not the love of the game. I'm also, you getting in the Odyssey joint?
Where's that at?
I filled out my bracket in there yesterday.
I don't want to do any of it.
We got to be a part of stuff.
Why?
It's culture.
I am a part of stuff. I don't need to be in a bracket challenge to show that like I'm a culture guy.
That's how I'm doing it.
Well, that's because you don't talk to anybody.
I say hi and bye when I walk past people.
I'm in the I gotta fill out my bracket, but I'm definitely in that one. I'm in my man Jay Gaden's bracket as well. I got about 4 of them going down.
I got Florida winning.
It's no big deal for you to. It's no big deal for you. You could throw $50 in all these. And like, man, I saw TKs. I was like,
yeah, that was.
I want to support.
What was payday again?
$50.
Payday.
And TK, my pool can't pass inspection until I get the fence that blew down 3 days ago fixed.
Oh no, fence blew down.
Yes, the last storm we just had. I got home and my mom goes, "Hey, and kind of nods to the backyard, and I look and I'm like, "Oh, God damn it." So I'm like, all right, it's another expense. It'll get dealt with. But I text the guys. I text the guys today. I was like, hey, do we have any work scheduled? They're like, man, we got to get the pool fixed. You can't pass. I mean, the fence fixed. You can't pass because there's one thing left to do. Tile and water. That's it. Tile and water. They happen over a 2-day period. Yeah. So you have to pass this pre-inspection before they can put the tile and the water in. Well, now we can't pass the inspection because the fence went down and it's considered a barrier, despite the fact it's a fence to like a fire lane, which I had never heard of or seen before. It's not even a fence to my neighbor. It's a fence to an empty space.
Hey,
what?
A couple of weeks ago, Damian dropped it. Yeah, we're first and goal with the pool. It's 4th down right now.
Oh, no. Oh, come on, man.
We're going to get over that line.
I don't know, man.
We're going to hand it to the fullback.
Oh, we're going to get over that line. I'm not going to have a penny to my name, but we're going to get over that line.
We're going to get you there. We're going to get you there. Come on, baby. We got to lay out in the sun. We got to have some nice little drinks, laid out in one of the cabanas. We got to have that this summer. So we're going to get there.
You know what? When the pool's fixed, I'll just take the day off and just enjoy it that day.
Yeah.
Me and Kenny will handle it. We'll talk conspiracies now. Don't worry.
Some people go on a vacation. He brings the vacation spot to him.
Exactly. You earned this.
Well, one, you goddamn right I did.
Come on, Collins. Don't do that. Come on, man.
I mean, Collins is right.
What is this, a Raider game?
It absolutely is. We was 4th and goal, ready to punch it in, and holding.
False start.
Yeah. Just move it back.
Intentional grounding, loss of down, and
awful. This is what everyone warns you about when you do this. Like, oh man, it could get bad.
But it's like buying a house, though. Like it's crazy going through it, but you
great
get
analogy.
There,
yeah,
and it's great once you get there.
Buying a house is an insanely stressful experience.
Oh man, now more caveats. 4th and goal, QB is Mitch.
Oh no.
4th and goal, and the QB is Minshew.
Oh no. That's tough.
Hey, real question. 4th and goal.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you want the quarterback to be? 4th and goal on the 15.
Josh Allen.
I was gonna say Lamar.
Josh Allen always somehow gets the football into the end zone somewhere.
Does he?
Yes, Josh Allen somehow. I don't want to cuss, but he makes some out of nothing. And he'll take off on that 4th and 15. He'll take off on some little run where he's jogging to the end zone, and for some reason, no one's going to tackle him.
I'm not against that because Josh Allen's the truth. But I've seen you've seen it too. But I've seen Lamar on them 4th and goals. Figure out.
He said 4th and goal or 4th and 15.
4th and goal.
Well, he said 4th and goal from the 15.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah.
It's my pool scenario. We just keep racking up.
Yeah, we'll stick with Josh Allen. Josh Allen's gonna find Dalton Kincaid in like the back of the end zone in the corner, like after running around for 10 seconds.
Was the Ravens touchdown before the missed 2-point? Was that 4th down? I think it was 4th down.
Might have been.
He has that one. He has the one in Kansas City that the guy's heel or toe was on the back of the end zone.
I think I'll go. I was thinking Lamar too. All right, so Patrick Mahomes sucks now?
No.
Oh, okay. Because you said Lamar, you said Josh Allen. Well, I guess I'll take. I guess I'll take.
I mean, Pat,
I guess I'll take.
Pat wasn't
Patrick
MVP
Mahomes.
this year.
No. Yeah, it's true. Josh was.
That's true. He deserved it too. He deserved it. What do you think about tonight?
I felt better 20 minutes ago.
Well,
make sure you get tomorrow.
Oh yeah, against Chicago.
Yeah, make sure you get tomorrow because I don't know about tonight.
And like you said, though, I know Zach. I hope everything's okay. You know what I'm saying? Because personal reasons, he's got a game against Chicago tomorrow, which I know he wants to play in. He might have circle on his calendar. But, if it's serious to keep him out tonight, I wonder what tomorrow's looking like. So just hope everything's all right with him. As far as the basketball team, get grimy. Get grimy.
Yeah, you're going to have to.
And I have jokingly talking about like, oh, okay, Keon better win for all the Keon truthers. And they just might because Keon is good. And Keon, when I talk about getting grimy, he's the type of guy that could help spearhead that. He'll lock up on the defensive end. He'll do the little things on the offensive end. He can hit a knockdown 3-pointer. So, yeah, man, if you can get him and then maybe you've got hopefully you got Jake LaRavia there and, Devin Carter, maybe more opportunity and what he could provide is I think for them to win tonight, it's going to have to be a very physical matchup between JV, Keon, LaRavia, Devin Carter, those guys. It's gonna get physical tonight, and they've got to be ready for that. And you're talking about a Cavs team who don't want to lose. They don't want to lose their third straight, so they're gonna be somewhat desperate or getting physical. I see tonight being a physical game tonight.
Does that benefit Sacramento?
It might be. I think they're tough. I think Sacramento's a tough team. I think they can stand up to teams that they get physical. It seems once a game, my boy, the nasty boy, Jonas Valanciunas.
Nope. We didn't agree to that.
The nasty boy, put it on the shirt, Dave Garcia. But once a game, Valanciunas gets tangled up with somebody and like shoves somebody. Like their arms get tangled up and he's, hey, get off of me. So we'll probably see that 3 times tonight.
Yeah, that's probably true. That is probably
is it just
true.
me or does it once a game that happens? It's like, oh my gosh, he's gonna push this guy. That's my boy though.
Let those threes fly tonight too. I think if you're gonna have any chance, let them fly.
You're gonna need them to drop.
I'm with that.
Yeah, you're gonna need them to drop. All right. It is the Kings. It is the Cavs. It is tonight at the Golden One Center. No Domantas Sabonis for Sacramento. No Zach LaVine for Sacramento. Zach LaVine, a late scratch. He'll miss today's game due to personal reasons. And yeah, Kings gonna have to gut one out. Darius Garland won't be playing for Cleveland. Cleveland played last night. got roughed up by the Clippers. So we talk about the Kings a lot on the second night of a back-to-back. This, for the Kings, is the first night of a back-to-back. Second night for Cleveland. They got Chicago tomorrow. Chicago is in Phoenix tonight. So it's not perfect, but it's an even playing field. All right, I guess go Kings. I'm with you guys though. I can't say I felt great headed into this game, but I did feel a lot worse when Zach LaVine was ruled out. Either way, we will be back here to talk about it tomorrow, beginning at 10 a.m. With the insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader. We've got college basketball coming up next here on ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, like the beam. These guys, they just can't catch a break this year. You get a really good win, feeling good about yourselves, feeling better about yourselves at least, and then another.
Somebody let Doug know something else on the plane broke.
Yeah, it's another something else you got to deal with.
All right, man, we got to run over to KSFM, do our business over there, and we will see you. We'll see you guys tomorrow.